The story starts with a girl named Lin, waking up Relius by peeking at him. She reminds him that today is the coming-of-age ceremony and tells him that he had better get up soon. The room suddenly rumbles, causing both of them to sit up in silence. Relius leaps backward in surprise and loudly demands to know what Lin is doing. Lin giggles and says that Relius's face is bright red and that he is so cute. Our boy looks away, silently noting that Lin is supposed to be an adult now. Relius tells her that he wouldn't keep making fun of people forever if he were her. She says that he is an adult too, but he still sleeps in. To himself, Relius reflects that she has a comeback for everything. Our boy states that he is going to get changed and tells Lin to get out. She agrees as she leaves the room. The young man introduces himself as Relius while looking at his reflection in a mirror. The boy notes that he is 15 years old and lives in the kingdom of Valtos. He is momentarily startled by a loud thudding noise coming from outside the window. He walks down the stairs, realizing that after today's coming-of-age ceremony, he will officially be an adult. Suddenly, someone calls out his name. At this point, Relius still has no idea how much his life is about to change, so subscribe and let's see what awaits him. Relius introduces the people downstairs as his foster parents. His foster father greets him, asking if he slept well. His foster mother apologizes on Lin's behalf, stating that Lin is always bothering him. Lin pouts and objects, claiming that she is just playing with him as a cute childhood friend. Our boy notes that they are his family, along with Lin, and that this place is called the Migrating Bird Inn. He explains that they took him in after his adventurer parents died. Relius rolls up his sleeve and asks what they need him to do. His foster father replies that there is nothing because there is no work left. The father laughs and states that they never got many customers to begin with. Looking at the empty dining area, our boy silently observes that the lack of business is not something to laugh about. The foster father smiles and tells Relius to get fired up and go, reminding him that today is the coming-of-age ceremony. Our boy states that getting fired up will not change anything. His foster father responds that he never knows because he might get a better class and sacred arm. Relius quietly considers the concept of classes and sacred arms. He notes that sacred arms are weapons bestowed to humans by God at the coming-of-age ceremony. These classes include roles such as swordsman, knight, mage, and hero. People are given a sacred arm and a corresponding suited class, which ultimately determine how a person will live their life. A powerful class and sacred arm allow a person to gain wealth and fame. Relius reflects that for the people of Valtos, these two factors are the main quality of life indicators. The foster mother smiles and instructs our boy to hurry along to the church, asking him to watch over Lin for them. Relius gives a thumbs up and agrees completely. In the background, Lin laughs and tells her mother that the arrangement should be the other way around. Looking out over the rooftops of the town toward a tall spire, the travelers announce that it is time to set off. A jester juggles clubs in front of a gathered crowd, adding to the festive atmosphere of the streets. Nearby, men play cards at an outdoor table while others raise their foaming mugs to toast each other. Lin observes that everyone looks like they are having fun. Our boy wonders why these unrelated people are celebrating harder than anyone else since the coming-of-age ceremony is supposed to be for the new adults. Lin notes that he is acting very cold. Suddenly, she spots something on display and excitedly tells him to look at those pretty pendants. The merchant notes that the girl has a good eye, explaining that the items are rare finds from the western capital. The merchant asks if our boy wants to buy one for his girlfriend for 4,000. The girl smiles and playful tells Relius that the merchant thinks she is his girlfriend, urging him to buy it for her. Our boy declines the offer, stating that Lin is not his girlfriend and noting to himself that the price is expensive. Lin is visibly shocked by his blunt response. Relius tells her to come along, and Lin quietly follows. She then asks Relius to dance with her at the night festival, but Relius replies that he already told her he cannot dance and is definitely not going to. Lin remarks that a person is not a fully fledged adult until they can dance. Before she can finish her sentence, Relius collides with a massive armored figure. The armored man commands the boy to watch where he is going, prompting Relius to apologize. Lin quietly remarks on the impressive sacred arm carried by the armored man. She assumes that the person must be an adventurer, and our boy agrees with her statement as the man walks away. She asks Relius what kind of sacred arm he wants, wondering if he hopes for something that will let him become an adventurer. Our boy pauses to consider his answer. Relius silently ponders his choice of a sacred arm. He reflects on his deep debt to Lin's family for taking him in after his adventurer parents passed away. She notices his silence and wonders what is on his mind. Our boy decides he will accept any gift as long as it does not cause trouble for his foster family. He thinks that if he were to be greedy, he would ask for something he could use to directly give back to them. Relius recalls his childhood dream of becoming an adventurer just like his parents. However, his priorities have shifted. Relius mentions that it would be nice to get a gift that could help out around the inn, and he asks Lin what she thinks. Lin admits that she is not very good at fighting, and she leaps into the air to emphasize that she wants to support the business as well. Relius looks away blankly, suddenly remembering how they used to train together. In his memory, he holds up a wooden shield and a stick. Lin refuses to hit him because she does not want to hurt him, while our boy insists that it is not real training if she does not strike back. Returning to the present, Relius remarks that Lin is bad at fighting and too nice in a strange way. The girl clears her throat and asks if that statement is meant to be a compliment, to which Relius simply answers no. She jumps forward and asks our boy what he would do if he received something rare like the legendary hero class. Relius lets out a sigh and answers that there is absolutely no way such a thing will happen. He reflects that if he actually managed to obtain a legendary class, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. The two travelers finally reach their destination at Carl's church. They walk up to the large doors as the entrance slowly creaks open, letting out a heavy sigh of relief that they have finally arrived. As they step inside the grand hallway, Lin looks around at the massive crowd on the checkered floor and observes that the building is completely packed with people. Chatter fills the room as the ceremony gets underway. Suddenly, a young man at the ceremony gains a flaming sword. A magical text reveals his sacred arm is a fire blade and his job is a swordsman. He cheers loudly, celebrating that he can officially become an adventurer. Our boy watches the swordsman and notes that the guy received a sword and a matching class. He wonders if the person is truly going to be an adventurer. An attendant nun tells the group that the next person in line should come forward to pray to the holy stone, and a guy acknowledges the request. Relius looks at the massive dark monument before him. He reflects that the holy stone is only active once a year on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, and that by praying to it, a person can receive a class and a sacred arm. The final three candidates wait in line as the crowd murmurs around them. Lin observes that there are only 3 people left, which prompts her to wonder which one of them should go first. Our boy asks if he can take the first turn. Lin turns to our boy, noting that he has the exact face of someone who is expecting something great. Relius feels self-conscious and tells Lin to be quiet and stop teasing him as he adjusts his vest. As Relius walks forward onto the checkered floor, he recalls his earlier thoughts about the impossibility of gaining a hero class. However, he secretly admits to himself that his previous statements do not mean he is completely without expectation. Our boy approaches the altar and considers when he was last this excited. He stands before the holy stone, claps his hands together to pray, and silently commands the blessing to come to him. The stone begins to rumble loudly as a brilliant blast of energy erupts from its top. Relius stares straight ahead, hoping the blessing will grant him the jackpot. He keeps his eyes closed and continues to pray silently as the light fades. Suddenly, a strange sound cuts through the silence, causing Relius to open his eyes in confusion as he wonders what just happened. A massive pixelated shape materializes in the air above Relius. Digital blocks float away from the object as a floating status screen labels the weapon as the creator's hammer sacred arm. Relius stares up at the giant tool in total disbelief. A close-up reveals the words Blacksmith class floating next to Relius. The realization hits him fully, and the attendant nun clears her throat uncomfortably. Our boy reflects on the nature of his assigned class. In this world, where everyone receives magnificent weapons in the form of sacred arms, everyone in the country knows that the blacksmith is the worst possible class to get. They openly call it the worthless class because it is said that a blacksmith can only create ordinary weapons. He compares his new assignment to ordinary weapons. Sacred arms do not take any damage, possess unique, powerful skills, and can be summoned or unsummoned at will. Our boy notes that blacksmiths only have the power of creation, which is strictly restricted to weapons below the level of sacred arms. Crafted items take damage, lack unique skills, and must be carried around constantly. There is absolutely no reason for someone engaged in a life-or-death battle to use them instead of a sacred arm. A blacksmith can only create weapons, but those weapons are completely useless. Thus, it remains firmly labeled as a worthless class. Our boy slumps forward onto the floor in total despair, realizing he received the worst possible class and sacred arm. Lin rushes to comfort him, telling him that everything is okay and reminding him that he will still be able to live a normal life. Relius steps back into the crowd as the next person in line is called forward. He acknowledges that while his class presents no immediate problem for basic survival, being a blacksmith will not provide him with anything extra. He realizes he will be unable to live a more affluent life than his current one, even though his primary goal was to give back to the wonderful people who raised him. He lets out a deep sigh and resolves himself to a peaceful life. Suddenly, the church officials begin to panic as the holy stone rumbles violently. A church leader yells to the staff, demanding to know what they are doing and commanding them to hurry and report the strange event to the bishop immediately. A magnificent glowing blade materializes in front of Lin, labeled with a status screen identifying her sacred arm as Excalibur and her assigned job as the hero class. The surrounding crowd loudly proclaims that a legendary hero has just been born, while our boy watches from behind. The nun guides the two travelers into a separate waiting area with a large couch, asking the almighty hero to please wait there for a moment. Our boy steps closer to Lin and asks if she is all right. Lin flinches slightly and sits quietly, admitting that she does not know what is going to happen to her now that she is a hero. Relius recalls the history of their kingdom, noting that while the hero class has been discovered several times in the past, every single previous hero has served the country across many battlefields with great distinction. The girl states that she deeply hates fighting. Our boy realizes that even if a hero is considered an esteemed class, it remains a heavy burden for her. He would happily switch places with her if he could, but since that is impossible, he resolves to pull himself together. A smiling man enters the room and introduces himself as the bishop in charge of this town's church. He addresses Lin directly, asking if she is indeed the hero who has received the favor of God. She confirms her identity. The bishop continuously rambles on, declaring the situation wonderful and explaining that he never thought he would be able to meet a hero in his own church. He excitedly states that he will let the country leaders know about this right away, while Lin tries to interrupt. Our boy runs forward and tells the bishop to wait, asserting that Lin does not like fighting. He demands to know if she really has to fight just because she was assigned the hero class. The bishop advises Lin that all she can do is follow the class that she has been bestowed with. Relius considers what will happen to Lin now. The bishop outlines the plan, explaining that first, the girl will work with the knights to improve her combat skills, and then she will set out on a journey to defeat the monsters that are terrorizing people around the world. Lin attempts to protest, stating that she is just a normal person. The bishop interrupts her firmly, declaring that the hero class is absolute. He smiles and maintains that the decision was chosen by God's will. He addresses Lin directly, asserting that she is no ordinary person and that she is a hero destined to save the world. Our boy steps between them and requests that the bishop give Lin some time to think about it. The bishop pauses to consider the request, acknowledging that he supposes that is fair. He concludes by agreeing to discuss the matter at a later date. Relius and Lin walk down the stone street of the town in silence. He reflects that they cannot ask the church for help. Our boy continues to analyze the situation, realizing that at this rate, Lin will be forced to become a hero, and he wonders what they should do. Meanwhile, townspeople pass by, gossiping about the news that a hero has been found whose sacred arm is Excalibur. The rumors spread rapidly through the town as groups of people gather to discuss the event. One resident notes that a hero with Excalibur is incredible, while another adds that it is the same weapon given to the commander of the knights hundreds of years ago. Lin and Relius walk past the chatting crowds. Our boy tells Lin not to listen to the gossip, suggesting that they should talk to their parents first. Suddenly, Lin reaches out and grips his vest tightly, calling his name. Relius stops in surprise. She asks if he can keep it a secret from their parents that she does not want to be a hero. Our boy asks Lin if she is truly okay with that decision. She remarks that she doesn't want them to worry, though they definitely would, and since she cannot refuse the role anyway. Lin forces a gentle smile, explaining that she simply does not want to make people worry anymore. Our boy looks at her in silent realization, noting to himself that Lin has always been that way. He silently wonders if her selfless nature, always prioritizing others and trying to encourage everyone, is the reason she was chosen as a hero. In the background, Lin regains her cheerful demeanor and apologizes for making him worry too. Our boy tightens his fist and vows that if that is what she wants, then he will do it. Lin suddenly turns away and runs down the street, announcing that she is heading back first. Relius watches her go and quietly calls out that it is all right. He asks himself what he can possibly do for her now. Night falls over the town, and a festival begins under a crescent moon. Colorful banners hang across the square as crowds of townspeople gather around a large bonfire to dance and celebrate. Looking out of his window at the ongoing festival, Relius summons his sacred arm into his hand. He stares blankly at the tool and questions what he is supposed to do with a blacksmith's hammer. Our boy walks down the hallway and approaches a door, calling out for Lin. Sitting quietly on her bed inside the room, Lin acknowledges his presence and asks what is on his mind. He stands at the open doorway and relays that their foster mother wants Lin to come downstairs because she prepared a special treat for her. Lin smiles and expresses her pleasant surprise at the news. She cheerfully hops up from the bed, wondering aloud if the surprise treat will be meat or cake. Relius suddenly calls her name. Lin keeps a bright expression, continuing to wonder about the food. Suddenly, Relius taps her firmly on the head, causing her to cry out in surprise. Our boy looks directly at Lin and tells her that she does not have to force herself to smile. Lin stops moving and stands silently as a tear falls from her eye onto the floor. She quietly admits that she is deeply scared. She wipes her face and openly questions what she is supposed to do with her life as a hero. She wonders if she will be forced to fight dragons and save the world like the characters do in the old legends. Relius immediately steps forward and pulls Lin into a tight embrace. Lin breaks down completely, crying heavily as she clutches his vest. Her weeping sounds echo through the house into the quiet, moonlit night. After calming down, Lin sniffs and apologizes, stating that she feels okay now. The two sit side by side on the edge of the bed under the crescent moon. Relius suggests that she might be able to get away with not doing anything heroic at all. Lin laughs weakly, noting it would be nice if that were true, because she always believed she would spend the rest of her life living peacefully as an innkeeper's daughter. Our boy admits that he thought the same way about his own future. He notes that depending on his class, he simply expected to work as an adventurer once in a while just to make some extra money. Lin smiles through her tears, remembering how she used to envision treating Relius's injuries and scolding him whenever he got hurt on his adventures. Lin looks down as she realizes the reality of the situation, stating that she became a hero instead. The girl adds that she now has to undergo training and go on a long journey to save people in need. Relius listens silently, tightly clenching his fist. Our boy firmly places his hand on Lin's shoulder and loudly declares that he will not let her fight by herself. Lin looks up in surprise while Relius promises that he will work hard too. He reminds himself that back when he lost his parents and the world seemed entirely dark, Lin was the one who comforted him, so this time he is going to help her. He acknowledges that people think blacksmiths are worthless, but he confidently declares that he will change that reputation. With deep determination in his eyes, Relius states that he will become strong and take over her role completely. He holds up a determined fist and tells Lin to hang in there until that day arrives. She smiles brightly and thanks Relius. The girl apologizes for making Relius listen to all of her problems. She then stands up and cheerfully asks if they shall dance, which gives Relius a sudden jolt of surprise. He quickly tells her to wait, reminding her that it is already late and they should sleep early tonight. Lin reaches out her hand, explaining that she does not know when they will be able to see each other again. She asks Relius to please dance with her today, causing Relius to look at her in surprise. Lin takes his hand, and the two begin to dance together across the floor. Our boy tells Lin not to laugh at his dancing. Lin counters that she is not laughing and notes that she was simply thinking about how they used to practice exactly like this in her room. Suddenly, our boy falls to the floor, and Lin realizes that nothing has truly changed since those days. Relius tells her that she is definitely laughing at him dancing this time, which she jokingly denies. The girl smiles cheerfully, promising that she will try her very best even when it comes to fighting. She adds that she expects Relius to be a great dancer by the time they meet again. Our boy places his hand behind his head, reluctantly agreeing to make an effort to be able to dance in public. Privately, he thinks about how he still does not know what a blacksmith is actually capable of doing. Relius looks at Lin as she rests on her bed. He realizes that he will have to work incredibly hard from now on so that he can find a way to support Lin. A few days later, Lin departs from the town. Relius watches her leave with several cloaked travelers, imagining that she will be joining the knights to learn about her new class and how to master her sacred arm. A broom sweeps the floor of the empty inn. Our boy reflects that while their parents accepted the outcome of the ceremony, it was only natural for them to remain deeply concerned. Relius stands alone holding his broom, observing that his own daily life remains exactly the same as usual as he continues working at an inn that does not get many customers. He notes that he did some research on blacksmiths to find answers. A blacksmith has not been seen in several decades. It is apparently as rare of a class as the hero. He wonders silently if he will be able to help Lin with this gift. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from nearby. A broken plate lies shattered on the floor. Mare, a young woman with a tail, shakes in distress, saying that she did it again. Relius rushes into the room and yells for her to wait, warning Mare to use a broom so she will not hurt herself. Mare looks back and says his name. Mare holds her hands to her head and cries out an apology, letting out a soft whine. Mare is the new part-timer and belongs to a hybrid dog species. He notes that she does not seem used to the work yet. Our boy tells Mare that he will take care of the mess and instructs her to go clean up the table instead. Mare agrees and walks away. Left alone, Relius lets out a sigh, picks up a broken shard of the plate, and wonders what he should do. Suddenly, a beep sounds and a glowing digital text box materializes, labeling the item as destroyable. A message appears asking if he would like to destroy the object because it can be broken using the creator's hammer. Relius is startled and wonders what he can do with a blacksmith's sacred arm. The message repeats its question. Relius stares blankly ahead in confusion, completely unsure of what is happening. The digital prompt states that if he destroys the item, he will be able to craft a new plate. Our boy realizes with shock that a voice is speaking directly in his head. Relius swallows hard, and a glowing magic circle crackles into existence above his hand as he calls out the name of the creator's hammer. Electrical energy buzzes loudly as the pixelated weapon takes physical shape in his grip. With a massive rush of wind, Relius swings the heavy hammer downward. The heavy head of the hammer taps the floor, making contact with the broken piece of pottery. Relius kneels on the wooden floor and silently asks himself what just happened. A sudden bright flash of energy bursts from the floor with a loud whoosh. Relius watches in astonishment as a ring of floating magic symbols circles around him. The broken shards are completely pulverized. With a soft whoosh, the tiny dust particles travel through the air and are drawn directly into a circular slot on the side of the hammer. Our boy looks down at the glowing weapon in his hand with wide eyes. He notes with shock that the tool just sucked in the broken fragments. Mare runs back into the room. She calls out to Relius, thanking him for cleaning up the mess for her. Our boy calmly replies that it is okay and he does not mind. Mare pauses and calls out his name in curiosity. He stands up and walks down the hallway, announcing that he is going to clean up some more. Suddenly, a digital chime sounds, causing Relius to give a sharp jolt. A floating notification box states that by absorbing the plate fragments, he may now craft a new plate. The digital menu changes, presenting a circle for confirmation and an cross for cancellation. A message appears below, asking if he would like to craft the item. Relius stares intently at the interface and extends his finger to press the circle icon. A small magic circle glows brightly above his palm with a crackling sound. A smooth new dish materializes out of the light as a status screen labels it level 1, and our boy lets out a soft exclamation of surprise. Lirius stares at the newly made plate in total disbelief. He realizes that the broken plate has come back fully restored and wonders exactly what this power is. He continues to wonder as his heart keeps thumping. He previously thought that blacksmiths could only make weapons and notes that he has never seen this kind of status notation before. He tries to understand what the word level means in this context. A voice explains to Lirius that the level represents his current class proficiency, and the numbers below it indicate how much experience he needs to reach the next level. The explanation continues, noting that experience is gained by crafting items and defeating monsters. Lirius hears that voice again and looks down at his hands. He notes that right now, he can only make plates. As Lirius continues to use his hammer, several status bars show his progression jumping steadily from 5 out of 10, to 7 out of 10, and finally to 9 out of 10. Suddenly, a cheerful chime sounds, declaring a level up and notifying him that a new ability has been unlocked. Lirius reacts in absolute surprise. Our boy looks around the room and is stunned to find indicators floating over every piece of furniture, with text boxes declaring that crafts are available. He stands silently, wondering if this truly means he can rebuild everything. Heavy thudding footsteps echo through the hallway as our boy runs up the stairs. The foster father demands to know what is going on with Lirius and asks why he is running. Our boy asks if the bed in room 201 is broken. The father confirms and asks why. He wonders what's wrong with him. Inside the guest room, the broken beds start flying. Our boy raises the creator's hammer high above his head to test his newly unlocked skill. He extends his arms wide as a giant glowing magic circle forms beneath the broken furniture, lifting the entire bed into the air with a loud shum as the restoration process begins. Lirius realizes his initial thoughts were correct and that his abilities are not limited to making weapons. As indicator lights flash around the room showing options to craft items, he notes with excitement that he can create other things too. He looks down at his hands as static noise buzzes through the air, realizing that as he raises his level, he will unlock the ability to make even more things. Our boy throws a powerful punch into the air, the force of his movement causing a sharp wham and a crackling noise near the window. He realizes that along with his crafting skills, he is also getting physically stronger. Lirius trembles slightly as he recalls how he previously had no idea how he could help Lin as a blacksmith. Looking back at memories of Lin crying and suffering under her heavy burden, his expression turns into a determined smile as he realizes that if he raises his level higher, he might gain the power to save her. He grips the handle of the creator's hammer tightly. With his goal set firmly in his mind, he silently asks Lin to wait for him. It is now July in the kingdom of Valtos, marking 2 months since Lin left the town. Lirius and Mare are seen running together through the paved streets of the settlement under a bright sun. Mare runs forward while breathing heavily, calling out to our boy that he is going to be left behind if he does not keep pace. Lirius' routine involves running around town with Mare as a central part of his daily training. Lirius continues to push forward while breathing hard, responding to Mare that he is just getting started. Mare is an adventurer, which makes her an excellent partner for his physical training. The pair continue their run past the large windows of a town building. Lirius has spent the last 2 months training consistently and gaining a firm grasp on his specific skills. Later, the bright sun blazes overhead in the sky. Mare sits on the stone ground to rest, breathing heavily and stating that the weather is very hot, while our boy stands nearby with his hammer weapon out as a magic circle glows above his hand. Lirius hands a water bottle over to Mare, who catches it and expresses her gratitude to him. She then lifts the bottle and takes a large drink of the water to quench her thirst. Mare expresses that the water is remarkably cold and delicious. Lirius holds his own bottles and smiles, stating that he is glad she enjoys the drink. She looks down at the hammer in Lirius's hand and says that she cannot believe his sacred arm comes with the item box skill, adding that she wishes she possessed that ability. Our boy lets out a small laugh in response. He thinks internally that the item box is a skill that allows a user to store and manage various items, though there is more to the ability. Lirius shows Mare his hammer and explains that his item box version works differently from the standard kind. He states that he can only handle items that he has personally destroyed and crafted before. He points out that even the water bottle he gave Mare was something he absorbed with the hammer previously to make it craftable. Our boy discovered this unique asset over the past 2 months. A hooded magician appears in his thoughts as he considers the nature of sacred arms. He knows these weapons are endowed with hidden skills, but people usually have to discover them on their own because appraisal tools are restricted to royalty. Mare looks at Relius with excitement and states that he is amazing. She praises him about everything, which brings our boy a small amount of happiness. A sudden notification jolt startles Relius as a digital level-up message appears. Mare watches him in surprise while Relius realizes he just leveled up, prompting Mare to ask about his current level. Relius states that his level is now 15. His daily routine of smithing almost every day, but he cannot tell if his development pace is fast or slow since people with other classes cannot view their own levels. Oh, don't worry, Relius. You might not know if your growth is fast or slow, but that's what the comments section is for. So tell me, guys, level 15 after all that smithing. Impressive progress or not? He realizes his range of craftable items is expanding once again. A crackling sound occurs as Relius notices a change in his status. This caused him to react with surprise. Relius quickly moves into a low stance on the ground. Mare follows behind him and asks what is wrong as he slams his hammer on the ground. A large glowing magic circle forms on the ground with a loud rushing sound. Mare looks down at the pattern and asks what it is, while a tall digital shape begins to materialize out of the energy blocks. The energy fully settles as Relius holds up the newly formed weapon. He announces with excitement that he has successfully made his first sword. Mare hops slightly in the background and comments that he has finally created a sword. Our boy lowers the weapon and confirms that he succeeded. He holds the heavy blade out to look at it. He reflects on how all of his previous attempts at forging weapons had failed, making this his first successfully crafted weapon. Although he knows that making weapons is supposed to be the primary task of a blacksmith, this particular achievement actually came quite late. Then he notices that Mare is watching him thoughtfully. She points toward the blade and notes that the weapon looks somewhat scruffy. Relius is surprised by her observation and looks down at the uneven metal edge. Relius looks at the weapon closely, noting that it appears rough, and wonders why it turned out that way. A digital display appears next to the metal surface. The floating status screen labels the weapon as a sword with an F rank. The system notification informs Relius that a new ability has been unlocked, allowing him to see the distinct ranks of items. He reacts with surprise as the interface details the 7 ranks as F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Outboy ponders the new development, realizing that the items he made previously must have assigned ranks as well. He holds up his hand to manifest a magic circle, checking the items around the inn. He identifies the bed frame as rank A, while the wooden chair registers as rank F. Relius scans additional items in the inn and notes that a fork registers as rank A, a spoon registers as rank C, and a plate registers as rank S. He realizes that the plate was the first item he crafted, which leads him to consider if raising his level allows him to craft higher rank items. He looks down at his scruffy sword and realizes that if he wants to forge a high-rank weapon, he will need to increase his class level much more. Mare notices that Relius has been grinning for a while and asks what happened. Relius looks away quickly and states that it is nothing at all. He tells Mare that they should get back to work. She perks up and agrees immediately. A bright sun shines in the sky as Relius thinks internally that he now clearly understands what he needs to do to progress. The two arrive back at the Migrating Bird Inn, and Mare calls out that they have returned. They walk inside to find Relius's foster father and foster mother sitting behind the main counter looking highly stressed, causing Mare to call out to the father in concern. The foster parents sit in complete silence at the counter. The father rests his head heavily on his hand while the mother clasps her hands together nervously. Mare asks them if something happened because they look troubled. The foster father explains that they received a complaint about the bed in room 102 being too hard, meaning they will have to replace it entirely with a new one. He sighs and adds that the inn does not have the necessary money to buy a replacement, and ordering one would take a long time. He states that they are currently trying to decide how to handle the situation. Nearby, Relius stands in deep thought, reflecting silently on their need for a bed. The father suggests to the mother that they should move the bed from room 103 first, while the foster mother expresses hesitancy. Our boy steps forward, gesturing with an open hand, and asks his parents why he should not try making a bed for them. They react with complete shock to his sudden proposal. The father stands up from the counter in disbelief and demands to know what Relius means by that statement. Mare turns to the parents and asks if Relius has not told them about his abilities yet. She steps in and confidently announces that Relius is a blacksmith and can create beds, slapping him on the shoulder. Relius stands next to her, looking somewhat uneasy under the sudden attention. The mother listens with a surprised expression and states that she did not know about this. She notes that blacksmiths are generally understood to only create weapons. Images of his recent crafting feats flash to the screen as Relius talking about his abilities. He said that he can make a lot of everyday items, including beds, because he has successfully done it before. The father rubs his chin thoughtfully, realizing that blacksmiths are remarkably useful, and asks how long the task will take, guessing it might require 2 or 3 days. Relius rolls up his sleeve and responds that he can do it right now if they give him a second, which causes his foster father to cry out in disbelief. Mare smiles proudly, her tail wagging quickly with a soft rustling sound, and comments that Relius is amazing. The mother responds from the side, demanding to know what he means by that. Relius holds his hand out and explains that if there is something he wants to make, he can create it instantly. The father stares at him in total bewilderment, shouting for him to hold on and demanding an explanation for what he is saying. Relius rubs the back of his head and concludes that it will be much faster to just show them his abilities directly. The group gathers inside room 102, where the father looks at Relius and questions if he truly can make a bed instantly. Relius tells them to just watch and see, while his foster parents watch with deep sighs. Relius swings his hammer downward onto the floor with a loud strike. The sudden impact startles his parents, who watch the display in absolute shock. The father shouts in confusion, asking if Relius is going through a rebellious phase and demanding to know why he broke the furniture. The mother adds that he can tell them if there is something he is unhappy about, while Relius remains calm and asks them to settle down. He extends his arm and holds up his weapon as the broken fragments dissolve into the air. He remarks that the first step of the process is complete. The father runs forward in amazement, stating that the bed was completely sucked into the hammer. Relius prepares his next move by raising his other hand, which triggers a glowing magical symbol. A brand new bed frame materializes on the floor as Relius projects energy through a large floating magic circle. His foster parents stand behind him and watch the object appear in total disbelief. The mother stares blankly at the newly created furniture, completely unable to finish her sentence due to her intense surprise. The mother demands to know what Relius just did, unable to believe how quickly the transformation occurred. Relius holds up his tool and explains that he simply used his blacksmith powers to make a new bed. The mother presses her hands onto the new mattress and remarks that it is quite soft. The father stands beside her and declares that it is an incredible, brand new bed. Relius recalls his newly unlocked feature and notes to himself that he should be able to view the rank of the furniture now. He activates his visual interface to scan the item. A status display materializes to show that the object is an S-rank bed. Relius celebrates internally, realizing that he has successfully crafted the highest possible rank. The father smiles broadly and states that the creation is a massive help because they no longer have to pay for a replacement bed. The mother smiles warmly in the background and expresses her gratitude to Relius. The father wonders aloud if blacksmiths are actually just as capable as heroes. Relius gestures outward and tells his foster father that he will remake the furniture in the other guest rooms as well whenever he has free time. The father reacts with joy and eagerly requests that he do so. The mother gently touches the soft bedding and remarks with a smile that his crafting ability feels exactly like magic. The father laughs and pulls Relius into a tight hug, declaring that Relius received an incredible class. Relius looks slightly uncomfortable during the sudden embrace while the mother claps cheerfully in the background. Relius looks down in quiet contemplation as the celebration continues around him. He reflects internally that he still has not discovered any combat-oriented skills, leaving it uncertain if he will truly be able to help Lin in battle. The father smiles broadly while conversing with the mother. Relius stands at a short distance from them, reflecting silently that his blacksmith designation is certainly not considered a bad class as far as therein is concerned. Night falls as a gentle rain showers down on the dark silhouette of a massive mansion under a crescent moon. Somewhere nearby, a smooth leather shoe steps firmly onto an incline. A young lady with long hair in twin ponytails walks through a grand, brightly lit hallway past lined-up housemaids. She instructs an adjacent maid to fetch her umbrella. An elegant man with a braided ponytail intercepts her in the corridor, calling out the name Fyra and demanding to know where she is going at this late hour. Fyra walks past him, stating that she is heading out for a walk because she is completely unable to sleep. The braided man calls after her, noting that she has been repeating that exact reason for several days now. But before he could finish his sentence, the double doors thud shut heavily behind Fyra as she exited into the rain. Left alone in the corridor, the man looks down with a highly troubled expression. He sighs to himself about how difficult the situation has become. Fyra walks out into the dark, rainy woods while holding a large umbrella over her shoulders. The braided man considers his mission, reflecting silently that he absolutely must find an item. The man stands in the hallway before the palace maids, declaring a firm vow. He states that in the name of the House of Duke Gleedrad, he will successfully procure specific bedding that will ensure a good night of sleep for her. He ponders where a skilled craftsman can possibly be found. The scene opens at a lively social gathering filled with the continuous chatter of the nobility. Well-dressed aristocrats mingle across the grand checkered floor of the hall as the evening's event gets underway. Two noblewomen watch Lord Krya from a distance while whispering softly among themselves. They recognize him as a member of the Gleedrad family and note how unusual it is for him to attend a social event like this, prompting one of them to consider asking him for a dance. Lord Krya turns away from the crowd to request a drink from a passing servant. As he holds his glass, he silently reflects on how dull parties held by nobles always tend to be. Suddenly a man called his name. A dark-haired noble named Lord Jullin approaches Lord Krya to welcome him to the social event. Lord Krya expressing that it is good to see him again. Lord Jullin then mentions that one of the newly discovered heroes named Lin is in attendance, inquiring if he is already acquainted with her. Lord Krya listens silently on the checkered floor as Lord Jullin explains that multiple heroes were discovered this year. He spreads his arms wide, confidently declaring that the future of the world is looking bright. Lord Jullin brings up the absence of the family patriarch, prompting Lord Krya to explain that his father is not feeling well and that he and his brother are attending in his stead. Hearing this, Lord Jullin quietly notes that he understands the situation. Lord Krya reacts with a subtle shift in attention as the conversation turns toward the father's daughter, Lady Fyra. Lord Jullin continues to ramble on, wondering aloud if Lady Fyra is nearing the age to find a partner. He boasts that despite her powerful sacred arm, she is still a frail maiden who needs a dependable man to protect her, while Lord Krya ignores the chatter to focus on a nearby servant. Lord Jullin proudly gestures to himself, boldly boasting that he possesses the necessary power along with a suitable status and fame. On the other hand, Lord Krya just walked away. Lord Krya walks away down the long corridor, clenching his fist in clear irritation over the arrogant display. He lets out a sigh of annoyance and reflects to himself that it is still far too early for Lady Fyra to deal with such matters. In the same corridor, an attendant walks alongside Lin. She gently reminds her to remain calm and be careful not to step on the hem of her elaborate dress. Looking visibly nervous and sweating from the pressure, Lin quietly agrees to watch her step. In that moment she and Lord Krya cross each other. Lin grows completely stiff and tense as she moves forward through the unfamiliar, formal environment. Sensing her deep anxiety, Lord Krya turns his head slightly to cast a quiet, sidelong glance at the young hero. Looking back at the anxious young girl, Lord Krya recognizes her identity as Lin. He silently reflects on how incredibly difficult it must be for someone of her tender age to deal with high-ranking nobles. Suddenly, a heavy clunking noise echoes through the corridor as an armored knight approaches from behind. The knight calls out to Lord Krya, inquiring where he is heading at such a late hour. Lord Krya rubs his cheek with an awkward smile, explaining that he is not very good with the stuffy atmosphere of the party and is simply heading outside for some fresh air. His honest admission prompts a loud, hearty laugh from the armored knight. The knight suddenly halts his stride to mention that they have just received an update regarding the betting matter. Hearing this, Lord Krya freezes instantly in his tracks, his face lighting up with intense excitement as he eagerly asks if they have finally located the item, though the knight quickly clarifies that is not exactly the case. The knight explains that an inn has been receiving exceptionally good reviews lately due to its superb furniture, which reportedly sweeps away all of a person's fatigue after sleeping there for just a single night. Deeply intrigued by this news, Lord Krya listens intently and asks for the specific name of the establishment. The knight reveals that the praised establishment is known as the Migrating Bird Inn. Outside on the town streets, the air is filled with the constant chatter of passing travelers and residents waiting in a line near the hanging wooden sign of the inn. Inside the crowded dining hall, multiple customers loudly call out for coffee refills, order requests, and checkouts all at once. Overwhelmed by the sudden rush, Mare runs back and forth while balancing stacks of clattering dishes, frantically asking the shouting crowd to please wait for just one moment. Watching Mare rush past with her trays, Relius silently observes that while their inn was completely dead until a couple of weeks ago, business is now officially booming. A satisfied customer walks down from the upper floor while yawning and stretching, happily noting that his body feels remarkably light. The guests at the inn are thoroughly enjoying their stay. One customer stretches his arms contentedly, noting that the beds are as fluffy as luxury ones, while another customer rests comfortably on a creaking wooden chair and agrees that even the seating is incredibly relaxing. Relius's foster mother smiles warmly and praises him, stating that everyone absolutely loves the new furniture and that the success is all thanks to him. In the background, Relius listens quietly to her kind words. The rooms are now neatly arranged with sturdy wooden tables and wardrobes. Relius remade most of the furniture inside the inn and successfully turned them into high-quality, A-rank items. Relius wears a proud grin as he looks over his progress. He thinks with satisfaction that the fantastic reviews from their guests are successfully bringing in a massive amount of new business. As patrons continue to fill the establishment, Relius watches them carefully. He realizes that this overwhelming, non-stop busyness is entirely his own fault due to the upgraded furniture. An impatient customer at a table loudly demands to know how much longer they will have to wait for service. This forces a sweating Relius to quickly rush over and apologize, promising to be with them in just a single second while silently accepting that he cannot complain about the rush. The massive daily rush at the Migrating Bird Inn finally slows down as the day passes. Standing alone with his broom after a long shift of cleaning, an exhausted Relius admits to himself that he is completely beaten from the hard work. Suddenly, Mare walks into the corridor with an unstable wobble, causing a surprised Relius to ask her what is wrong. Letting out a soft whine, Mare tearfully explains that the master ordered her to bring Relius straight to the admin office. He grows tense as Mare mentions that the master had a remarkably stern look on his face. Relius is startled by the sudden summons, wondering what his foster father could possibly want from them. The two walk quickly down the wooden floorboards of the hallway. Relius asks Mare if she happened to cause any trouble, prompting the panicked young woman to instantly protest that she did absolutely nothing wrong. Mare spirals into a state of total panic with swirling eyes, muttering to herself about whether her very existence is somehow causing harm to the world without her noticing. Seeing her extreme distress, a startled Relius frantically tells her to calm down, explaining that he was only kidding. Relius turns the doorknob with a sharp click to open the door, noting that they will know the truth of the situation in just a second. Inside the office, his foster father sits silently at the desk with his arms tightly crossed and his eyes hidden in dark shadow. The foster father suddenly opens his eyes with an incredibly fierce glare as a heavy, rumbling tension fills the room. A powerful, crackling aura erupts from his body, casting an intimidating pressure over both Relius and Mare as they stand opposite his desk. Mare cries out in absolute terror from the overwhelming pressure, while Relius breaks into a cold sweat over the terrifying aura, firmly believing his father would only look that serious in a massive emergency. Suddenly, the stern expression completely vanishes as the foster father breaks into a wide, evil grin. The foster father announces that a prominent nobleman is coming to stay at their establishment. Seeing the completely blank, dumbfounded expressions on the faces of Relius and Mare, the father quickly laughs it off, admitting that he simply put a little too much dramatic force into his delivery. Mare remains deeply confused by the news, wondering aloud why an elite nobleman would ever choose to visit their remote location. The foster father smiles warmly and points out that the inn has recently gained an incredible reputation across the land entirely thanks to Relius. The foster father explains that word of their superb quality has reached the highest ranks of nobility, revealing that the fourth son of the Gleedrad family will be staying with them. This news sends Mare into a state of absolute shock as she gasps over the realization that the Gleedrad name belongs to an incredibly powerful ducal family. Gleedrad is a prominent major city situated roughly a 2-day journey away from the inn. The noble bloodline ruling over that territory proudly bears the city's name as a symbol of their immense status. The rulers of that region are a legendary ducal family recognized throughout the land as the absolute top class among the nobility. Relius listens with a weary expression, unable to fathom why such an important person would travel to a remote inn and noting to himself that he simply does not understand the mindset of nobles. The foster father outlines his plan to have Relius personally handle the prestigious guest while Mare provides support, eagerly promising to pay them handsomely for the task. Relius smiles confidently and states that he is completely fine with the arrangement, turning to ask Mare how she feels about it. Mare looks highly anxious and hesitates before nervously muttering that she understands the task. The foster father loudly dismisses them from the office, concluding the meeting. As they prepare to leave, Mare remains visibly troubled and silently puzzles over the situation, while Relius watches her closely from a short distance behind. Later on, Mare continues her daily chores by sweeping the outdoor pavement. Relius opens a side door with a sharp click to announce that they are officially closing for the day, asking her to ensure the dining area is safely locked up, which prompts a quiet agreement from Mare. Relius calls out to Mare as she holds her broom, prompting a curious response from her. He directly asks if she is worried about the upcoming arrival of the nobleman, which catches Mare completely by surprise and leaves her deeply startled. Mare reacts in shock, wondering how Relius managed to discover her true feelings. Relius explains that her face and tail easily give away her emotions, making it impossible for her to hide anything from him, causing a downcast Mare to quietly start explaining herself. Mare looks away and nervously confesses that she is actually thinking of turning down the support job. This sudden revelation completely shocks Relius, who reacts in absolute disbelief over her words. Relius throws his arms out wide in total confusion, frantically demanding to know why she wants to quit and loudly reassuring her that she will be completely fine. Mare looks down sadly and admits that she deeply likes Relius, the master, his wife, and the entire inn. She tearfully explains her intense fear that she will only end up causing massive trouble for everyone if she accidentally offends the prestigious nobleman. Spiraling into a state of intense panic, Mare frantically worries about the terrifying possibility of being beheaded if things go wrong, while Relius watches her erratic display in total silence. Mare further notes that while a legendary hero would easily be able to do a fantastic job handling a noble, such a feat is simply impossible for someone like her. Hearing her mention this heavy burden, Relius looks down and falls into a silent, serious contemplation. Relius tells Mare that he believes she will be fully capable of handling the task. Mare reacts with sudden shock, completely taken aback by his unexpected confidence in her abilities. Relius gestures toward the surroundings and asks Mare if she remembers when she first arrived at the establishment. His question leaves the young woman looking visibly confused as she stands before him. Relius reminds Mare of how she used to break plates and get orders completely wrong when she first started working. While a downcast Mare begins to sob over the clumsy memories, Relius reassures her that she is doing perfectly fine now. Relius beams happily and tells Mare that she is constantly improving. Hearing his encouraging words, Mare's ears prick up in absolute amazement as she stares back at him in silence. Mare quietly reflects on his statement, wondering if she is truly improving over time. Her self-doubt prompts an immediate and confident confirmation from a smiling Relius. Relius explains that his foster father assigned this important role to her because he deeply trusts her. He then offers a warm reassurance, promising that he will always be right there to help her through it. Thinking about his sacred hammer, Relius feels that everyone's growth likely works the same way as his blacksmith class. He thinks that people steadily gain experience, level up, and move forward together little by little. Relius strongly urges Mare to have complete confidence in herself. The powerful piece of advice strikes a deep chord within this young woman, leaving her momentarily stunned as she clutches her chest. Night falls peacefully over the settlement under a shining crescent moon. While the town buildings sit quietly in the darkness, a lone owl perches on a branch and lets out soft hoots into the midnight air. A joyful mare leaps high into the air with newfound energy and determination. She cheerfully calls out to Relius and expresses her immense gratitude for the wonderful advice he gave her. Relius smiles modestly, noting that he only said what anyone else would say in that situation. Mare happily counters that either way, his words made her incredibly glad, playfully adding that he truly is a remarkably good guy. With a bright, determined smile across her face, Mare enthusiastically declares that she will have to work as hard as she possibly can from now on. Mare happily runs off into the starry night under the crescent moon, waving her arms in celebration. Left alone, Relius wears a confident smile and decides it is finally time to focus on his own next task. As Relius walks down the quiet wooden corridor, he silently reflects on how Mare has successfully found her courage. His boots thud firmly against the floorboards as he realizes what her determination means for his own responsibilities. Approaching the guest room labeled 201, Relius steps inside the empty doorway. Looking around the space, he resolves to himself that he absolutely needs to do his own part to prepare for their upcoming guest. Relius considers that since a prestigious nobleman is coming to stay, ordinary A-rank furniture simply will not be good enough. With a fierce grin, he summons the creator's hammer into his hand and loudly proclaims his goal to create flawless S-rank furniture. With a powerful roar, he slams the heavy tool downward, igniting a brilliant glowing magic circle to begin the ultimate crafting process. Relius's foster father walks down the wooden corridor of the inn. He loudly calls out to Relius, asking if he is finished checking room 201. Relius flashes a bright smile and holds up a confident thumbs up. He answers that everything is completely ready and good to go. Standing proudly with his arms crossed inside the hallway, Relius reflects that today the Migrating Bird Inn is welcoming a prominent member of the nobility. Since that night, he has remade the inn's furniture countless times until every single piece achieved flawless S-rank quality. As the family walks together, Relius's foster mother gently pats her husband on the back, telling him to pull himself together because this is the first time a noble is staying at their inn. Relius follows closely behind them, silently observing that his foster father might actually be the most nervous person out of all of them while the anxious man repeatedly tells himself that he is okay. Relius quickly shifts his thoughts, realizing that the most terrified person is actually Mare, who stands next to him shaking violently with wide, swirling eyes. Relius offers a comforting smile and tells Mare to relax, prompting the panicked hybrid girl to tearfully cry out that she already knows she needs to calm down. Relius reassures Mare that she does not need to worry because he will personally take care of any problems if anything happens. Mare beams with excitement and wags her tail happily as she calls out his name, but the sudden rattling noise of arriving wheels catches their attention. Outside, Relius's foster father gasps in absolute shock as the visitor finally arrives. A grand carriage pulled by a pair of powerful horses rattles to a heavy halt right outside the building. A smooth leather boot firmly steps out onto the pavement with a loud thud, marking the official arrival of their elite guest. Lord Krya walks forward with an intense, serious expression while a line of heavily armored knights marches closely behind him. Watching the imposing figure approach, Relius identifies him as the nobleman from the Gleedrad family and feels that the man is just as intimidating as anyone would expect. Lord Krya glances over sharply before his face relaxes into a confident grin as he approaches the waiting hosts. Waving his hand cheerfully, Lord Krya thanks them for coming outside to greet him and formally introduces himself as Krya Gleedrad. Relius bows politely alongside Mare, nervously welcoming the prestigious guest to the Migrating Bird Inn. Lord Krya tells Relius not to be so stiff, explaining that even though he belongs to the prominent Gleedrad family, he is only the fourth son and lacks significant standing. He cheerfully admits that his own family constantly pressures him to either become a knight or marry into another household. Lord Krya enthusiastically declares that he will be in Relius's care, leaving the young blacksmith silently reflecting that the nobleman is far less regal than he had originally expected. Relius tells the noble guest that they look forward to having him, while firmly reminding himself to stay focused and not let his guard down. As they share a firm handshake in welcoming them, the young man deeply realizes that the entire fate of the inn rests upon this single visit. Lord Krya bursts into a roaring, joyful laugh while holding a foaming mug of drink. The nobleman guffaws loudly at the unexpected revelation, expressing absolute amusement that Lirius is actually a blacksmith. Lord Crya wraps his arm around the young man's shoulder, excitedly shouting that it is amazing because Lirius managed to obtain such a rare class. Lirius quietly agrees while staring forward in complete bewilderment, wondering what is wrong with this incredibly casual nobleman. Sitting alone at the dining table, Lord Crya lets out a soft hiccup and asks if Lirius truly made all the furniture in the establishment. The noble mentions that he had always heard blacksmiths were strictly limited to creating weapons. Lord Crya warmly praises the youth, declaring it brilliant that someone so young can already craft such exceptional items. Lirius watches the smiling noble, silently admitting to himself that although he was initially very wary because the visitor was an elite nobleman, the man is actually a genuinely good person. Lord Crya casually remarks on how unexpected it is that this specific inn was the place where the legendary hero Lin grew up. A startled Lirius instantly asks if the noble knows Lin, prompting Lord Crya to clarify that he has simply seen her around the capital. Lord Crya notes that the young girl seemed to be doing quite well in her new role as a hero while Mare serves dishes to other soldiers. Lirius looks down gloomily and quietly repeats the words, wondering to himself if she is truly doing fine as a hero, which the nobleman firmly confirms as he takes another drink. Lord Crya explains that high-ranking nobles are extremely sensitive to money and power, meaning that many of them desperately want to get close to the new heroes. The nobleman adds that from what he could observe from a distance at the royal gathering, Lin carefully interacted with the surrounding aristocrats in a precise way that would not antagonize them. Lirius asks if that behavior means his childhood friend is managing successfully, to which Lord Crya responds that she is doing a lot better than himself and is truly amazing. Lirius looks away with a soft, proud smile, thinks that Lin is working incredibly hard in her difficult new life. Lord Crya continues to gulp down his drink, reflecting deeply on his own situation. He pops open another bottle of alcohol while explaining that he is merely playing around and making various connections so that he will not be in any trouble when he eventually gets kicked out of his family home. Lord Crya smiles broadly and urges Lirius to drink up with him. He enthusiastically expresses his hope that they can get along well in the future, jokingly asking Lirius to hire him at the inn if he ever gets kicked out of his house. Lirius responds with a sly smirk, declaring that he will be a very strict teacher if that ever happens, while privately noting to himself that he is currently on the clock. Lord Crya laughs out loud at the response and playfully begs the young man to go easy on him. Under a clear crescent moon, Lord Crya decides it is finally time to wrap up the evening. He informs his armored knights that he is going to sleep and tells them they are completely free for the rest of the night, prompting a respectful acknowledgement from one of his guards. Lord Crya stands up from the table in the dining hall and asks Lirius to personally show him to his room. Lirius quickly complies and acknowledges the request immediately. A sudden chill fills the air as a dark, intense grin spreads across Lord Crya's face. The nobleman reveals to himself in total shadow that he has been waiting all day long for this exact moment. As they move through the room, one of the armored knights leans over to quietly warn Lirius to proceed with extreme caution. This sudden, ominous advice leaves a startled Lirius completely confused. The guard explains that possibly due to genetics, the Gleedrad family has been notoriously fussy about their sleep for generations. He adds that although he does not know if it is true or false, rumors say that Lord Crya's brother was once so unsatisfied with his bedding that he had the craftsman executed on a bloody guillotine. The knight continues his terrifying explanation against a dark backdrop of sharp weapons, noting that it is even said the prominent ducal family has waged an actual war over a single bed in the past. Lirius is completely horrified by the revelation, sweating profusely as he frantically asks if the guard is seriously talking about an actual war. He tries to reassure himself by asking if the knight is just kidding, but the guard only walks away in chilling silence while a terrified mare watches anxiously from behind. Lirius silently reflects that he is entirely confident in the excellent quality of his crafted furniture. However, a sudden wave of intense anxiety hits him, causing him to swallow hard with a nervous gulp. Standing right beside him, a deeply panicked mare stares at him with wide eyes and shakily calls out his name in fear. Surrounded by a dark, heavy aura, Lord Crya stands with a sinister expression that highlights his reputation as a true menace. Looking at the intimidating figure, Lirius continues to anxiously question to himself whether his crafted bed will truly be able to satisfy the high standards of Krya, an elite nobleman.
Lirius welcomes Lord Krya into the guest room, politely gesturing outward as he shows that this is the space where the nobleman will be staying tonight. Lord Krya pauses to inspect the room alongside his armored guards, directly asking if Lirius was also the person who crafted the furniture inside this specific area. The young blacksmith stands attentively and confirms that he did indeed make it all. Lord Krya looks closely at a plain wooden chair, resting his chin in his hand as he thoughtfully analyzes the craftsmanship. He notices that while each piece of furniture appears simple in design on the surface, they are all clearly and distinctly different from ordinary items. Lirius is completely amazed that an elite nobleman can instantly spot the unique quality of his work at a single glance, wondering to himself if this difference is entirely due to the high rank of the furniture. Meanwhile, a trembling mare watches anxiously from the background as Lord Krya crosses his arms and prepares to test the room. Lord Krya suddenly snaps with comical impatience, loudly declaring to everyone that he is heading straight to sleep. The unexpected outburst triggers a sharp jolt from a sweating Lirius, who frantically complies with the nobleman's sudden demand. Lord Krya enthusiastically tosses his formal shoes and clothing aside into the air as he eagerly prepares to dive right onto the newly made mattress. Lord Krya lands onto the bed with a heavy flump, spreading his arms wide with a blissful grin as he sinks into the incredible comfort of the S-rank mattress. Lord Krya wriggles and squirms comfortably under the soft blankets, while Lirius, Mare, and the armored knights stand completely frozen in a silent line. Their hearts pound heavily as they anxiously await the noble guest's final judgment on the bedding. Lirius and Mare continue to stare in absolute suspense, completely tense as they watch the nobleman quietly close his eyes on the pillow without saying a single word. Lord Krya suddenly sits back up in bed, jolting the hosts as he bluntly tells them that he is not into being watched while he sleeps. The armored knights quickly turn and march out of the room with heavy thuds while a panicked Lirius and Mare instantly bow down to offer their deep apologies. Outside the closed door of room 201, Lirius converses with the armored knights in the hallway. One knight lets out a sigh of relief and remarks that it must have been a difficult day for Lirius. Lirius politely responds that he hopes they all enjoyed their time, prompting a knight to confidently reassure him that Lord Krya definitely did and that everything will turn out fine. The knight mentions that he is quite thirsty now and asks if he can order room service at a later time. Lirius readily agrees and immediately calls out to Mare to handle the request, causing the hybrid girl to jolt in surprise before quickly acknowledging the instruction. Mare holds her notepad and politely asks the remaining knights what they would like to order. Lirius observes her behavior from the side, noting that despite her intense nervousness, she is managing to do her job perfectly fine. Watching Mare handle the guests efficiently, a gentle smile spreads across Lirius's face. He quietly reflects to himself that she might not even need his constant help anymore as she continues to grow more independent. Mare tells the guards that she will bring their items to them shortly, but her ears suddenly perk up as she detects something unusual. Watching her sudden change in behavior, a curious Lirius calls out her name to find out what caught her attention. Mare points toward the completely silent guest room and wonders aloud if Lord Krya has already fallen asleep. The neighboring knight immediately declares that such a feat is completely impossible, pointing out that it has not even been 5 minutes since the nobleman entered the room. Driven by curiosity, the group quietly cracks open the door with a soft click. Lirius, Mare, and the knights carefully peek through the small opening into the dark room in total silence to see what is happening inside. Inside the room, Lord Krya is seen sleeping peacefully and breathing rhythmically under the covers. The onlookers are left in absolute disbelief, frantically questioning each other how the nobleman could possibly fall asleep so quickly. Lirius looks back at the panicked guards with a puzzled expression. He genuinely wonders if the nobleman falling asleep so fast is truly that shocking of an event. The knight firmly emphasizes that it is indeed completely shocking. He explains to Lirius that Lord Krya is notoriously the exact type of person who is absolutely unable to get any sleep whenever he is resting on an unfamiliar pillow. The knight recalls a past expedition when neither the standard pillow nor the bed suited Lord Krya. He explains that the nobleman remained awake for several days straight and fell into a truly horrible state, leaving his guards completely frantic. The knight holds up a checkered cushion and explains that ever since that difficult experience, they always pack Lord Crya's personal pillow whenever they head out. Relius silently processes the guard's words and admits to himself that he was definitely not expecting such a revelation. He thinks that the nobleman originally seemed like the type of relaxed person who would never worry about those kinds of details. The knights boisterously thump Relius on the back with great excitement, praising him for being a rare craftsman who can make such an amazing bed. They loudly declare that blacksmiths are truly something special. Relius lets out a deep sigh of relief and feels immense gratitude that Lord Crya was genuinely satisfied with his crafted bed. He silently confesses to himself just how incredibly anxious he had been about the outcome. Relius tightly clenches his fist as a wave of intense realization washes over him. He reflects with profound confidence that his specific blacksmith power is fully capable of creating such high-quality items. Mare suddenly dashes up directly behind Relius with a swift and energetic movement. Her sudden arrival catches the young blacksmith completely off guard as he turns around in surprise. Mare beams with a brilliant, joyful smile and enthusiastically declares that all of Relius's hard work has officially paid off. Relius can only stare back at her, momentarily caught off guard by her intense praise. Relius breaks into a warm, bright smile and happily responds to Mare, reassuring her that the successful outcome applies equally to both of them. The armored guard states that they would also like to get some rest now and asks Relius to guide them to their assigned rooms, prompting an immediate and willing agreement from the young man. Standing in the corridor, a determined Relius reflects to himself that although he feels completely confident now, this success marks only the true beginning of his journey. Under a starry night sky with a bright crescent moon shining over the migrating bird inn, a warm memory of a smiling Lin comes to mind. Relius silently resolves that he absolutely has to catch up to the heroes and to Lin, which means that he needs to keep pushing himself and never stop moving forward.
Lord Crya sleeps profoundly, drooling slightly as he snores peacefully in total comfort. Morning arrives at the inn as the birds begin to chirp loudly outside the window, yet the nobleman remains deeply asleep beneath the covers. Outside room 201, a hand knocks firmly against the wooden door. Relius stands in the corridor calling out to Lord Crya, saying that it is his scheduled time to wake up. Relius waits quietly in the hallway for a response. Suddenly, a series of heavy, rhythmic thuds echoes loudly from inside the guest room, causing the young blacksmith to tense up in surprise. The door suddenly bursts open as a hand slams forcefully against the wall right next to Relius. The young man jolts in absolute shock as an intense Lord Crya aggressively shouts his name. Sweating with astonishment, Lord Crya loudly demands to know what kind of bed is inside the room, explaining that it was so incredibly comfortable that he ended up going back to sleep twice. A visibly nervous Relius can only offer a hesitant response, stating that he is simply glad the nobleman enjoyed it. With a fierce and intense expression, Lord Crya clenches his fist as his heart pounds heavily, explaining that he is normally the type of person who cannot sleep on a different pillow. He reveals that the incredible bed conquered him in a single instant, firmly declaring that it must be the devil's bed. Calming himself, Lord Crya inquires whether his subordinates are awake yet, prompting Relius to reveal that every single one of them is still fast asleep. Stunned by this revelation, the nobleman expresses his surprise before politely asking the young man to go wake his guards up. Nearby, two armored knights converse enthusiastically about their incredible night of rest. One guard proudly states that he has never slept in such a soft bed before, while his companion agrees that the inn truly sweeps away all of a person's fatigue, prompting the first knight to wish he could take the exceptional bed home with him. Relius watches the two guards celebrate their restful sleep from a short distance away. He silently reflects that the beds in those other rooms are actually of a lower rank than the one in the main suite, feeling a deep sense of relief and happiness that his crafts were still received so well. Letting out a quiet sigh, Relius sharpens his focus with a determined expression. He firmly resolves to himself that he must keep working hard without rest, realizing that constant effort is the only way he will continue to improve his skills as a blacksmith. Lord Crya scratches his head awkwardly and laughs as he apologizes for sleeping past his intended time. Relius smiles reassuringly and tells the nobleman not to worry, mentioning that the establishment regularly provides wake-up services for guests in the morning. Lord Crya taps his chin thoughtfully with a sly grin, musing that most guests likely hope to be woken up by their female employee. Hearing this remark, Mare jolts violently in sudden shock, her eyes widening completely with this sudden hidden compliment. Relius notes that it is highly possible since Mare is quite cute after all. This causes the panicked hybrid girl to tremble in deep distress, tearfully whimpering to herself. Lord Crya playfully said that she must not be welcome there. Relius steps in to tease her, saying that she is simply still a little nervous about the situation. Grateful but overwhelmed, Mare looks toward him while silently pleading in her thoughts for Relius to save her. Giving a bright smile and a confident thumbs up, Relius proudly declares that the inn is truly fortunate to have Mare on their team. Lord Crya chuckles softly at the display, warmly concluding that the establishment is indeed a wonderful inn. Sitting before a freshly prepared breakfast of thick dripping toast, sausages, and warm drinks, Lord Crya reflects quietly on his experience. He repeats with genuine amazement that the bed he slept on really is incredible. Relius acts modestly, insisting that he still has a very long way to go to perfect his craft. Lord Crya gestures broadly while chewing his toast, firmly telling the young blacksmith not to be so humble because his own family once literally started a war over a single bed. As Lord Crya casually adds that their bloodline is simply a bit picky when it comes to sleep, Relius breaks into a nervous sweat. The young blacksmith processes the shock, wondering to himself if the terrifying rumor about a bedroom war was actually a true story. Lord Crya boisterously smacks Relius on the back multiple times, laughing as he explains that even though he is not anyone important within his noble family, he still completely approves of the young man's skills. He loudly encourages the blacksmith to have much more pride in himself. Lord Crya flashes a warm, genuine grin toward the youth. Relius looks back with a soft expression, silently considering that while some of the high praise might just be polite flattery, he is still deeply happy that the nobleman appreciated his hard work so much. Looking at Lord Crya, Relius thinks that the current situation brings back fond memories of his own parents. Relius' parents were powerful adventurers who dedicated their lives to defeating monsters and bringing smiles to people's faces using their strength. He deeply longed to be just like them. Relius recalls his own past limitations, acknowledging that although he could never fulfill his dream of becoming a true adventurer, he has found a different path. He feels that if he can successfully bring happiness to others through his craftsmanship at the inn, it is a worthy calling. A peaceful, contented smile spreads across Relius's face as he decides that he will gladly thank God for bestowing upon him the blacksmith class if it means he can continue to make people happy. The relaxed mood vanishes instantly as Lord Crya rests his hands on the table and looks forward with a serious expression. He addresses the young man directly, stating that they must now officially transition to discussing serious business, leaving a confused Relius completely startled. Relius breaks into a nervous sweat as he stares at the nobleman, entirely overwhelmed by the sudden shift in the room. He notes with intense anxiety that Lord Crya's light-hearted demeanor has completely disappeared, replaced by a terrifyingly sharp and serious aura. The intense pressure softens slightly as a warm smile returns to Lord Crya's face. He shares that he has a younger sister who happens to be around the same age as the young blacksmith, fondly emphasizing that she is his absolutely adorable sister. Relius observes the nobleman quietly, noticing the visible shift in his expression as he speaks of his sibling. The young man realizes that based entirely on that look, the brother must care for his sister very deeply. Lord Crya admits that unlike the mild-mannered blacksmith, his sister is actually quite willful and stubborn. He quickly pushes the thought aside, noting that her attitude is not the primary issue as he resolves to cut straight to the chase regarding his true purpose. With an intensely serious gaze, Lord Crya focuses entirely on the young man, explaining that he is presenting this request specifically due to Relius's exceptional skills as a blacksmith. He reveals that the matter directly involves his younger sister, Phyra, who desperately needs his help. Lord Crya asks from off-screen if the young blacksmith can help his sister for him. This sudden appeal leaves Relius completely stunned, his eyes widening in absolute shock as he processes the unexpected request. The story shifts to the grand royal capital of the Kingdom of Valtos. A sprawling, majestic palace sits perched upon a cliffside overlooking the city, framing the beginning of a new chapter detailing life as a hero. At the Royal Knights training grounds, the loud clanging of practice weapons echoes through the air as soldiers strike wooden training pillars. Nearby onlookers watch the training sessions intently while breaking a light sweat from the intense environment. Lin walks through the corridor as soldiers enthusiastically call out to welcome the new hero. Looking slightly nervous but polite, Lin offers a gentle morning greeting in return while a guard informs her that Lady Kyrie is waiting inside and requests that she head right in. As Lin walks past the training area, the surrounding knights quickly notice her presence and note that the hero has training today. One guard strongly advises his companion to go watch the session, emphasizing that they will undoubtedly learn a great deal from her. Feeling the weight of the attention, Lin admits to herself that she genuinely dislikes being the center of everyone's focus. She anxiously reflects on how 3 full months have already passed since she left her familiar life in the town of Karls. Lin recalls how she learned advanced combat techniques directly from the skilled knights. She has pushed herself forward, joining intense battles on the front lines to face off against massive, terrifying horned monsters. Lin acknowledges her own inexperience, remembering how she initially stayed back to watch the dangerous fights safely from behind the lines. As she runs quickly down the path, she wonders silently if she will ever be able to return to her family one day, but firmly resolves that for now, she simply needs to work as hard as possible. Lin stops in her tracks as an authoritative voice surprises her by noting that she is right on time. The unseen speaker expresses a clear fondness for the young hero's excellent punctuality. The speaker is Kyrie, a serious woman with dark hair tied back into a high ponytail. Kyrie calmly greets the young hero, offering a polite welcome to Lady Lin. Lin stands before Kyrie, thanking her as the famous transparent blade and one of the elite 7 knights holding a legendary alias within the chivalric order. When Kyrie inquires whether she managed to sleep well, a slightly startled Lin quickly confirms that she did, prompting Kyrie to prepare for their next move. Kyrie draws her weapon with a sharp click, calmly announcing the start of the day's training session. Gripping her hilt tightly, Lin prepares herself mentally. After all, the elite warrior is her personal sword instructor. She firmly declares that she is ready. Lin dashes forward with explosive speed, charging directly across the training field. Sensing the attack, Kyrie stands firmly in place, locking her focus onto the approaching hero with a piercing glare. Lin unleashes a powerful horizontal slash that cuts through the air with a loud swoosh. However, Kyrie moves with absolute grace, effortlessly stepping back and leaving a faint afterimage as she evades the attack completely. A boot strikes the ground with a heavy thud as the counterattack begins. Lin gasps in surprise as a swift motion blurs past her eyes, cutting through the air with a sharp swoosh. Kyrie flips gracefully through the air directly over her opponent, completely bypassing the defense. Lin watches in absolute awe, her eyes tracking the instructor's incredibly agile mid-air maneuver. Kyrie turns her head sharply as the wind howls around them. She executes a quick hop to press the attack, but Lin quickly blocks the strike, resulting in a loud metallic clang as their blades collide. The watching soldiers look on in absolute disbelief as Lin continuously exchanges rapid strikes with Kyrie, creating a flurry of clinks and clangs. One knight points out that Lin used to swing her sword like a complete amateur, while his companion marvels at how she is now successfully keeping up with a legendary combatant, wondering if this incredible growth is the true power of a hero. Morning training finally comes to an end under the open sky of the courtyard. Catching her breath while wiping away sweat, an exhausted Lin offers her sincere gratitude to her instructor, prompting a slightly winded Kyrie to politely acknowledge the hard work in return. Kyrie concludes the physical session and reminds Lin that she must prepare for her mandatory classroom lessons in the afternoon. This announcement sends a wave of dread through the young hero, causing her eyes to swirl in pure exhaustion as Kyrie notices her distress and asks if she truly dislikes the academic studies. Lin says that she struggles through her studies, feeling completely overwhelmed by the highly complex etiquette lessons meant to prepare her for her future entry into high society. As she thinks about the painful time when she stares miserably at her open textbook with dizzy eyes, Kyrie firmly reminds her that as a chosen hero, she simply has to endure the grueling preparation. Lin complies gloomily with the upcoming academic lessons, but Kyrie breaks the silence by mentioning that a letter has just arrived for her. Upon hearing that the message is sent directly from the migrating bird inn, Lin gasps in utter surprise. Kyrie thoughtfully suggests having lunch delivered straight to the private quarters so that the young hero can take her time reading the correspondence. Lin beams with absolute joy at the kind gesture and enthusiastically voices her gratitude to her instructor. Retiring to her quarters past the grand double doors adorned with the royal crest, a hand eagerly rips open the sealed envelope to read the updates from home. Lin rustles through the papers to discover notes written by her foster mother and father. Her face completely lights up with a radiant smile when she uncovers a separate message from Relius, which details how the inn became immensely busy immediately after her departure. Sitting comfortably on a wooden stool, Lin continues to read the page as the letter explains that a new part-timer has successfully adapted to the workload and the business is thriving. Lin handles the update quietly, reflecting softly to herself that the good news is a great relief. A sudden wave of loneliness hits Lin as she slumps forward on her seat in a state of comical gloom. She faces a mild bout of self-doubt, wondering silently if the establishment is simply doing perfectly fine without her around. Lin keeps reading to find a reassuring note alongside a warm mental image of a winking Relius giving a confident thumbs up. The text playfully admits that if she returns he will finally be able to take it easy, firmly promising that he will always be waiting for her. Lin breaks into a bright, genuinely happy smile surrounded by cheerful stars. She giggles softly to herself, happily noting that the reassuring and casual words sound exactly like her childhood friend. A sudden knock echoes against the grand double doors as a servant outside asks for Lady Lin, announcing that the requested meal has been brought up. Lin shifts her attention toward the entry and loudly invites the person to come inside. As a delicious lunch spread consisting of neatly cut sandwiches, fresh salad, and a warm beverage is served, the next lines of the letter explicitly introduce that the helpful new employee at the inn is named Mare. Earlier in her room, Lin happily swings her legs while reading the initial updates about how hard Relius is working to improve his skills. However, as the letter mentions that he has been training together with the new worker whom he mentions as she, Lin suddenly freezes in confusion as she pauses on the word indicating that the companion is a female. Lin glares forward with absolute intensity as a sudden realization hits her. She is completely shocked to discover that the new employee working closely with her childhood friend is actually a woman. Spiraling into a total panic, Lin clutches her head and cries out in distress. Knowing how easily Relius opens up to people, she anxiously stresses over the terrifying possibility that he might introduce this new girl as his girlfriend by the time she finally returns home. Slumped over in deep gloom, Lin desperately prays that her romantic worries will not come true. She continues reading the letter, noting that blacksmiths are apparently capable of creating far more things than she ever imagined, and takes comfort in the fact that Relius is steadily growing stronger despite the slow progress. The letter includes a heartfelt promise from Relius, who reassures her that he will work even harder for her sake as well. Reading his encouraging words brings a sentimental tear to Lin's eye as she sniffles softly and speaks his name. Lin notices that there is even more news left to read in the correspondence. She reads that an elite nobleman from the prominent Gleedrad ducal family stayed at the inn, and her eye widens in absolute shock as she learns that a member of such a prestigious family was visiting their remote location. Sitting quietly in her room, Lin continues following the text as Relius explains that the nobleman specifically requested his advanced crafting skills. The noble guest asked the young blacksmith to use his unique abilities to help his sister. Lin is completely stunned to read that on very short notice, Relius is officially traveling directly to Gleedrad and promises to write her another update upon his return. She reels from the massive surprise, frantically wondering to herself what could possibly be going on for her childhood friend to be personally sought out by a legendary ducal family. The scene shifts back to the inn, where a door suddenly slams open with a loud bang. Lord Krya appears with a highly determined expression, loudly calling out to inquire if Relius is finally ready to set off. Adjusting a large traveling sack over his shoulder, a focused Relius eagerly confirms that he is fully prepared to leave. Outside the building, Lord Krya stands proudly by a grand horse carriage surrounded by armored knights, gesturing forward as he confidently declares that it is time to depart for Gleedrad. The carriage rattles steadily down a tree-lined road, marking the beginning of a new chapter titled Approaching Evil. The horses grunt and neigh under the strain of the journey while a pair of armored knights ride close behind to provide escort. Inside the carriage, Relius stares out the window in quiet thought until Lord Krya breaks the silence, asking if the young man is feeling worried about the inn. Lirius looks back and admits that he is a little anxious, prompting Lord Crya to tell him to relax while promising to send someone to help if the establishment ever runs short on hands. Lord Crya reassures the young blacksmith that he will also make sure he is well compensated for his efforts, which brings a quiet sigh of relief from Lirius. Feeling a bit more at ease as the carriage continues to rattle along its path, Lirius asks the nobleman if he could go over the details of the situation once more. Lord Crya starts his talk with his recent journey, explaining that he was completely at the end of his rope when he first heard the rumors regarding the migrating bird inn. He confesses that he initially harbored serious doubts about the rumors, but after staying there himself, he discovered firsthand just how brilliant the betting truly was. Lirius says that he had been wondering why someone from a prestigious ducal family would choose to stay at their humble neighborhood inn. Lord Crya reveals that the entire trip was actually planned for his sister all along, looking away sheepishly as he offers a sincere apology to Lirius for testing his abilities. Lirius quickly reassures the nobleman that the test is absolutely nothing to apologize for. Lord Crya looks down with a soft, deeply grateful expression, quietly thanking the young blacksmith for being so understanding. As he gazes out the carriage window, Lirius falls into deep internal contemplation, wondering silently if a blacksmith can truly solve a difficult problem that a doctor could not fix. He intensely desires to find a way to help the noble family, but he struggles with anxiety over whether he actually possesses the necessary skill to pull it off. A quiet pause settles over the carriage as Lirius watches his companion closely. Suddenly, Lord Crya raises his finger with a sharp look of realization, breaking the silence to announce that he just remembered a crucial piece of information. Lord Crya states that there was an important news he neglected to mention earlier regarding Lady Lin, leaving a startled Lirius in suspense. The nobleman explains that he heard Lin formally joined the knights for their monster extermination campaign, revealing that the forces ended up fighting directly against a terrifying S-rank monster. Lirius is left completely wide-eyed with shock, frantically wondering to himself how Lin is already strong enough to fight against such a dangerous tier of monster. Lord Crya remains quiet for a brief moment before reflecting aloud that heroes truly are remarkably powerful individuals. Lirius thinks about his promise to Lin about becoming strong enough to support her. However, his expression darkens as he admits to himself that she honestly probably does not need his help anyway. Lord Crya counters by explaining that support is not necessarily just about physical strength. Lirius looks over in confusion, asking what the nobleman means by that statement while the carriage continues to rattle along the road. Lord Crya continues his explanation, noting that there is a crucial mental component because special people easily find themselves isolated. He adds that when a person is completely alone with no one to help them, their heart can easily become warped over time. Lord Crya advises that if Lirius truly wants to help her, he should avoid treating her as Lin the hero. Instead, the nobleman suggests that he might want to simply treat her as the familiar girl from the migrating bird inn. Lirius processes the advice, wondering silently if the nobleman is telling him not to treat his childhood friend differently just because of her chosen class. In his mind, he visualizes Lin standing before him with her usual bright and cheerful smile. Lord Crya breaks the serious mood with a loud laugh, cheerfully smacking Lirius on the head and telling him not to think too hard on the matter. He points out that a person can rush and worry all they want, but there is always a natural limit to how much someone can achieve entirely by themselves. Lord Crya adds that he should simply focus on what he can accomplish within that specific scope while the carriage moves forward. Lirius ponders the idea that there is a limit to what he can do alone, ultimately realizing that the nobleman is entirely correct. With a sharp look of determination in his eye, Lirius decides that what he can do right now is find a way to raise that personal limit. He realizes that his best path forward is to focus entirely on leveling up his class. Lirius notes that continuing to level up has recently become quite a struggle. Even though he has been training consistently every single day, his status interface reveals that he now requires significantly more experience points to reach the next milestone. He has 2 experience points. To reach level 20 he needs a total of 500 points. While the carriage rattles along the path, Lirius reflects on how he is currently at level 19. He notes that he needs just one more level to finally reach the level 20 mark, but it feels incredibly far away, leaving him to hope that the upcoming milestone will bring some kind of significant change to his abilities. Desperate cries for help echo through a quiet forest as an unseen victim begs for assistance in absolute terror. Amidst the dense trees, a sudden, heavy thud cuts through the air alongside panicked gasps of pain and fear. A blood-stained hand is violently dragged along the dirt path as the struggle comes to a brutal end. Nearby, two savage wolves aggressively chomp down on their prey, their jaws covered in fresh blood as they feast on the ground. Panting heavily, one of the blood-drenched wolves takes a moment to catch its breath after the attack. Higher up on a rocky overlook, a separate, massive wolf beast sits silhouetted against the distant mountains, letting out a menacing, low growl. The large dark wolf beast suddenly twitches its ears as the distant sound of a horse catching its attention causes it to emit a low growl. Down below in the valley, Lord Krya's horse carriage continues to rattle along the path, entirely unaware that the dark creature is glaring down at them with intense malice. Unleashing a terrifying, guttural roar, the giant beast prepares to unleash its fury. Its eyes crackle with a brilliant, dangerous energy as it opens its massive jaw wide to bare rows of razor-sharp teeth dripping with saliva. As the carriage continues to clatter and rattle down the road, Relius suddenly clamps his hand over his mouth. He lets out a strained groan, clearly suffering from a sudden bout of discomfort. Lord Krya notices his companion's pale condition and asks if he is experiencing motion sickness and if he is doing all right. Clutching his mouth, Relius insists that he will manage somehow as a new chapter titled Attack begins. Lord Krya calls out once more with an intense expression, demanding to know how much longer it will take until they finally arrive at their destination. The coachman calls out that they are moving at a fast pace and announces to Lord Krya that they should arrive by the end of the day. Outside, the horses gallop quickly along the stone path as the carriage rattles loudly forward. Hearing the update, Lord Krya turns to his companion and offers an apology, noting that he will have to hang in there a little longer. Relius responds quietly while a wave of gloom washes over him, processing with mild dread that they will be traveling until the end of the day. Relius points out that the journey to Gleedrad normally takes nearly 2 days and expresses concern over whether the horses will be okay under such intense strain. Lord Krya explains that these particular horses are the absolute best ones they have available. Lord Krya smiles warmly inside the carriage and explains that his father dotes on his children a lot. He adds that his father insisted on fixing his daughter's problem as soon as possible, explaining the urgency behind their hurried travel. A sudden, violent impact jolts the entire carriage with a heavy thud. Both Relius and Lord Krya are thrown completely off balance, reacting with absolute shock and confusion to the unexpected disruption. Lord Krya looks around in alarm, demanding to know what that sudden noise was. Relius breaks into a nervous sweat beside him, completely startled by the intense force of the jolt. Lord Krya yells out angrily, demanding to know what happened outside. He aggressively calls out again as tension grips the inside of the carriage. Lord Krya assumes a serious expression and informs Relius that he will personally go take a look at the situation outside. Feeling unwell from the motion sickness, Relius weakly agrees to remain inside the carriage to rest. Outside on the cracked stone road, an armored knight rushes forward to meet Lord Krya and frantically asks what happened. Lord Krya replies that he has no idea and explains that the carriage simply came to a sudden halt. Standing beside the horse harness, Lord Krya looks around at the quiet surroundings. He falls into a tense silence as he wonders where the coachman could have gone. Lord Krya shudders in absolute horror as his eye widens completely. On the stone ground before him, a dark trail of fresh blood lies splattered heavily across the cracked path. Lord Krya discovers the coachman collapsed on the ground, bleeding and groaning in intense pain. As a sudden rustling noise echoes from the nearby dark forest, a panicked Lord Krya loudly asks the wounded man if he is all right. The armored knights gasp in sudden alarm and shout a frantic warning for Lord Krya to look out behind him. Lord Krya reacts instantly to the shout, turning his head with a sharp, sweating expression of surprise. A savage wolf beast executes a powerful lunge through the air directly toward the travelers. Lord Krya grits his teeth and narrowly avoids the creature as it sweeps past him with great force. Lord Krya glares at the attackers in complete disbelief, realizing with a shock that they are facing an ambush by monster wolves. More fierce beasts step out onto the path, baring rows of sharp teeth while letting out low, menacing growls. The wild wolves bark aggressively as they prepare to swarm the area. Stepping forward with a loud rush of energy, an armored knight protectively places himself in front of Lord Krya and urgently tells the nobleman to stay back. A chaotic battle erupts instantly as the armored knights draw their swords to clash against the leaping beasts. The guards fight fiercely under the open sky, defending the road as multiple wolves press the attack from all sides. The armored knights find themselves heavily pushed back on the cracked stone road. One of the guards grits his teeth against the intense pressure, exclaiming in distress that the attacking beasts are remarkably strong. Peering out anxiously from the carriage window, a startled Relius realizes they are dealing with wolves. He reflects to himself that these are monsters known to live in the local area, but something about their sudden behavior still seems highly unusual. Lord Krya watches the unfolding battlefield with a tense, sweating expression. He considers the natural instincts of the predators, noting to himself that wolves are definitely not stupid creatures. The ears of the nearby wolves twitch as they glare forward aggressively. Lord Krya continues to analyze the situation, reasoning that an assault would be understandable if they had mistakenly wandered into the pack's specific territory, but it remains highly bizarre for them to launch a coordinated attack against people right on the open road. Suddenly, a massive, clawed foot hits the ground with a heavy thud. The unexpected impact catches everyone off guard, causing both Relius and Lord Krya to look on with sharp expressions of intense alarm as they try to process what kind of creature has just arrived. A giant wolf monster steps forward, baring its rows of sharp teeth and drooling heavily as it unleashes a terrifying roar. The massive creature radiates a menacing aura, marked by a unique, glowing crystal emblem shining brightly on its forehead. An armored knight breaks into a nervous sweat and shouts out to Lord Krya in absolute horror. The guard frantically about to identify the terrifying beast, the nobleman completes the guard's sentence saying that they are facing a dangerous azurite monster. Inside the carriage, Relius looks on in confusion, quietly repeating the word azurite as he tries to understand the true nature of the threat. Outside on the road, the giant creature advances with heavy, thudding footsteps, prompting a resolute Lord Krya to clench his fist and warn his men to stay on high guard because this opponent is definitely not a normal monster. The giant wolf beast unleashes a terrifying roar, opening its massive jaws wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth dripping with saliva. The unique crystal emblem on its forehead stands out sharply as the creature growls with intense fury. Peering out anxiously from the carriage window, Relius tries to process the revelation that they are facing an azurite monster as a new chapter titled Azurite Monsters begins. Outside, Lord Krya watches tensely as another wolf paces along the path just before a massive clawed paw crashes into the ground with a heavy thud. An armored knight rushes forward into the fray, urgently calling out to Lord Krya to warn him of the immediate danger. The nobleman stands firmly in the background, facing the oncoming threat with a resolute expression. An armored knight delivers a powerful horizontal slash with his sword against an attacking wolf. The beast lets out a pained gasp as the sharp weapon cuts deeply through the air and slices into its body. A large burst of blood sprays into the air as the giant azurite wolf is hit hard by the defenders. The huge beast lets out a low growl, and dark blood drips onto the stone road. Nearby, the armored knight watches carefully, holding his sword ready for the next attack. Lord Krya stands beside his armored knights as loud thudding sounds echo around them. He finally understands why the wolves have been acting strangely. Looking around nervously, he wonders how many wolves are nearby. One of his guards scans the area and spots 4 wolves moving toward their position. A set of heavy paws steps forward on the stone path with soft shuffling sounds. A close-up of a nearby wolf reveals a distinct glowing crystal on its forehead, confirming the presence of one azurite monster before a sudden realization changes everything. Lord Krya is struck with absolute shock as he stares at the snarling pack. The fierce beasts pant heavily and growl aggressively, revealing that they are actually dealing with 4 separate azurite monsters. The ears of the monster wolves twitch alertly as they tilt their heads back under the open sky. The terrifying creatures open their tooth-filled jaws wide and let out long, echoing howls that ring across the area. Lord Krya clicks his tongue in deep frustration as he and his knights stand in a defensive formation on the cracked road. Massive wolf beasts close in from all directions with heavy, thudding footsteps, completely surrounding the group. An armored knight struggles under the intense onslaught, noting with sweat that the beasts are incredibly strong. The defenders find themselves heavily pressured as they realize these wolves are coordinating perfectly and attacking together as a pack, their claws creating loud clanging sounds against the metal armor while Lord Krya stands firmly in the center of the fray. The battle becomes more intense as another fierce wolf jumps forward, making a nearby guard shout in alarm. Suddenly, a sword flies through the air and slams into one of the beasts, knocking it back with a painful grunt. The one who threw it is none other than our hero, Relius. Raising his hand, Relius creates a magic circle filled with crackling electricity, forming a low-rank sword. Lord Krya and his knights turn their heads in surprise, calling out to Relius as the young man prepares to step directly onto the dangerous battlefield. Relius resolutely announces that he will join the fight as well, channeling his blacksmith powers to manifest a weapon out of glowing digital energy. In the background, with a sharp click, Relius readies his weapons to face the oncoming threat head-on. A nearby monster wolf lets out a furious screech and a guttural growl as a blade slices cleanly through the air right in front of its snarling jaws. Another wolf with a sword already stuck in its back suddenly launches a swift ambush from behind. Moving with fast reflexes, Relius spins around and delivers a powerful slash, cutting into the beast and forcing a sharp cry of pain from the creature as he completes his counterattack. A sword suddenly snaps in half under the intense pressure of the battle. Relius quickly tosses the useless handle aside while a fierce wolf growls right in front of him. He immediately summons a glowing magic circle above his hand to manifest a fresh weapon out of the light. Relius dashes forward with explosive speed and executes a powerful horizontal strike with his new blade, slicing directly through the leaping monster wolf. The beast lets out a painful scream as a heavy stream of dark blood spurts across the air from the massive cut. Lord Krya and his armored knights stare at the display in absolute bewilderment. The nobleman reacts with intense shock and confusion, completely unable to believe the incredible combat skill demonstrated by the young blacksmith. Lord Krya is surprised to see that blacksmiths are fully capable of fighting as well. Catching his breath as he stands on the battlefield, sweating, Relius says that he has actually been training consistently with a sword for a very long time. His digital weapon crackles with electrical energy. The times Relius faced off against monsters while traveling alongside his adventurer parents. It has been a very long time since his last real battle, but he firmly resolves to pull his own weight to support the group. Lord Krya smiles and notes that Relius's combat skills are quite promising. However, the nobleman firmly instructs the young blacksmith to avoid attacking the azurite monsters directly, leaving Relius in total confusion. Nearby, the pack of wolves continues to snap and snarl aggressively, baring their sharp teeth as they maintain their vicious focus on the travelers. Lord Krya promises to explain the full details at a later time but warns that the specific beasts possessing a shining piece of magicite embedded directly into their foreheads are the dangerous azurite monsters. Relius anxiously asks an armored knight if these creatures are truly that strong. The sweating guard confirms their immense power but tells the young man to just watch and see, causing Relius's eye to widen with a sharp jolt of complete astonishment. The wounded wolf breathes heavily while strange cracking noises echo loudly from its flesh. The creature shudders under an immense internal pressure as its form violently changes right before their eyes. The deep gashes on the creature rapidly close up with sizzling sounds. This incredible recovery leaves the onlookers to realize in sheer disbelief that the monster's wounds have fully regenerated. The azurite monster unleashes a series of loud, echoing howls that reverberate deeply throughout the surrounding forest area. An armored knight explains that azurite monsters possess a highly unique constitution. While the underlying laws of nature behind their existence remain completely unknown, these specific beasts can only be defeated by using certain sacred arms. Relius shudders in absolute panic as the guard warns that regular individuals cannot do anything to stop the beasts. While the young blacksmith frantically wonders what they can possibly do to survive, a calm voice speaks from the darkness and tells him not to worry. The monster wolves charge forward, cracking the stone ground with their heavy steps. Just as they move in to attack, a bright wave of energy flashes through the air, creating a giant flaming figure. At that moment, one guard confidently says they still have the advantage. Lord Krya stands completely resolute on the battlefield as an array of glowing, fiery spirit birds manifests all around his body. The magnificent display provides massive reassurance because the group has the formidable Lord Krya fighting directly alongside them. A large, intricate magical circle crackles with immense energy as it materializes in the air, signaling the start of a brand new chapter titled Sacred Arm Unleashed. Lord Krya stands firmly in the center of the cracked stone road, surrounded by a menacing pack of monster wolves that growl and rumble aggressively from all sides. With a sharp, futuristic hum, a beautifully patterned black blade slowly descends directly out of the center of the glowing magical circle. From a short distance away, our boy breaks into a nervous sweat and gasps in sheer shock, completely stunned by the incredible weapon manifesting right before his eyes. Lord Krya takes a battle-ready stance and grips his newly summoned weapon, revealed as Krya's sacred arm. The dark blade shines with powerful energy, and its glowing patterns light up the battlefield. As Lord Krya addresses his companions and Relius, our boy and guard respond immediately. The young lord asks the guards and Relius if he can leave the remaining monster wolves in their hands. Relius confidently says he is ready to handle his side of the battle. Trusting Relius and the guards, Lord Krya smiles and expresses his approval. Lord Krya focuses on the giant wolves ahead and declares that the real battle is about to begin. In response, the azurite wolves open their jaws and let out terrifying roars that echo through the forest, ****. The monster wolves charge forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the cracked stone path. Lord Krya raises his hand and prepares to unleash the power of his blazing sacred arm ****. With a powerful, roaring sound, an array of magnificent fiery spirit birds bursts forth from the weapon, cutting cleanly through the air as they soar across the dark battlefield. One of the giant azurite wolves freezes in shock as it notices the powerful attack rushing toward its pack. Standing calmly within the swirling flames, Lord Krya points his sacred arm forward and sends the fiery spirit birds to attack ****. Lord Krya narrows his eyes and swiftly swings his sword, launching a powerful follow-up attack. The blade of the sacred arm suddenly becomes covered in freezing energy, causing the temperature to drop. Lord Krya launches a powerful attack, sending his fiery spirit birds rushing forward. Their blazing energy engulfs 3 monster wolves at once, leaving them no way to escape. A heavy impact slams one wolf into the cracked ground. Another wolf watches in shock as Lord Krya calmly notes that the first target has been defeated. A blazing spirit bird swoops across the path with incredible speed. A nearby wolf freezes in place, overwhelmed by the creature's heat and power. Loud impacts echo through the air as the attack continues. The fierce wolf is overwhelmed and pushed backward by the relentless assault. Lord Krya watches as another wolf falls to the ground. Satisfied, he declares that the second target is down. The last remaining wolves grow nervous and let out defensive growls. But then Lord Krya vanished. And before those monsters could process, a bright flash of energy slices through the darkness. The powerful strike lights up the area as it heads toward the remaining enemies. With his dark blade raised, Lord Krya calmly announces that the third target has been defeated. Behind him, the aftermath of the deadly strike stains the battlefield. Relius and the armored knights stare in disbelief. Shocked by what they witnessed, Relius marvels at how quickly Lord Krya defeated the azurite monsters in a flace. The defeated azurite monsters lie motionless on the dirt ground, bleeding heavily. Our boy notices that the creatures are not regenerating at all. A short distance away, the last remaining monster wolf trembles violently in absolute terror. Lord Krya steps forward and fixes his gaze on the final wolf. He tells the beast it can leave and survive, but warns that it will die if it chooses to stay. The final wolf trembles in fear and lets out weak growls. Lord Krya remains calm, keeping his eyes fixed on the frightened beast. He gives the wolf one last warning. He firmly states that if it refuses to retreat, its end is certain. In an instant, Lord Krya unleashes a final attack, sending a giant flaming spirit bird across the battlefield. The last wolf is blasted away, crashing through rocks with a loud impact. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky with a thunderous boom. The powerful blast tears through the forest and completely destroys the remaining enemies. As the dust settles, the young lord orders his guard to quickly move to treat the coachman's injuries. While another knight reports that the horses are frightened but unharmed, Lirius looks around in amazement. He quietly reflects on the incredible power of a noble family's sacred arm. Lord Krya sighs in relief, scratches his head, and laughs. He admits things got a little messy but is glad everyone is safe. Lord Krya smiles and waves, telling everyone to hurry to Gleedrad. Watching him, Lirius becomes even more determined to grow stronger one day. Clenching his teeth, Lirius vows to become stronger. At that time a beep sounds as Lirius's status screen appears. It shows that he now has 450 out of 500 experience points needed in level 19. The horse carriage rattles steadily forward through the dense, tree-lined forest, marking the beginning of a brand new chapter titled Gleedrad. Inside the moving carriage, the injured coachman lets out a low groan of discomfort. A worried Lirius asks if he is holding up all right, noting that he administered basic first aid. The grateful coachman thanks him for his help. The coachman apologizes to Lord Krya for delaying the journey. Smiling, Lord Krya tells him not to worry and promises to find a doctor once they reach town. He advises the coachman to rest while Lirius listens quietly. Lirius asks if he happens to see those dangerous azurite monsters very often. The nobleman explains that these particular creatures only began appearing across the lands quite recently. Lord Krya continues his explanation about the unique threat, recalling the distinct glowing magicite embedded directly into the foreheads of the beasts. This specific visual trait is exactly what sets apart azurite monsters from regular. They possess a completely different nature and are vastly stronger than normal monsters. Lord Krya explains that ordinary people cannot defeat azurite monsters without a compatible sacred arm. Hearing this, Lirius realizes how dangerous these creatures truly are. Lord Krya shares a rumor that azurite monsters can control normal monsters after killing them. He says this explains why the wild wolves fought alongside them during the ambush. Lirius says dealing with such monsters sounds troublesome. Lord Krya laughs and jokes that the threat actually makes his sacred arm more valuable and keeps him employed. Looking out the window, Lirius thinks about the recent appearance of azurite monsters. Remembering old legends about heroes who protected the world, he wonders if the two are connected. The group finally reaches the city. Beyond the large gates, they find a lively town filled with people, bright lights, and busy streets. The carriage rolls into a brightly lit square under the glowing full moon as Lord Krya calls out to Lirius that they have finally arrived at their destination. Inside the moving vehicle, Lord Krya turns to speak with his companion, stating that the journey unfortunately took longer than initially expected. Lirius sits restlessly nearby, causing Lord Krya to call out his name in confusion. Peering excitedly out the carriage window, Lirius says that he did not think the city would be this lively at night. Lirius points out that the town of Karls is completely quiet at this hour, making this new place amazing to see. The busy streets are filled with various residents, including travelers, merchants, and workers moving through the city. The full moon shines brightly over the city buildings, illuminating the night sky. Lord Krya says with a laugh that this is one of the 5 largest cities in the country, causing Lirius to express his amazement. The carriage travels down the main city street under the night sky as Krya's welcoming announcement marks the official arrival in Gleedrad. The vehicle arrives at a grand estate featuring a large, multi-story brick mansion with tall windows. At the entrance, 2 neat rows of maids bow in unison to greet the arriving travelers. The double doors swing open with a heavy sound, revealing the interior of the mansion. The staff welcomes back Lord Krya as he steps inside alongside a startled Lirius. Lirius stands trembling, realizing that Lord Krya is truly from a noble, ducal family. Lord Krya looks back with a calm smile, asking Lirius to clarify the statement. Lord Krya explains that normally his father, the Duke, would be there to welcome Lirius, but he apologizes because his father has been dealing with poor health recently. Lirius dismisses the apology, stating that it is fine because he is not a nobleman anyway. Lord Krya smiles and notes that he appreciates the understanding. Lirius quickly remembers and asks Lord Krya about his younger sister, Phyra. The nobleman breaks into a fond grin as he explains that while her personality is a bit harsh, she is still extremely adorable, expressing his deep hope that the young blacksmith will find a way to help her. A cold, authoritative voice suddenly cuts cleanly through the air from the side, demandingly asking who exactly has a harsh personality. Lord Krya immediately points down the hallway and calls out his sister's name, Phyra, as a large black boot steps heavily into view. Phyra stands firmly in the center of the elegant hallway, wearing a dark, elaborate dress with her blonde hair tied back into long, high pigtails. She fixes a piercing, icy glare directly onto her older brother. Relius instantly recognizes the intense young woman as Lord Krya's younger sister. Our comically small Lord Krya bursts into absolute joy and says that she is as cute as always and her big brother worked incredibly hard to personally bring someone to help her. Phyra pouts in deep annoyance, coldly asking her brother if he can stop doing that because his dramatic behavior is embarrassing. Lord Krya playfully cries out that her attitude is so cold but he likes it anyway, while a sweat-dropping Relius watches the bizarre sibling dynamic in pure silence. Phyra falls into a heavy, silent pause before turning her head sharply toward the guest. She delivers a terrifyingly sharp glare, asking a simple, direct question which causes an incredibly nervous Relius to jolt violently in sudden shock. Phyra steps directly into the young blacksmith's personal space, locking her gaze onto him with a fierce glare. She demandingly asks if he is truly the specific person who built that incredibly amazing bed. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Relius looks back with wide eyes, nervously confirming that yes, he is indeed the blacksmith responsible for creating that craft. Phyra crosses her arms and continues to stare intensely at the young blacksmith. She stands with a comical, blank expression, ultimately declaring a calm and quiet acknowledgement. Phyra politely asks to introduce herself. Closing her eyes with an air of aristocratic composure, she formally reveals her full identity as Phyra Gleedrad. Fixing Relius with an incredibly sharp, serious gaze, Phyra issues a direct command for him to make her a bed she can finally fall asleep in. The moon shines over the large estate as Chapter 13 titled Appraisal begins. Phyra stands with her arms crossed and demands that the newcomer provide his name since she has already given hers. Relius states his name in response. Phyra accepts the introduction. Relius observes her demeanor and notes to himself that she seems strong-willed. Phyra states that she heard he is a blacksmith, which causes Relius to react in surprise. He considers how Lord Krya did not judge him for his profession, however blacksmiths are generally looked down upon as weaklings and misfits. Relius wonders if he is offending her in some way. Phyra points directly at him and loudly asks like a boss lady that she is having a very difficult time sleeping, demanding that he take action to fix the problem. After that the room got silent for a moment. Phyra notices his hesitation and demands an explanation, prompting Relius to quickly dismiss his thoughts. Relius realizes that she is not bothered by his job. Relius continues to observe her actions and notice that she appears to be in a very bad mood. Relius looks closer at her face and suddenly notices that she has bags under her eyes. Relius concludes that she must not be getting much sleep and reflects on how difficult that situation must be for her. Krya attempts to intercede by saying that while he knows Phyra is eager, Relius has only just arrived and is tired. Relius immediately counters this statement by declaring that he will take a look at the problem right away. Krya reacts to the sudden determination of the young blacksmith. Our boy, like a reliable person, replies that this is exactly what he came here for. Krya smiles broadly and encourages Relius to go ahead with the inspection. Relius raises his hand to signal his understanding, confirming that he has got it. Krya states that he will have a room, a meal, and a bath prepared for Relius while advising his sister not to demand too much from their guest. Phyra accepts the arrangements and tells Krya that she understands, acknowledging his help. Krya gets shocked to hear the word thanks from her. Krya reacts in complete disbelief when he hears his sister say thanks, prompting Phyra to tell him to shut up. She then orders Relius to come directly with her to her room, and like an obedient boy Relius says he will follow. Relius observes his companion and speaks his name. Relius notes to himself that Krya seems to love his sister too much. This is not the kind of dance he expected from the fourth son of a ducal family while Krya continues to groove happily in the hallway. The heavy, decorated wooden double doors creak open smoothly as Relius politely announces his entry into the private space. Phyra walks into the room and explains that she has been trying many different beds recently, though none of them were any good. Lirius listens to her story and acknowledges the explanation. Lirius looks around the large interior, wondering to himself that this is indeed Phyra's room. Lirius scans the spacious interior, observing that while it certainly looks like a noble's room, it carries the distinct feel of an adult woman's personal space. Lirius quickly stops his train of thought, reflecting that it is rude to be overly conscious of such personal details. He walks forward to confirm that the large piece of furniture before them is indeed one of her beds, gently patting the mattress to inspect it. At first glance, the furniture appears completely normal to Lirius. However, as he focuses his gaze, a bright light flashes across his eyes, revealing a hidden display that identifies the item as a rank C noble's bed. As Phyra looks on from behind, Lirius notices an additional piece of information on the glowing display, which reads anti-sleep rank S. He wonders if this unexpected phenomenon is some kind of skill. Lirius shifts into a moment of internal calculation, thinking himself that skills can normally only be identified through the use of specific magical tools. He wonders if he somehow gained a personal appraisal ability without realizing it, but he determines that this question does not matter at the current moment. Lirius focuses entirely on the true problem at hand, trying to understand why a standard piece of bedding would possess an active anti-sleep skill. Phyra breaks the silence to ask if he believes he can craft the perfect bed for her. Lirius reacts with surprise but quickly states that he would like to try an initial approach first to see what happens, invoking his blacksmith ability to summon his hammer into his hand. Phyra watches in confusion as the word try repeats from her mouth. Lirius materializes the large hammer while thinking that the hidden anti-sleep skill is clearly what is interfering with Phyra's ability to rest. He does not know if physically destroying the furniture will change the underlying problem. Lirius swings his massive smithing hammer downward with immense force, completely smashing the bed to pieces. A heavy impact echoes through the room as debris scatters across the floor under Phyra's silent gaze. Phyra shakes with anger at the sudden destruction of her furniture and demands to know what Lirius is doing. Lirius attempts to placate her by telling her to calm down, promising that he will remake the bed immediately. Lirius quickly activates his blacksmithing abilities, creating a large, glowing magic circle featuring a pentagram design in the middle of the room. The formation hums with energy as debris from the old bed sits stacked on the floor. A brand new bed materializes smoothly as the magic fades. Phyra stares onward in complete astonishment. Lirius stands with his hands on his hips and confidently declares that this creation demonstrates the true power of a blacksmith. Lirius checks the newly made furniture with his appraisal sight. A glowing text box appears before him, identifying the item as a rank A noble's bed. It is a higher rank than her previous bed. Lirius looks closer at the floating status screen and observes that the furniture does not possess any weird skills. He concludes that newly crafted items do not carry over the negative traits of the original materials. Phyra climbs onto the mattress with a soft thud, expressing her surprise at how incredibly soft the bedding feels and telling Lirius that he is amazing. Lirius stands nearby and asks if she thinks she will finally be able to sleep on it. Phyra rolls over onto her side, resting her head on the pillow. She closes her eyes to test the mattress, stating that she will see how it works. Lirius notices the sudden quiet and calls out her name to check on her condition. Within moments, Phyra begins to snore softly as she drifts off. Lirius stands silently in the room, realizing that Phyra has fallen asleep instantly. He observes her resting peacefully in the newly crafted bed as her regular breathing continues under the canopy. Lirius looks down with a calm smile, reflecting on the fact that Phyra truly had not been getting any sleep. Lirius turns around and walks away quietly to avoid disturbing her rest. As he moves toward the exit, a sleeping Phyra mutters a soft statement of gratitude to him for listening to her selfish request. Lirius smiles gently as the heavy wooden door creaks open. He steps out into the hallway and lets the door shut firmly with a sharp click. Lirius pauses in thought, noting to himself that the situation is a relief for the moment. Krya stands waiting in the corridor and calls out immediately to ask how Phyra is doing. Lirius informs Krya that after remaking the bed, it appeared that she was able to fall asleep smoothly. Krya reacts with absolute delight, admitting that he does not fully understand how it happened but stating he knew Lirius could do it. Lirius maintains a serious expression, explaining that there was something specific that bothered him during the process. Crya responds with a brief utterance of confusion. Lirius shifts into internal reflection, focusing entirely on the hidden anti-sleep rank S skill he discovered on the original furniture. Lirius feels that her sleeping problem might not be a medical illness or a natural issue with the bedding itself. A heavy feeling fills the air as the thought develops that the trouble might be coming from an outside source. The moon hangs over the grand estate as Chapter 14 titled Investigation begins. Crya asks if there was something specific that bothered Lirius during the process. Lirius confirms that there was. Lirius shifts into silent contemplation, reflecting on the active anti-sleep skill that was attached directly to Fyra's bed. Lirius states that he needs to verify a detail, asking Crya if the family still possesses the other beds Fyra was previously using. Crya confirms that they do. Crya adds that his sister's scent is no longer on those items. Lirius is completely startled by the strange comment, wondering what Crya is talking about. As they look over the collection of furniture, Crya asks if Lirius found any notable clues. Lirius carefully evaluates the objects, deciding that he cannot say anything careless without absolute proof. He observes that every single bed Fyra used carries the same anti-sleep skill. Lirius concludes that someone is deliberately interfering with Fyra's ability to sleep for nefarious reasons. Lirius looks directly at Crya, asking if anything specific has changed in the household or environment since Fyra stopped being able to sleep. Crya scratches his head and states that he does not know because he was away on a long trip, adding that he would have noticed the change immediately if he had been present. Lirius understands the explanation while reflecting that he does not know the true cause of the situation yet, so he can only pray nothing bad happens. Crya decides to wrap up the conversation by saying that Lirius must be tired after the events of the day. He offers to lead the way to the guest room so the young blacksmith can get some rest. Crya states that while the accommodations will not be as amazing as the Migrating Bird Inn, he guarantees that the room will be comfortable. Lirius quickly dismisses the modest remark, thanking Crya for letting him stay at the estate. Suddenly, an unexpected voice calls out to them. Fyra stands nearby with a visible pout, her arms resting at her sides as she glares at the two men, catching them completely off guard. Crya reacts immediately, calling his sister by name and asking what is wrong. Fyra replied that she is no longer able to sleep in the bed he provided. Crya reacts with complete shock, raising his voice to ask why that would happen. Lirius remains silent, processing the unexpected update. Lirius addresses Fyra directly, asking if she would mind if he goes to take another look at the bed. Fyra looks back at him and gives a hesitant agreement. Fyra apologizes for continuously making Lirius do things when he is already exhausted from his long journey. Lirius smiles and tells her not to worry about it, reminding her that he came to the estate specifically to help her. Lirius clenches his fist with determination and adds that although he is different from Crya, but he cannot help but want to work hard when it is for the sake of a cute girl. Fyra offers a brief, quiet word of thanks in response to his statement. However, the true meaning of his words suddenly registers with her, causing her eyes to widen in complete shock as a bright blush spreads across her face. Fyra panics over the mention of being called cute, loudly demanding clarification on who exactly Lirius is talking about. Lirius looks back with a calm smile, stating directly that he is obviously referring to her. Crya smiles warmly at the exchange, reflecting to himself on the springtime of life. Lirius then prompts Fyra to move along to the guest room. The double doors open as the group returns to investigate the private quarters. Lirius uses his appraisal sight on the newly made mattress, only to discover that the rank S anti-sleep skill has completely returned to the rank A noble's bed. Fyra stands nervously by the door, asking how the situation looks. Lirius turns back with a serious expression, demanding to know if anyone else entered the room besides them. Fyra responds that no one did. Lirius narrows his eyes in deep thought, verifying if she always sleeps in this specific room. Fyra confirms that this is indeed her personal bedroom, so she does. Lirius begins to pace back and forth across the floor, considering that there might be an underlying problem with the room itself while Fyra watches him in confusion. Lirius lets out a quiet sigh, noting to himself that the next step will be really taxing but determining that he must try using a broader application of his ability. A bright light flashes across his eye as he activates the skill. The entire bedroom transforms into a digital grid as Relius projects his Blacksmith interface across the physical space. Floating labels marking structural points as either craft available or unavailable fill the room, leaving a startled Fira standing at the center of the geometric matrix. Relius stands in place as his vision is flooded with static data and floating text fields reading craft available and craft unavailable. The digital overlap crackles constantly across his eyes, blurring the bedroom structure. Relius reflects that his eyes are capable of discerning whether something is craftable or not. He notes that the main problem is that it is draining and an extreme eyesore. Fira stands nearby and calls out to Relius after noticing his sudden stillness. Relius has been limiting that ability recently, so he has not used these eyes in a while as a flurry of data windows flash rapidly across his view. Relius grits his teeth while a heavy throbbing sounds, thinking that since his level is higher now, his ability has become far more precise. The visual interface continues to hum intensely, prompting Relius to realize that the advanced precision makes the process even more taxing, meaning he cannot maintain this state for long. Relius forces himself to focus through the mental strain, telling himself to hurry because he needs to find something that could be the cause of the returning skill. Relius continues to scan the room as his heart beats heavily, searching for even a single clue or absolutely anything out of place among the furniture layout. The strain becomes too great, forcing a pained grunt from Relius as his head throbs violently. He grips his eyes in discomfort as his vision begins to fail. Fira rushes forward with quick steps, asking Relius if he is all right. Relius breathes heavily from the strain but tries to respond that he is fine. Relius struggles through the pain throbbing in his head, focusing his remaining strength to state that he is fine. As his heart beats heavily, Relius looks up at Fira. His advanced blacksmith vision catches a cluster of hidden status boxes active around the necklace resting on her chest. The interface directly targets the jewelry, revealing it as a Rank S Noble's necklace with active properties reading Apply Anti-Sleep Rank S and Auto-Return Rank S. His heart races as he realizes he successfully found the source of the problem. Chapter 15 begins as the heavy rhythm of a sudden impact breaks the silence. Across the room, Fira stands completely still, entirely unaware of the magical data floating around her. Relius freezes with wide eyes while his advanced blacksmith interface blurs his vision. Relius focuses his gaze directly on the source of the trouble. His appraisal sight isolates the jewelry, confirming that he successfully found the object causing the disturbance. The floating text fields reveal the true nature of the item, displaying its active properties as an Rank S Sleep Prevention Curse and an Rank S Auto-Return trait. Fira with a shy face demanding to know what Relius has been staring at for so long. Caught completely off guard, Relius quickly backs away with a startled expression and offers an immediate apology to the young woman. Relius looks down firmly, focusing entirely on the main issue. He asks Fira if she always wears that specific necklace. Fira reaches up and takes hold of the jewelry, creating a sharp metallic sound as she holds the pendant out toward him. She says that she bought this item about a month ago. Fira watches the young blacksmith, asking if there is something wrong with the item. Relius explains that it is highly possible that the necklace is the exact object preventing her from sleeping. Fira reacts with absolute surprise, realizing that the item that caught her eye at the market is actually the source of her severe sleeping problem. Relius lets out a quiet sigh of relief, calmly advising her that she might want to take the accessory off whenever she goes to bed. Fira unfastes the jewelry from around her neck. She steps over to a nearby table and places the accessory down, letting it settle onto the wooden surface. Fira asked if she was finally okay now. Standing a short distance away, Relius looks on calmly and confirms that she will probably be fine. The room is quiet as Fira sits back on her bed with a soft creak from the mattress. Suddenly, the necklace resting on the table begins to shake, producing a steady rattle that rapidly grows louder as the metal links vibrate across the surface. With a heavy thump, the jewelry launches itself through the air, flying straight toward Fira. She gasps in complete shock. Our boy replies that the accessory is moving entirely by itself to return to her position. Fira panics over the situation, crying out about how she is supposed to get any sleep under these conditions. Relius watches her in silence, turning his attention to the floating interface while thinking that he must find a way to deal with the active auto-return skill. Lirius takes the accessory from Phyra as it settles with a clear click. He asks her if she would mind if he alters the necklace, prompting a quick agreement from the young woman. Lirius immediately invokes his creation ability, materializing his massive smithing hammer with a swift sound. Phyra watches the glowing tool appear, asking Lirius if that specific object is his sacred arm. Lirius kneels on the floor to begin his work, looking back at her to confirm that the hammer is indeed his sacred arm. Phyra observes the simple design of the tool, noting that it does not look particularly powerful. Lirius offers a small laugh in response, stating that while it is not strong, it is highly practical and easy to use for a blacksmith. The necklace shatters into small fragments on the floor, prompting a worried inquiry from Phyra about whether the item will be alright now. Phyra panics when Lirius states he will return it immediately, calling him mean for trying to hand it back in pieces. Lirius quickly clarifies that he is actually going to remake the fragments into an item that is completely harmless. Lirius collects the broken materials and tosses them into the air, activating his blacksmithing abilities to create a glowing magic circle in his palm. Phyra stands completely still, staring onward in silence as the magical formation hums and crackles around the floating pieces. Lirius completes the process and offers an apology, explaining that this is the newly remade necklace but noting that the shape has changed. Phyra breaks into a bright smile, offering a joyful statement of gratitude as she holds out her hands to receive the altered jewelry. Lirius explains that the new accessory is a lower quality than the one Phyra originally had. Phyra listens quietly to the explanation. The blacksmith status screen displays the item as a rank B noble's necklace. Phyra examines the jewelry, stating that it does seem less shiny. Lirius offers an apology and states his promise to remake the necklace with its previous quality in the future. Phyra puts the necklace down on the table with a light tap. Then she takes a step backward, waiting to see what happens as the room grows tense. Phyra breaks into a wide smile upon realizing that the jewelry is not coming back to her by itself. Lirius stands in the background, observing the success of the modification. Phyra rushes forward and grabs Lirius by the hands with a firm squeeze, offering a loud statement of gratitude to the young blacksmith. Lirius reacts with complete surprise at her sudden movement. Phyra quickly releases his hands and turns away, stating an apology for getting ahead of herself. Lirius smiles warmly and states that it is fine as long as she is happy. Phyra clears her throat to regain her composure, shifting the topic by asking Lirius how long he is going to stay at the estate. Lirius says that his stay was originally supposed to last until he solved her sleep problem. Phyra pauses in silent thought for a moment before an idea suddenly occurs to her. She turns back to Lirius, demanding that he stay until he is capable of making a necklace that is just as good as her previous one. Lirius looks on with a startled expression. Lirius considers the demand, reflecting internally that replacing the quality of her item is the correct thing to do. He says that he understands. Phyra smiles and proposes a new plan, stating that in this case, they will simply tell everyone that she still cannot sleep. Lirius looks on in complete surprise, realizing that she is openly intending to tell a lie about her condition. Phyra explains her reasoning, noting that if she tells the household she is cured, they will immediately send Lirius back home. She gestures cheerfully and suggests that they make this arrangement their own little secret. Lirius stands in silence, processing the idea of having a shared secret between them. Phyra agrees happily, confirming that the matter will remain strictly between the two of them. Lirius points out a potential flaw in the plan, stating his belief that someone in the mansion will surely notice when her overall complexion begins to improve from getting proper rest. Phyra freezes as a low rumble fills the room, but she quickly counters that they will simply bring Krya over to their side to ensure the plan works. Lirius considers the situation, reflecting internally that Krya truly seems like the kind of person who will do absolutely anything Phyra wants. Outside, the full moon shines brightly over the grand brick mansion as Lirius formally states his understanding and expresses his gratitude for being allowed to stay at the estate. Chapter 16 begins with a notice that a week has passed since Lirius arrived in Gleedrad. As usual, he continues working on his smithing, activating his creation ability as a glowing geometric circle forms in front of his hand. Lirius holds up a crafted accessory, observing via his interface that it is a rank B noble's necklace. He notes to himself that this creation is no good either and he can't get it back to its original rank. He thinks that he still has not been able to restore Fyra's necklace to its original rank. A sudden notification disrupts his work as a level-up text appears. Relius jolts forward in surprise, exclaiming aloud as his status display screen confirms that he has reached level 20. The interface highlights that he has now unlocked the ability to affix skills to crafted items. Relius looks at his status display with a smile because he finally reached level 20. For him, reaching this milestone took a long time. Relius sits back to read the detailed rules of his new ability. The interface details that he can only affix skills he has already acquired, and the total number of skills he can attach is strictly determined by the item itself. Additionally, the text notes that he can now see how many skill slots an item possesses. Relius looks closely at the floating status screen of the necklace, discovering a pair of blank slot boxes next to the item name. He realizes that this means he can actively attach skills to these empty spaces. Relius considers the system explanation regarding skills he has already acquired. A digital window crackles to life before him, revealing a list of active traits including sleep prevention, auto-return, and sleep prevention application. Relius reflects on his past actions, remembering how he used his smithing hammer to break apart Fyra's bed and original necklace. He recognizes that these listed traits are the exact skills that were attached to the items he destroyed, so to obtain new skills for his blacksmithing, he simply needs to destroy objects that carry active traits. With a renewed understanding of his class abilities, Relius extends his arm forward to initiate a new creation process. A bright geometric circle manifests in the air, humming with energy as a newly formed item begins to take a sword shape through the magical matrix. Relius sits cross-legged on the floor, pondering how to affix skills to his creations. He reflects that the auto-return sounds like ensuring that items are never lost. With a sudden movement, he strikes a pose as a dramatic gust of wind gathers around his body. Relius executes his craft, extending his hand toward the magical array. He applies the auto-return skill to the rank A sword to test out his new level 20 ability. He then throws the blade across the room to verify if it will actually fly right back to his hand automatically. Relius smiles brightly as he has succeeded on his very first attempt. In other words, now our boy can control his weapon like Yondu Udanta uses his Yaka arrow, no whistle though. He inspects the weapon, noting that he probably put far more physical energy into the process than was actually necessary. Relius brings up the weapon display interface to analyze the structural data. The weapon has one remaining empty slot, indicating that he is capable of affixing an additional trait to it. He wonders if the maximum rank of the attached traits is tied directly to his current blacksmith level. Relius throws the sword directly onto the tiled floor. The blade travels through the air with a swift sound and embeds itself firmly into the ground a short distance away. Relius steps back and watches the item in complete silence. The embedded weapon pulls itself from the ground and stops. Suddenly, the sword launches into the air with a rapid movement, going directly back toward its creator. Relius watches the weapon return with an expression of complete amazement as it flies back to his position. Relius holds out his hand as the returning blade stops smoothly right in front of his position. With a wide smile he says that these skills are truly incredible. His enhanced creations are fully capable of performing actions that normal manufactured items cannot achieve. Relius looks down at his primary tool, reflecting that the creator's hammer is an extraordinary asset for manufacturing professions. While its utility is immense for crafting, the tool does not possess a single offensive trait suited for physical combat. Relius extends his arm to initiate another crafting sequence, generating multiple skill circles to apply on different items across the room. He resolves to pay close attention to equipment from now on, thinking that he must develop proper gear so that he is fully capable of dealing with monster encounters in the future. When he is thinking that he wants to go out and buy gear, Fyra walks down the long hallway of the mansion. Arriving at the destination, Fyra stops outside the wooden doors to catch her breath. She knocks firmly on the surface, calling out to ask if Relius is inside. With a quick sound, the handle turns and she swings the door open to look inside. Fyra freezes at the entrance, staring in utter confusion as multiple household objects fly through the air. Amidst the floating items, Relius turns around calmly to greet her. Seeing a fork and a plate moving across the room, she gasps, wondering if they are dealing with a poltergeist. The floating objects drop as Fira demands to know what he is doing in his room. Lirius smiles and explains that he is practicing his blacksmithing. Fira asks if he has managed to make anything good. He then replies that he successfully expanded his capabilities and then adds if she needs something from him. Fira looks at him nervously, explaining that she has some business to attend to in town. She twiddles her fingers and hesitates before asking if he would like to accompany her on the trip. Lirius smiles broadly at the invitation, responding that he was just thinking about wanting to look around the city. Fira looks back at him, acknowledging his response. Fira instantly brightens up, proudly placing her hands on her hips and declaring that she will show him around the city. Lirius readily accepts the offer, asking her to lead the way. Lirius stands ready to head out with a smile on his face. Behind him, Fira follows quietly, her expression is annoyed as they prepare to leave the room together. The pair steps out into the main corridor, where two large, armored guards flank their positions. They declare that it is time for all of them to head out to town. Fira strikes the armored guard with her fist, letting out a sharp shout. The guard reacts in complete surprise to her sudden action. Fira pouted while stating that she simply wanted the trip to be just the two of them. Lirius says that it would be a major problem if something unfortunate happened to her while out in town. Fira sighs and changes the topic, stating that it does not matter anyway. She crosses her arms and asks Lirius if there is any specific location he wants to visit in the city. Lirius responds with a bright smile, stating that they can start with her business first rather than prioritizing his own interests. A low rumble fills the space as Fira stares onward with wide eyes, completely startled. Lirius got confused by this reaction. Fira yells that her own business does not matter because she can do it at any time. She points out that his goals are far more important since he will not be staying at the estate for very long. Lirius stands nearby, quietly listening to her logic. Lirius reflects internally on how kind she is being and decides to take her up on the offer. He states that he wants to see the specific place where she originally bought the cursed necklace, but it might bring back bad memories. Fira instantly pumps her fists and gasps for breath, eagerly asking if they should head directly to the market. She adds with immense excitement that there might be a lot of lucky finds waiting for them today. Fira skips happily down the hallway, calling out for Lirius to follow her closely. Lirius watches her with a warm smile, reflecting quietly on the mention of a market and noting to himself that the town of Karls has a market every week too. Lirius used to go to the market with Lin sometimes. He continues his thought, recognizing that they were mostly window shopping back then. Lirius looks onward as his advanced blacksmith vision activates, thinking to himself that he now possesses these specific eyes. He states his new goal, reflecting that he wants to acquire any item that has a good skill attached to it. Chapter 17, titled Shopping, begins in a busy outdoor market. Many people walk past stalls filled with bottles, necklaces, and crystal items while the sounds of chatter fill the air. A shopkeeper stands at his stall and calls out to welcome people to the market. Nearby, an old merchant with a beard and a head wrap sits cross-legged while smoking a long pipe. Lirius looks around the crowded area with a wide smile. He is amazed to see Gleedrad's market. Lirius tells Fira that there are many people here and notes that the market in Karls does not compare. Fira suggests that he take the chance to look around, and Lirius states that he will. Lirius reflects on how glad he is to have leveled up while in Gleedrad. He has a good amount of money in his bag and his hopes that he can find something with a useful skill. Lirius stands before a merchant display containing jewelry. He activates his advanced appraisal vision, causing a digital interface to project multiple text labels, price tags, and structural details over a rank C stall and a normal necklace. Lirius experiences physical strain in his head, reflecting that the massive amount of information is a heavy burden. He notes that he only wants to see if items have skills or not, so he imagines his ability being restrained. Lirius successfully filters his sight to display only skills. Fira looks at him in confusion as Lirius draws a sword, instantly seeing an active auto-return skill on the weapon. Lirius looks closely at another display case filled with rings and stone pendants. After seeing nothing but blank item data, he understands that skills are rare. Fira asks Lirius if he has found anything he wants yet, and Lirius responds that he has not yet. Phyra points out that they are selling interesting furniture and suggests that they look over there, while Lirius responds with enthusiasm. Phyra ventures happily through the market with a smile, while Lirius walks behind her accompanied by 2 armored guards. Suddenly a stall caught Lirius's attention, so he asks Phyra if they can check out a specific stall, and Phyra agrees to his suggestion. Lirius notices something at the stall and is glad that they have a lot of accessories. Lirius observes a necklace at the stall and finds that it has auto-recover skill, which is not bad. Lirius observes the price tag for the necklace and reflects that it costs 10,000 iria. A night at the Migrating Bird Inn is only 5,000 iria including meals. For him this is very expensive and he does not know anything about accessories. The shopkeeper asks Lirius if he is buying a present for his girlfriend, causing Phyra to react in shock. She really is a cutie. Lirius was about to deny the shopkeeper's statement but suddenly remembered something. Lirius recalls how Lin frequently used him to haggle for lower prices during market trips. She referred to this specific strategy as Operation Couple Misconception. Lirius used to watch Lin manage to get a shopkeeper to lower an item price purely out of consideration. Lirius clenches his fist and resolves to put that exact bargaining tactic to use now, silently apologizing to Phyra in advance. Lirius confirms to the shopkeeper that the item is indeed a present, adding that it is a bit too expensive. Phyra reacts with sudden surprise at his words. The shopkeeper reacts by stating that he will help Lirius out since the present is for his cute girlfriend. Phyra gasps in surprise at the statement. The shopkeeper offers the item to Lirius for 9,000 iria, prompting Lirius to push for an even lower price. The shopkeeper laughs and agrees to reduce the price by half. Lirius thanks him and asks if he can purchase an additional item under the same deal while Phyra looks downward with a shy face. Lirius apologizes to Phyra for making the shopkeeper believe they were a couple. Phyra replies that she did not mind, before stating that her response is beside the point. Phyra twiddles her fingers and states that the situation did not bother her anyway. Phyra and Lirius walk down the stone pavement in silence while Lirius carries a shopping bag. Lirius reflects on how awkward the atmosphere has become between them. Lirius shifts his focus to the item he purchased and internally resolves to dismantle it for the time being. He brings down his blacksmith hammer, smashing the accessory to pieces with a sharp strike. A status window appears before Lirius, confirming that he has successfully acquired the auto-recover skill from the destroyed item. Lirius looks down in deep reflection, acknowledging that wanting a skill does not justify tricking the shopkeeper. He firmly decides that he will not use that deceptive trick anymore. Lirius holds out a wrapped gift box with a ribbon and presents it to Phyra. It is a token of his thanks for her accompanying him to the market today, causing Phyra to look back at him in complete surprise. Phyra stares at the gift in utter astonishment as she receives it. Lirius looks away slightly, reflecting that while the item is cheap by noble standards, it is meant to serve as a small gesture beside he still needs to properly fix her original necklace. Phyra smiles brightly and holds the gift close to her chest. She expresses her direct gratitude to Lirius for the present. Lirius suggests that they head back from the market now. As they turn to leave, Phyra reaches forward and gently takes hold of his hand. Lirius pauses and looks back, observing that Phyra is holding onto his hand while keeping her eyes directed downward. Phyra keeps her eyes averted and says that they do not want to get separated in the large crowd. She asks if they can hold hands, quickly adding that it is perfectly fine if he does not want to do so. Lirius looks at her silently in response. Lirius observes the crowded market around them. It is crowded here and Phyra is the daughter of a duke, so if anything happens, he has to protect her with his life. Lirius firmly takes hold of Phyra's hand, stating that they should indeed stay close. Phyra reacts with sudden surprise as he grips her hand. Lirius smiles and suggests that they head back to the mansion now. Phyra looks at him and agrees to return. The 2 armored guards walk behind them in silence while a leaf blows through the air. One guard says that the situation is awkward, and the other guard confirms that it is. Chapter 18, titled Test of Strength, opens on a bright day in a quiet forest. A squirrel sits on a tree branch eating an acorn while the gentle sound of rustling leaves fills the air around a calm lake. Lirius looks at the scenery with a surprised look. Phyra walks beside him and remarks that it is a very nice lake, while Krya follows closely behind them. Krya adjusts his sunglasses and explains that the forest belongs to the Gleedrad family. He adds that they open the area to the public for swimming during the summer season. Lirius reacts with surprise to the fact that the family owns their own forest, reflecting that this is exactly what is expected from a ducal family. Krya states that it must be depressing for Lirius to come all the way to Gleedrad just to craft every single day. Krya suggests that Lirius take a day off, and Lirius offers his thanks in response. Phyra begins stretching her arms, announcing that they should go for a swim because she cannot stand the summer heat. Krya tells them that he will return in the evening, advising them to let the maids in the cottage know if they get hungry. Phyra asks if Krya is going somewhere, which Krya confirms with a laugh. Krya explains his destination, stating that goblins are apparently inhabiting the area and attacking the local residents' livestock. He clarifies that he is leaving with the intention of getting rid of them. Lirius turns over the mention of goblins in his mind. He knows that they are common, small, and weak monsters that possess some intelligence, noting to himself that they are particularly annoying to deal with when they move in packs. Phyra stands silently in thought as she listens to the update. Then she has a wide grin spread across her face as she notes the presence of goblins in the area. A pack of small goblins emerges from the bushes, jumping and chattering repeatedly as they move forward. Phyra observes them and states that they will make a good warm-up, prompting Krya to ask if she is truly serious about this. Phyra says that she has not gotten any exercise lately and declares that she is itching for a fight, firmly telling Krya not to help her. Krya and Lirius look back at her in surprise. Krya attempts to object, but Phyra immediately counters by declaring that she will never talk to him again if he interferes, leaving him completely startled. Krya reluctantly gives in, stating that he will let her handle it but will save her if the situation becomes dangerous. Lirius stands by silently, watching the exchange. Lirius asks Phyra if he can join the fight too, and Phyra readily agrees to his request as a glowing magic circle materializes behind her. Phyra materializes a large spear and challenges Lirius to a competition to see who can defeat more monsters. Lirius views the weapon through his appraisal sight, identifying it as a wind spear and noting that it carries both a rank S physical enhancement skill and a rank S wind user skill. Phyra proudly confirms his observation, explaining that she has been training with the spear ever since she was little and is highly skilled at using it. She then prepares to swing the weapon forward into combat. Phyra asks if they should begin, and Lirius confidently declares that he will not lose. Phyra smiles and states that she will not lose either as they prepare to attack. Lirius shifts into internal reflection, noting to himself that he is curious because after dismantling that market accessory, he obtained 2 more skills. His interface confirms these traits as stamina and muscle enhancement. Lirius placed 2 of each skill directly onto his shoes and 2 on his socks. The system labels remain visible on his footwear as he stands ready. Lirius continues evaluating his equipment configuration, reflecting that he also affixed 2 of the enhancement skills onto both his upper and lower inner wear. Lirius notes that he added 1 of each skill to his pants as his appraisal sight tracks the active traits layered across the fabric. Lirius details the final layer of his setup, reflecting that he put 1 of each trait on his shirt and his outer layer as well. Lirius calculates the total enhancement power, reflecting that using his blacksmithing abilities to make clothes allowed him to stack 8 muscle and 8 stamina enhancements, giving him a total of 16 active skills affixed to his clothing. The small goblins continue calling out and baring their teeth as they prepare to launch their assault. A goblin leaps high into the air with a weapon in hand, prompting Lirius to wonder exactly how much stronger he has become after enhancing his weapon and armor with these newly acquired skills. Lirius watches the incoming attacker, feeling that this situation is a good chance to test out his new traits. He focuses entirely on the threat, reminding himself that he also needs to make sure Phyra does not get hurt during the battle. Phyra twirls her spear rapidly through the air, creating loud whooshing sounds as she targets the first monster. With a swift movement, Phyra slices a goblin cleanly in half. Lirius watches the attack in astonishment, noting to himself that she is incredibly fast. Phyra stands proudly with her hands on her hips, asking Lirius what he thinks of her skill. A goblin leaps down toward her from above as Lirius spots the danger and loudly warns her that a monster is behind her. The goblin manages to land a slashing strike on Phyra, forcing a cry of surprise from her. Krya reacts with immediate rage at the sight of his sister getting hit. Krya glares forward with absolute fury, screaming at the monster for daring to lay a hand on Phyra. He declares with intense anger that he will make the creature regret ever being born. Phyra says him to stop overreacting. Krya screams loudly during the chaotic development. Watching from a brief distance, Relius smiles calmly and thinks that since Phyra is strong on her own and Krya is watching over her, she should be perfectly fine. Energy crackles through the air as a heavy rumbling sound develops. Relius turns his attention entirely to the remaining monsters, reflecting that this outcome is good because it means he can now give the fight his complete focus. In a forest setting, a goblin charges forward with a loud cry while Relius runs in the opposite direction. Heavy thudding sounds echo through the trees as the distance between them changes. As Chapter 19 titled Results begins, a goblin leaps down from above to launch an attack. Relius shifts his body swiftly to avoid the incoming strike, leaving the monster to hit the empty ground with a heavy impact. Relius executes a swift counter move while mid-air. He swings his leg downward with immense force, landing a direct strike onto the goblin. Relius lands safely on the ground a short distance away, letting out a breath as he looks back at the monster. The goblin stands completely frozen by the sudden development, while Relius reflects on the physical transformation affecting his body, realizing that his current power is amazing. A digital interface displays the active traits embedded within his clothing. Relius understands that even though the muscle-enhancing and stamina-enhancing skills on his clothes are only rank F, he is still capable of moving significantly faster now. A goblin charges forward with a loud shout, but Relius easily dodges every attack with swift movements. He observes the enemy actions calmly, noting that his stamina enhancement skills are also only rank F. Despite his constant movement, he does not feel out of breath at all. His boot scrapes firmly against the ground. This setup will give him more than enough fighting power. Relius prepares to initiate a new action, extending his hand forward to manifest a glowing geometric circle in the air. A newly forged sword materializes from the magical formation with a swift sound. Relius launches the newly crafted weapon directly at his target, throwing the blade with a strong arm movement. The sword travels through the air toward the small goblin standing in the forest path. The small monster leaps out of the way as the blade passes by. Watching the maneuver, Relius expresses surprise. The goblin rapidly dashes forward to close the distance. It lunges directly toward the young blacksmith, catching his attention. The thrown sword suddenly reverses its path and flies backward, piercing through the goblin from behind. A notification window appears to confirm the activation of the auto-return skill as the monster falls. With the battle over, the defeated monsters lie scattered on the ground. Phyra walks up and asks Relius if he is finished with his side of the fight, and Relius responds that he is. Phyra counts the results and states that the battle is a tie because she took down 3 monsters and Relius also managed to defeat 3. Relius confirms the statement, but his attention is suddenly drawn away by a buzzing notification sound from his interface. Relius looks down at the fallen enemy as his appraisal system displays a new notification window. The interface states that the goblin corpse can be destroyed and asks if he would like to proceed with the destruction. Phyra calls out his name after noticing his silence. Relius considers the prompt from his interface, wondering if destroying the body will allow him to craft a goblin in the future. He pulls out his blacksmith tool and says a brief statement of apology to the fallen creature before tapping it with the hammer. A bright, geometric tower of light erupts directly from the floor where the monster lay. Relius reacts with extreme surprise as heavy thudding sounds vibrate across the area during the transformation process. The light completely fades away to reveal that the monster has vanished. Phyra observes the empty ground and states that the goblin disappeared, prompting Krya to ask Relius what he did to the creature. Relius hesitates as a long list of materials appears on his floating status screen. He reflects on the notification data, realizing that he is actively obtaining individual parts from the goblin corpse. Multiple pointed goblin teeth manifest in front of his hand with a swift sound. Relius reflects that his creator's hammer now possesses the ability to instantly disassemble monster bodies, though the process looks a bit scary to him. Phyra reacts with a sudden shout, stating that the ability of his sacred arm is far too convenient. Lirius responds that anyone can normally disassemble a monster on their own, but Phyra counters that processing corpses manually always requires a great deal of time and effort. Phyra dismisses the topic and shifts the conversation, stating that she is wondering about his combat strategy. She asks if he uses magic to buff himself during battles, leaving Lirius completely confused by the mention of magic. Lirius shifts into a moment of memory, recalling the training hall in his hometown. He knows the theory behind magic enhancements, but his dojo explicitly told him to strengthen his fundamentals first. Phyra asks for clarification on what a dojo is. Lirius responds to her inquiry, explaining that it is simply the training facility he has been using back in his hometown. Phyra considers his explanation, suggesting that perhaps that philosophy is the exact reason why his instructors refuse to teach him magic. She notes that once a person learns how to self-buff with magic, they end up relying on it for everything. Phyra breaks into a bright smile and announces that their job in the forest is officially finished, suggesting that they finally go swim to their heart's content. Lirius readily agrees to her proposal with a cheerful expression. As they walk away, Lirius reflects on his future growth while looking up at the bright sun. He considers that while affixing skills and enhancing gear is a good start, it is still not enough, and he needs to learn magic enhancements next. He determines that he could practice it while fighting monsters, but notes that if he takes too long, Lin will get even further ahead of him. He decides that when he returns home, he will ask someone to teach him. Almost a month after arriving in Gleedrad, the day finally came for Lirius. He activated his creation ability, causing a glowing geometric circle to materialize before his hand. Lirius successfully completed his task, declaring that he had done it as a rank S noble's necklace appeared on his floating display interface. With the item fully restored to its original quality without any harmful traits, it was time to inform the Duke that Phyra's problem had been resolved. The heavy double doors creaked open as Krya led the group into the private quarters. Krya stepped forward to introduce Lirius to the master of the estate. Lirius looked across the large room toward the bed, realizing that the man sitting there was the Duke of Gleedrad and the father of Krya and Phyra. The Duke looked directly at the young blacksmith, recognizing him by name. He noted with a smile that it appeared his daughter had caused Lirius quite a bit of trouble. Lirius stood completely frozen, a sudden shudder passing through his body. He reflected internally on the immense presence of the man, recognizing him as a leading member of the nobility. Lirius managed to respond that the trouble was nothing at all, while reflecting on the Duke's powerful dignity despite being entirely bedridden. The Duke laughed softly and offered an apology for having to greet his guest in a place like that. The Duke continued, stating that under normal circumstances he would hold a grand party to celebrate the occasion. Phyra looked away slightly and countered that such an event would be too embarrassing, asking him not to do it. The Duke reacted with a sudden shout, demanding to know what she meant and asking what kind of parent would refuse to celebrate their own daughter's recovery. Phyra immediately shouted back, telling her father that he was completely overdoing it. Lirius smiles gently, reflecting to himself that the Duke is very much like his son. He thinks that the man reminds him of Krya and determines that he is surely a good father, adding that he is glad to have been able to help them. Krya decides it is time to conclude the visit, announcing that they will take their leave. A sharp sound echoes as the door opens, and a new voice calls out to intercept the group. A young man enters the doorway with a sudden impact, stating that he heard Phyra is feeling better now. Phyra reacts with sudden shock, recognizing that the person who just entered is Bride. Krya smiles warmly and greets Bride, then he introduces Lirius as the person who successfully solved his sister's problem. Krya continues the introduction, explaining to Lirius that this is the eldest son of the Gleedrad family. Bride interrupts him directly, stating that commoners do not need introductions. Bride addresses his sister directly, telling her that if she is healthy, she needs to hurry up and resume her marriage talks. Phyra counters firmly, stating that her father has not approved of it, but Bride demands that she just do it for the sake of expanding the family's influence. Bride leans forward with a sharp glare, declaring that he will be the head of the family soon. He adds with a smirk that he has no use for people who defy his orders. Krya lets out a quiet sigh as Bride continues his talk, stating that the same rule applies to unwanted children. Lirius turns the phrase over in his mind, considering the mention of unwanted children. Phyra counters directly, pointing out that Bride is not the head of the family yet, which means they are not obligated to obey his orders. Bride lets out a dismissive grunt and turns around, his footsteps tapping loudly against the floor as he walks away down the hallway. Crya notices the young blacksmith's expression and asks if Relius is curious about what Bride said. Relius looks away slightly and states that he is not. Crya explains that the situation is not a secret or anything, stating directly that his mother was a maid. Fira looks onward with a serious expression. Crya continues that in other words, he was born to a mistress. Relius shifts into internal reflection, acknowledging that this background explains why Crya does not seem like a typical noble. He considers that Crya might even be acting that way on purpose. Crya slaps Relius firmly on the back, telling him not to worry. He reminds Relius of his previous statement, saying that if he ever has nowhere else to go, Relius should hire him at the Migrating Bird Inn. Relius smiles quietly and states that he will be a strict teacher, and Crya notes that Relius did indeed say that before. As the group returns to the private quarters, Fira states that she wishes they could have hung out some more. Relius adds that he enjoyed the time he spent at the estate too. Fira sits comfortably on her bed and breaks into a wide smile, stating that she is really glad to hear that. Fira dangles her feet off the edge of the mattress, letting her shoes swing back and forth. She explains that she never really got to talk to guys her own age, concluding that this entire experience was completely new for her. Relius wonders if she would normally meet other guys at formal noble balls. Fira explains that her situation is unique, noting that Crya and her father dote on her and never allowed a single man to approach her. Relius shifts into internal thought, reflecting that her family members are simply too much. Fira continues her explanation, noting that Bride is actually more like a typical noble than the rest of her family because he wants to use her purely as a tool in a political marriage. Fira fidgets nervously and looks away, stating that from a man's perspective, she is pretty cute. Relius breaks into a wide smile and confirms her statement directly, telling her that she is indeed cute. Fira panics over his direct response, asking how he can say something like that so openly. For her it is embarrassing. Relius cuts through her confusion by placing the newly remade accessory in front of her. He states her name to get her attention, explaining that this necklace is now of the exact same quality as the one she had before. Relius looks at her with a bright smile, declaring that he had a lot of fun during this past month, while Fira stands in silence. Fira suddenly reaches out and grabs Relius firmly by the hand. Relius is caught completely off guard, reacting with a brief statement of surprise as she pulls him closer. Fira leans forward quickly and plants a sudden kiss right onto his cheek. Relius stands completely still, his eyes widening in total shock at the unexpected gesture. Relius remains frozen in silence as his mind tries to process the development. His eyes darts around in utter confusion over what just occurred. Fira turns around with a bright smile and a playful wink, offering a cheerful statement of thanks before preparing to depart. Relius stands alone in the middle of the large room, completely speechless. He slowly raises his hand to touch his own cheek to ascertain what he had just felt. Relius reflects internally that his cheek feels as hot as the blazing midsummer heat or something like that. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, a heavy rumbling sound develops as Crya snaps into absolute rage, declaring that he just sensed Fira getting closer than necessary to a man. An armored guard standing nearby quickly tells Lord Crya to stop saying nonsensical things and focus entirely on doing his work. The morning sun shines over a town of European-style houses and a tall clock tower. Inside his spacious room, Relius wakes up, stretches, and yawns. He gets out of bed and adjusts his vest, still feeling drowsy. Suddenly, the sliding door clicks and begins to open. Mare steps into the room carrying a platter with a glass and a bottle of wine. Her tail wags with excitement as she spots the young blacksmith. Smiling, she enthusiastically greets Relius and wishes him a good morning. After nearly a month in Gleedrad, he has finally returned home to Karl's. He walks down the wooden hallway with a calm smile, returning Mare's greeting and wishing her a good morning. Relius lets out another heavy yawn, thinking to himself that he undeniably learned a great deal during his time away, though he still feels incredibly sleepy. He extends his hand forward to invoke his magic. A glowing, detailed magic circle manifests in the air with a soft hum, as he prepares to create one of the handy new items he is now capable of making. With a sudden pop, Relius opens the freshly crafted vial. He brings the potion to his lips and drinks it down in quick, heavy gulps to wake himself up. As Relius drinks, a sharp flash passes through his eyes. He stands wide-eyed in astonishment as the concoction fizzes inside him. A powerful surge of energy wells up through his entire body, and he realizes his new potion fully restores both stamina and mana. Against a radiating background, the glass bottle sits fully sealed. Whenever Relius feels tired, all he has to do is drink this potion so he can keep right on working. However, the powerful brew also puts a heavy strain on his brain, meaning he must always be careful to drink it within reason. Relius flips over a piece of paper in his hand. Looking closely at the handwritten text addressed to him, he acknowledges his progress, but a look of nervous concern crosses his face as he reads the letter. The letter continues with an update from Lin, who is currently working alongside the knights to exterminate monsters north of the royal capital. She explains that strange entities called azurite monsters have been appearing lately, while a sharp, crystalline object cracks with energy against a dark void. A large, glowing sword stands silhouetted against a dark background as Lin's message details her struggles. She shares that these specific monsters can only be defeated with the right sacred arms. Also, she has already fought tough battles against these new threats. Relius stands quietly in his room, processing the intense news from Lin's letter. He notes that she successfully defeated the monsters, but feels she is improving much faster than he is. His expression grows deeply serious and a dark aura settles around him, determined that he needs more power to keep pace with her. Interrupting his intense thoughts, Mare calls out from further down the corridor, asking Relius to come and help her clean the guest rooms. Relius quickly breaks out of his trance and replies with a casual agreement, reminding himself that regardless of his personal goals, his actual work at home must always come first. Later Mare calls out for Relius. She looks around into the space to see if the young blacksmith is anywhere inside. Mare stumbles back in shock and exclaims at the massive pile of scattered clothes. Discovering Relius sitting right in the middle of the giant heap, she frantically asks what he is doing. The young blacksmith apologizes sheepishly, explaining that he is simply organizing his item box. Mare stares blankly with wide, stunned eyes, trying to process his response about organizing the room. Watching her bewildered expression, Relius thinks about the chaotic state of his surroundings. He actually has a bit of a problem to deal with right now. A digital display flashes repeatedly with a loud beep as warning labels fill the screen. Relius observes his storage layout, reflecting that while the item box attached to his creator's hammer is highly useful, it has a strict capacity limit. The counter rings out a warning as it edges close to full, reading 216 out of 220 items. As multiple storage fragments break apart on the screen, Relius considers the mechanics of his interface. He understands that even though his overall storage capacity increases naturally whenever he levels up, he is still guaranteed to hit the maximum limit if he continues to craft items at such a fast pace. While thinking about those vials, he wonders exactly what he is supposed to do with the massive inventory of potions and clothes he has already mass-produced. Relius pinches his chin in deep thought, wishing there was a more efficient way to use everything he has crafted. He stares blankly into the distance, a bead of sweat on his face, wondering if he should simply give his excess inventory to the neighbors. Mare watches the young blacksmith with concern, noting that his task looks like a massive amount of work. She explains that she originally planned to ask if he wanted to go to the dojo, prompting Relius to instantly cheer up. He tosses his hands in the air, declaring they should go right away, but adds that there is still a specific request to be made regardless. The large, open entrance of a traditional wooden building stands firm against the daytime sky. Splattered marks cover the walls around the grand entryway, while a weathered wooden sign resting above the main doorway displays bold lettering that reads "One-Hit Kill." Entering the training hall, Mare enthusiastically calls out to Bond, the master of the dojo in Karl's where Relius has been training. Sitting quietly on a mat across the wide wooden floor, Bond looks up with a calm smile, greeting Mare warmly before noting that it has been a long time since he last saw Relius. Bond silently evaluates the young blacksmith, pointing out that Relius seems to have developed his magic power quite a bit. Startled by the sudden observation, Relius gasps in shock, wondering how the master could possibly tell so easily. Bond remains completely unfazed, directly stating that Lirius also appears to have something to ask him and commanding him to speak. Lirius thinks that he expected no less from Bond since he noticed the change instantly. Sitting in a formal posture before the dojo master, Lirius bows respectfully and states his request, asking Bond to teach him how to fight by strengthening his body with magic. Mare watches with a look of pure nervousness as Bond asks Lirius if he is planning to become an adventurer. Lirius explains his true motivation, stating that as he mentioned before, he wants to become stronger for the sake of the hero, who is his precious family member. Lirius stares ahead with a deeply determined look, adding that he absolutely cannot break his promise no matter what happens. Listening closely to the young blacksmith's heartfelt declaration, Bond remains silent, as he calmly processes the depth of Lirius's resolve. A heavy, dark pressure fills the room with a low rumble as Bond stands silhouetted against the light. He warns the young blacksmith that this is not easy to master. Looking directly over at Lirius, the master declares that if he truly wishes to go down that path, he will train Lirius seriously, firmly asking if he is fully prepared for what is to come. Lirius looks back with a tense but steady expression, confirming his absolute readiness with a firm nod. Hearing his response, Bond accepts his answer. With a swift and sudden movement, the dojo master unleashes a blinding, powerful slash with a sword that tears through the air with a sharp sound. The sudden, fast attack catches Lirius off guard, forcing a startled cry from him as he flinches from the blade's velocity. Bond moves with terrifying precision, the momentum of his strike kicking up a strong gust of wind as he easily dominates the space around the young blacksmith. A dark, terrifying aura erupts from Bond's body with an intense rumble as a wide grin spreads across his face. Holding his weapon firmly, he darkly announces that he will now give Lirius real training. Lirius trembles slightly at the overwhelming presence but manages to voice his direct gratitude, while down below, a completely bewildered Mare stands frozen in absolute confusion over the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Back at the Migrating Bird Inn, a quiet daytime atmosphere settles over the wooden buildings. Inside, Lirius's foster mother diligently sweeps the floor, the bristles rustling against the surface. Her cleaning is interrupted when a polite voice calls out from the doorway. A customer arrives at the doorway, asking if this location is indeed the Migrating Bird Inn. Holding her broom closely, Lirius's foster mother responds with polite regret, explaining that they are unfortunately fully booked for the day. The visitor quickly reassures her, clarifying that it is perfectly fine because she is not actually there to stay at the inn. Hearing this unexpected response, Lirius's foster mother looks in utter confusion. Against a dramatic, radiating background, a ponytail girl stands proudly at the entrance and salutes cheerfully. With a bright smile, she announces her purpose, stating she has come to the inn specifically to talk business. Lirius walks outside the stone buildings. He looks tired and has bandages on his face. Mare looks at Lirius with worry. She asks if he is okay. Lirius smiles and tells her the training was tough, but he was prepared. Then, with a sudden pop, he opens a potion bottle which he created while talking. Lirius returns home and announces his arrival. His foster mother welcomes him back and tells him that he has a guest. He drinks from his bottle with a straw and wonders who the guest is. The ponytail girl sits on a chair in the room while reading a small book. Lirius enters with Mare and thinks that the woman is very pretty. Suddenly, she looks up, notices them, and happily calls out. The new girl smiles broadly and welcomes Lirius. She asks if he is indeed Lirius. She then introduces herself as a merchant named Kulua. Lirius is completely taken aback by the visitor's intense presence, thinking to himself how incredibly energetic she is. Standing across the wide wooden room, Lirius addresses Kulua directly to ask what exactly brings her to the establishment. She flings her arms wide with a bright smile, explaining that she decided to come because she heard absolutely great reviews about this specific inn. Kulua continues her explanation, noting that she recently discovered Lirius was the one who personally constructed all the high-quality furniture inside the building. Hearing her mention her profession as a merchant, Lirius nervously considers whether she is visiting simply to try and sell him something. Kulua raises her finger while a confident smile spreads across her face. She gets straight to the point and asks if our boy would be willing to sign a formal partnership contract with her. Lirius stands frozen in disbelief, echoing her words in surprise as he processes the sudden mention of a partnership contract. Kulua confirms his question with an enthusiastic shout, while Mare watches from behind him with a curious, quiet expression. Kulua details her business plan. She intends to buy everything Lirius makes. She will stock his products and sell them directly in her own store. Lirius asks if she can sell absolutely anything. Kulua confidently says yes. She promises not to interfere with his personal time or place any financial burden on him. Our boy looks away in deep thought. He realizes this unexpected proposal came out of nowhere, but it is actually a great deal. He thinks about how he will earn money and finally clear out the excess inventory from his item box. He then turns back to Kulua and points out that she came specifically because she heard he makes furniture. Kulua enthusiastically confirms this. Lirius tells her that he might not live up to her expectations. He asks Kulua if she has any items she doesn't mind him breaking. Kulua looks confused, but she immediately starts rustling through her bag to find something. Kulua holds up a small ring, asking Lirius if this particular item will work for his demonstration. Lirius inspects the small accessory and notes that it is a rank F iron ring. He decides to borrow the item. With a soft sound, his large smithing hammer suddenly materializes directly in front of him. With a sharp strike, Lirius hits the accessory onto the table. Kulua watches with wide eyes, shouting in panic as her ring smashes to pieces. Lirius stands by calmly, holding his massive tool as the shattered fragments fly to his hammer. Kulua stands completely frozen in shock, watching in disbelief as a glowing remade item manifests before her eyes. Meanwhile, Lirius thinks quietly to himself that while Kulua might be seeing him as a highly talented artisan, all he is actually doing is replicating what other people have already made. The merchant looks closely at the newly remade ring, realizing in complete amazement that it now possesses a sacred arms storage skill. She observes the shining accessory, noting with sudden surprise that the item is actually much nicer than it ever was before. Our guy looks directly at her to give a clear explanation. He states that this specific power is his unique ability as a blacksmith, clarifying that he is fully capable of creating items that he has previously broken apart with his hammer. Lirius continues his internal thoughts as he looks down. He notes that he cannot make original products like a true artisan can. Although he can create higher quality items as his level goes up, he is still not making anything unique, which defines the exact limit of his current power. Our boy prepares to speak directly to the merchant, explaining that he will have to decline her offer. Kulua opens her mouth in sudden surprise, cutting him off before he can even finish his sentence. Kulua is completely amazed by what she just witnessed, breathlessly declaring that the skill is incredible and that she has never heard of such a unique ability before. Punting heavily from excitement, she eagerly begs Lirius to sign a formal contract with her right away. When Lirius tries to object, Kulua immediately panics and starts to cry loudly. She desperately warns him that if he says no she will weep, adding that he will surely have a guilty conscience for making a girl cry. Lirius sweats nervously at her dramatic display, wondering to himself what is wrong with her strange threat. He hesitates but gives a quiet agreement, stating that if Kulua is truly fine with his conditions, then they can proceed. Kulua instantly brightens up with an enthusiastic shout of joy, announcing that they should now move along to discuss the exact specifics of their arrangement. Kulua enthusiastically writes notes on a sheet of paper with her pen, marveling at how amazing his ability is. She is amazed to see the items he can make, from potions and furniture to even raw ingredients. Lirius sits across from her, explaining that while he can create more things as he levels up, they unfortunately won't be of good quality. The girl reacts with immense excitement. She loudly proclaims that his talent is brilliant because all of those everyday products are in extremely high demand, happily noting that weapons are the only exception to this rule. Hearing about the weapon, Lirius got quite upset. Kulua notices and asks if anything is wrong. Lirius says everything is okay. Then she says that as a merchant, she is utterly jealous of his overpowered creation ability aside from the weapon restriction. A shadow falls over the space as Lirius reflects quietly on his current situation, noting that he lacks the necessary strength to engage in actual combat right now. Kulua looks on with sudden curiosity, questioning why a blacksmith would ever need to fight. Relius asks if she is aware that a legendary hero originally came from this exact inn, prompting an immediate confirmation from the young merchant. Relius explains that the hero is actually his childhood friend and precious family member who genuinely dislikes fighting. Relius wants to grow much stronger so he can properly support her. Kulua brightens up instantly with a beaming smile, confidently declaring that she completely understands the situation and assumes it must be true love. Relius immediately responds to her assumption, calmly stating that he does not think that is the case. Relius continues explaining his situation, noting that she might laugh at him because he is a simple blacksmith. Kulua immediately interrupts him with an intense shout, firmly telling him that she will absolutely not laugh at his goals. Our boy watches the merchant in silence. Kulua looks ahead seriously, revealing that she has something she wants to achieve as well. She shares her personal dream of building a store filled with an assortment of helpful goods that commoners can easily use. Then she raises a single finger to emphasize her determination, explaining that even though everyone constantly tells her that her goal is completely impossible, she remains absolutely certain she can pull it off no matter how much people laugh or how long it takes. She then directs her focus back to the young blacksmith, stating that the exact same rule applies to him. Kulua stares intently in complete surprise as she listens to his words. Relius smiles warmly and responds directly, confirming his statement with absolute certainty. This girl breaks into a joyous laugh while declaring that in that case, his dream has her full support. Relius stands momentarily startled by her sudden and enthusiastic gesture. Relius smiles and firmly shakes hands with Kulua, offering his sincere gratitude to the merchant. Meanwhile, watching the exchange from the background, Mare perks her ears up in sudden alarm, while clenching her teeth with a deeply annoying expression. Relius reflects on Kulua being a merchant and notes that he will get paid for his creations from now on. Holding his crafting hammer and a potion vial as a magic circle shines above, he determines that he must be more careful whenever he makes his items. Our boy plans to sell all of his high-quality potions to the merchant and drink the low-rank ones himself. A single potion bottle sits sealed on the wooden floor as his new guild story begins. He thinks about how this strategy will fix his item box capacity issues. His thinking is cut short when a sudden knock rattles the wooden door and a voice calls out his name from the hallway. Relius opens the door with a click and sees Mare standing outside. He calls out her name and asks what she wants, but Mare hesitates in silence for a brief moment. Mare suddenly clenches her fists tightly and calls out his name with a red face. She nervously asks Relius if he will take on adventurer requests together with her. Relius stares at Mare with a completely bewildered look. He stands before her and wonders where this sudden proposal came from or if something happened. Mare looks away with a shy expression. She softly explains that they have not spent much time together lately. Relius places his hand near his chin in deep thought. He thinks that Bond has been training him to enhance his body with magic, but he has not tested these skills in a real battle yet. He considers that adventurers mostly fight monsters, which makes it a good way to gain experience. While he is thinking about the most important reason, he asks Mare if it is okay since he lacks combat experience. Mare reacts with surprise as her ears perk up. Mare reassures him that she does not mind since she is only a rank E adventurer. So our boy suggests going out during their next break. Mare breaks into a wide smile and pumps her fists with pure excitement. Relius smiles softly as he comes to a decision. He reflects that if it will make Mare happy, then he has no choice but to go along with her request. They arrive at a large building in town. Inside, a cheerful receptionist and her two winged fairy companions greet them warmly, welcoming them directly to the Carl's Guild. As they walk through the facility, Mare asks Relius if this is his first time doing adventurer work. Relius confirms that it is and explains that he only has basic knowledge of it. She breaks into a bright smile at his response. She enthusiastically promises to teach him everything in return for all the times he helped her in the past, prompting a grateful thank you from Relius. An adventurer stands near a large wooden frame covered in papers. Adventurer work mostly consists of monster extermination, and these individual requests are always posted clearly on the bulletin board. The requests on the board are ranked by difficulty, starting from rank F and going up. A wanted poster featuring a wolf monster is displayed on the wall. All adventurers start out at rank F. A pyramid diagram shows the rank structure, noting that an adventurer can make a living from the work once they reach around rank D. Mare looks at the bulletin board and states that she is rank E right now, so she wants to find a rank E request. Relius stands beside her and replies that he understands. Relius asks Mare which request they should choose. Looking closely at a wanted poster of a snarling creature, he suggests targeting a fast monster like a wolf. Mare agrees to the wolf monster and decides to go with that request. She pulls the paper off the board with a sharp peeling sound while someone calls out her name. An adventurer looks ahead with a sharp, smug smile on his face. He addresses Mare directly, taunting her by stating that since she is partying up with a newbie, she must be very confident. Relius asks Mare if she knows the man, thinking to himself that the stranger looks like a bad person. Mare breaks into a nervous sweat and explains that he is Bunzu, a senior adventurer who has been constantly picking fights with her lately. Bunzu stands with his arms spread wide and tells Mare that she is going to get demoted, mockingly offering to give her a hand. Relius is confused by the mention of a demotion, prompting Bunzu to ask if the newbie is completely ignorant. Bunzu explains the guild rules, stating that messing up 3 times in a row causes an adventurer to drop in rank. He points out that Mare has already failed 2 requests, meaning her next mistake will send her straight to the lowest rank, F. Bunzu bursts into loud laughter while Mare stands covered in gloom. He watches from the side as Relius processes the situation. Relius remains completely calm, smiling as he tells Mare that they should simply do their best to succeed, which prompts a nervous but eager agreement from Mare. Bunzu glares sharply and declares that he does not like the newbie. He directly demands to know what class Relius belongs to. Relius hesitates for a moment before openly stating that he is a blacksmith. His honest answer immediately draws a muffled snicker from the background. Bunzu erupts into a hysterical laugh, mockingly repeating the blacksmith title. He puts a hand to his head and guffaws loudly at the young craftsman. The other adventurers in the guild join in on the mockery with sneers and chuckles. Bunzu shouts while saying that it is hilarious to see the weakest and most useless class attempting to become an adventurer. Relius and Mare stand silently as the mocking laughter continues around them. Suddenly, Mare snaps into a furious growl, loudly asking what is wrong with his class and defending Relius by declaring that he works hard every day to help the hero, leaving Relius completely startled as he tries to get her to wait. Mare continues shouting furiously, declaring that Relius is amazing and way more impressive than Bunzu will ever be. She fiercely demands that Bunzu apologize to him. Bunzu flatly refuses to back down, stating that he will never apologize. A smug grin spreads across his face as he tells Mare that there is only one way she will ever get an apology from him. He challenges Mare directly, telling her to force the apology out of him like a true adventurer. The aggressive outburst causes Mare to jolt back in surprise. The surrounding onlookers immediately notice the escalating confrontation. The nearby adventurers look on with wicked smiles, eagerly chattering among themselves about the sudden possibility of a fight. Relius suddenly steps forward with a swift movement. He drives his body firmly as Bunzu tries a step to get close to Mare, leaving the senior adventurer completely shocked while Mare watches the counter move from behind. Bunzu glares with absolute fury, demanding to know what the young blacksmith wants. Relius calmly responds that he does not care if Bunzu makes fun of blacksmiths and explains that he will easily leave if Bunzu does not like him, but his tone suddenly shifts. Relius looks forward with a deeply intense and threatening expression as dark energy shadows his face. He issues a firm warning, declaring that if anyone is going to lay a hand on Mare, they will have to get past him first. Outside the guild building, people wonder what is going on. They notice that a fight is breaking out but do not know who is involved as a new brawl chapter begins. Onlookers note that the conflict is between Bunzu and some new guy. Mare stands nearby with a worried expression as she listens to the crowd. Relius and Bunzu stand ready while the crowd continues to chatter around them. The surrounding adventurers find the situation interesting, and one of them asks who everyone is betting on. Another adventurer responds that he is choosing Bunzu because he was recently promoted to rank C. A third spectator decides to bet on the kid instead, reflecting that it has been a long time since they had an adventurer with so much spunk. A low rumbling sound shakes the room as the crowd cheers against the newcomer. An onlooker yells for Bunzu to beat the cheeky newcomer to a pulp. Another spectator wishes the kid good luck and says his lunch money is on him. Surrounded by the noisy room, Relius wonders if anyone is actually going to stop the fight. Bunzu claims he has seniority in the guild and angrily tells Relius not to look down on him. Relius lets out a quiet sigh and points out that Bunzu was actually the one looking down on them first. Bunzu grits his teeth in pure anger. He launches a powerful fist directly forward and calls Relius a little punk. He throws a heavy punch that slices through the air, but Relius moves calmly as the attack misses entirely. Relius stuck his leg out, which causes Bunzu to lose his balance from the missed strike and crashes face first onto the floor with a heavy thud. The surrounding crowd chatters in absolute surprise at the sudden turn of events. Bunzu crouches on the ground and furiously demands to know why Relius dodged the attack, but Relius calmly explains that Bunzu was simply too slow. Bunzu screams in absolute rage, declaring that he has been an adventurer for 10 years. Relius looks at him with a calm expression, silently reflecting on the fact that the senior adventurer has been working for a decade. He executes a high kick while Relius effortlessly ducks underneath the soaring strike. Relius reflects that Bunzu's class and sacred arm must not be suited for adventuring if this is all he has, while also considering the possibility that he himself might not get any stronger than this either. The interface displays his active stamina enhancement and muscle enhancement traits across the screen. Relius understands that he is currently using these skills and magic to misrepresent his actual strength, but he notes that there might be a strict limit to what he can achieve with them. Bunzu unleashes a rapid flurry of punches with a loud shout, creating multiple heavy impact sounds in the air. Relius easily avoids every incoming fist with swift movements while wondering if he will ever be able to reach the true strength of a hero. Relius suddenly moves his hand forward with a sharp grabbing sound. He says that all right, enough for today. He tightens his grip on Bunzu's hand while his face darkens with a heavy pressure. Relius declares that they should end the conflict and warns Bunzu never to mess with Mare again, leaving the senior adventurer completely shocked. Bunzu angrily snaps that Relius is not his boss, but a sudden cracking sound cuts him off as his hand is crushed. As the pressure tightens, Bunzu cries out in severe pain and desperately begs Relius to let him go while Relius coldly repeats the word please. After that, Bunzu drops to his knees on the floor, groaning in agony from the crushing grip. Relius firmly reminds him once more not to mess with Mare, forcing the defeated senior adventurer to completely give in and swear that he will never do it again. Relius instantly breaks into a bright smile, cheerfully waving his hand and offering a polite thank you. Meanwhile, Bunzu stands alone while panting heavily, looking completely terrified by the sudden display of power. Bunzu growls with intense rage, furiously demanding to know what kind of person Relius actually is. Relius responds calmly from the side, asking if he did not already tell him the answer before. Bringing his focus back to the present situation, Relius confidently looks ahead with a steady look and proudly reminds everyone that he is a blacksmith. The surrounding crowd erupts into loud cheers and waves their hands in excitement, shouting that the kid won the battle. Hearing the praise from the astonished spectators, Relius jolts slightly in surprise as the room fills with noise. The crowd continues to marvel at the unexpected victory, pointing out that Bunzu did not use his sacred arm but still the newcomer beats him head-on is a big thing. Relius silently evaluates the fight, calmly reflecting to himself that the opponent did not use his own sacred arm. Relius considers the mechanics of gear in combat, noting that a single active sacred arm could easily reverse their current power difference. He understands this limitation completely, especially since his own creator's hammer is not an item meant for direct combat. Two large swords stand crossed against a dark background as Relius shifts into deeper internal reflection. He determines that if he wants to catch up to a legendary hero in the end, he absolutely needs to craft a custom weapon that is just as good as a sacred arm. Relius looks sheepish and apologizes to Mare for the scene. He reflects that his sudden confrontation with the senior adventurer drew a great deal of attention from the entire room. Mare breaks into a bright smile and eagerly reassures him that everything is completely fine. Her tail wags happily as Relius offers his silent thanks, noting to himself that she looks incredibly pleased. Relius walks across and suggests that they finally get back to taking their request. Mare follows closely behind him and readily agrees to move forward. A heavy stamp marks the guild paperwork as accepted. Lirius and Mare watch closely as a small, winged fairy flaps its wings through the air to deliver their updated card. The guild receptionist breaks into a cheerful smile flanked by her two fairy companions. She warmly announces that the request acceptance process is officially complete. The guild receptionist details the assignment, explaining that they will be exterminating a red wolf in the North Carl's forest. She then wishes the pair good luck on their new quest. Lirius shifts into a moment of internal reflection regarding his new path as an adventurer. He thinks back to the day he became a blacksmith and reminds himself that he never expected to do this kind of work. Mare raises her arm high into the air with an energetic movement. She happily shouts to Lirius that they are heading out and declares that she is really excited for the mission. Lirius' profile shows a soft and thoughtful smile. He reflects to himself that while there is currently a lot on his mind, he truly wants to have some fun with this experience. Lirius and Mare walk away from the guild as they prepare for their mission. Mare suggests reviewing the request and notes that the target is a red wolf located in the northern forest. Mare looks back with a sharp glare and asks Lirius if he is ready, prompting an immediate confirmation from him. Mare then mentions that she forgot to ask him about his specific fighting style. As Chapter 25 titled Extermination begins, Lirius considers the question. He reflects that his style relies on dodging the enemy attacks and executing a counterattack at close range. Mare questions if Lirius is unable to use his sacred arm to attack. Looking at his creator's hammer, Lirius admits to himself that he has never actually tried using it for combat. Lirius manifests a sword from a glowing magic circle and explains that he normally uses this weapon to fight. He adds that his blacksmith class allows him to craft as many weapons as he wants and throw them as long as he has enough mana, which Mare finds incredibly cool. He asks Mare about her own combat style. Mare hesitates for a moment before deciding to simply show him, causing a detailed geometric magic circle to burst open with a sudden sound. Mare materializes a large sword with a distinct serrated edge. She grips the handle firmly and looks ahead with a confident smile as waves of intense fire roar around her body. The appraisal screen reveals the weapon's details, identifying it as a flamberge of an unknown rank. The system screen confirms that the blade possesses a Rank S fire attack skill, a Rank S flame/skill, and a Rank S judgment skill. Lirius stands frozen with a wide-eyed expression of absolute shock. He reflects internally that this weapon is a true sacred arm and says to himself how awesome it is. Mare wags her tail happily and blushes from the compliment, stating that Lirius is making her blush. Lirius notes to himself that her fire power is incredibly cool and makes him feel deeply jealous. Suddenly, Mare's ears perk up as she scans her surroundings sharply with a swift movement, prompting Lirius to call out her name. Lirius and Mare spot a group of goblins lurking ahead in the forest path. Mare points out that it will be annoying if the creatures make a nest near the town and suggests fighting them as a warm-up, prompting an immediate agreement from Lirius. Lirius catches a sudden rustling sound in the trees just as a monster calls out from the foliage. A goblin leaps down from above to launch an attack, forcing Lirius to quickly block the incoming weapon with his sword. He moves his body swiftly to completely avoid the monster's strike. He lets out a calm breath as his boot balances firmly against the ground, remaining entirely focused despite the heavy pressure of the battle. Lirius dashes forward with immense speed, leaving multiple sharp movement lines trailing through the air. The small goblin stands completely helpless as the swift counter-move passes right by it. Our boy reflects on his progress, noting that strengthening his body with magic on top of his equipment skills makes him feel incredibly strong. He finishes the encounter with a sharp metallic sound and calls out to Mare to announce that he is done while asking how her side of the fight is going. Mare swings her flaming sword forward with a heavy clanging sound to strike an incoming goblin. The monster calls out in surprise as the blazing weapon slices through the path. Lirius watches the battle with a silent, confused look, reflecting to himself that the situation is strange because Mare's movements appear sluggish. Meanwhile, Mare gasps and pants heavily as she struggles with her exhaustion. The protagonist analyzes her performance, reflecting that because she is a canine, she is naturally gifted with high physical abilities, and she also undergoes regular training with Bond. Mare unleashes another fiery strike with a loud shout, causing her flames to roar over the target. Mare stands panting heavily as she catches her breath, sheepishly apologizing to Lirius and announcing that she is finally done with her fight. Lirius catches the sound and turns his head toward her with a surprised look. Lirius focuses entirely on Mare's wrist as a braided accessory makes a soft jingling sound. He reacts with sudden shock and asks Mare exactly what that bracelet on her arm is. Mare excitedly points out her bracelet, explaining that she bought it the other day because it was stylish. Looking at the accessory, Lirius hesitates in silence, hating to break the truth to her as a strange digital warning flashes across his view. His interface reveals that the braided accessory possesses a hidden trait. The system labels the active effect as a skill called ability restriction. Mare panics at the revelation, noting that the skill does not sound good at all. Lirius explains that it might be actively restricting her movement, causing Mare to realize that completing requests has indeed been much harder ever since she bought it. Lirius stands completely wide-eyed when she adds that she only thinks that might be the reason. She reflects that she has not been performing well lately and originally thought she was just tired, questioning if her poor performance was entirely caused by the ability restriction skill. Mare sniffs sadly and wonders if it was wrong of her to care about fashion. Lirius watches her with a look of concern, wishing internally that he could do something to help her. Suddenly, a new realization strikes him, and he loudly asks Mare to lend him her bracelet so he can remake it, leaving her completely confused. Our boy finishes working on the accessory with a sudden smash. He hands the remade bracelet back to Mare with a soft sound, explaining that the item does not possess that strange skill anymore while Mare watches in surprise. Mare snaps the bracelet back onto her wrist with a quick click. She immediately begins hopping up and down with joy, noticing that her body suddenly feels much lighter. She breaks into a bright smile and thanks Lirius happily. She confidently declares that she believes they will be able to complete the guild request now. Lirius smiles gently, reflecting to himself that he is glad she cheered up. They eagerly agree to continue their search for the red wolf inside the forest, while somewhere red blood drips on the ground. A large wolf lies silently on the ground under the thick bushes with a soft rustle. Small insects fly around the creature's ears, creating a loud buzzing sound. The wolf creature suddenly twitches and begins to shake violently. A sharp crystal appears on its forehead and glows brightly within a dark shadow as a heavy heartbeat thuds repeatedly with a loud impact. Mare turns her head back while walking through the dense forest. She calls out to Lirius and asks him if he has had any luck finding the red wolf yet. Lirius sweats slightly and tells her that he has not found the target. Standing further back among the trees, Mare hums in thought and wonders aloud if the monster went somewhere else. Our boy suggests that they look around the area some more. They have been on this mission for about 6 hours. However, they have only managed to fight only 2 measly goblins during all that time. He stops in surprise as something catches his eye on the ground. A digital display screen suddenly materializes before him, identifying a set of fresh paw prints as red wolf tracks and indicating that a craft option is available. Lirius stares blankly at the ground, silently questioning the system message and wondering if he can actually craft monster tracks. Noticing his sudden pause, Mare leans forward and asks him if he has found something. Mare leans in close to investigate the ground, sniffing the air carefully to verify the scent. Raising a finger confidently, she confirms that these are indeed the red wolf's tracks, explaining that she has smelled the beast before and recognizes it instantly. Lirius confirms her words, stating that his eyes made the same judgment. Mare reacts in complete shock, shouting in surprise that he could tell just by looking at them. Lirius thinks that it is actually much more surprising that she could identify the creature purely by its smell. He points out that the tracks are completely fresh. He stares ahead into the forest and notes that the monster must be somewhere nearby. Mare stands on the path and suggests that they look around more carefully. Lirius acknowledges her plan and says that he understands. Suddenly, a sharp rustling sound echoes from the thick bushes right next to them. She perks her animal ears up sharply as a sound catches her attention. Lirius holds his sword ready and alerts Mare. Mare narrows her eyes with a serious expression and confirms that a monster is indeed very close. A heavy rustling sound echoes from the dark bushes along the forest path. Lirius wonders if it is the red wolf they are looking for, but Mare immediately notes that something is wrong because it has a very strange smell. Suddenly, a large, clawed paw steps firmly onto the dirt road. The massive wolf monster steps forward, growling fiercely with a low, rumbling sound as saliva drips from its sharp teeth. Lirius looks on in shock as he notices a sharp crystal gleaming brightly on the beast's forehead, realizing with horror that this creature is an azurite monster. Mare panics in utter disbelief, loudly demanding to know why this creature is out here. Lirius clicks his tongue and grips his weapon tightly, urgently asking Mare if she has ever fought an azurite monster before. Lirius recalls the intense monster attack while he was with Lord Cryer regarding these strange threats. He remembers that azurite monsters cannot be killed with normal weapons and that they can only be defeated with the right compatible sacred arms. Mare states with a tense look that she has only faced one once before. She looks down at her glowing sword and explains that her sacred arm was not compatible, meaning she could not finish the job and her friend had to do it for her. She runs ahead frantically, declaring that they have no choice but to escape. Lirius glances back tensely as the ferocious beast chases them at full speed down the dirt path. The monster snaps its jaws and stomps its powerful paws hard against the ground to build up speed. Lirius grits his teeth in a panic, realizing that the creature is incredibly fast as it rapidly closes the distance between them. The massive wolf leaps forward with a heavy impact, striking Lirius forcefully from behind. Lirius lets out a sharp cry of pain as the sudden blow knocks him forward and sends his sword flying out of his hand. Lirius cries out in pain as he falls forward from the heavy impact. Nearby, a sharp crackling sound echoes through the air as bright energy sparks against the darkness. Mare leaps in front of the fallen young blacksmith with a serious expression. She delivers a powerful, flaming slash that strikes the azurite wolf monster directly, forcing a pained screech from the beast as blood splatters into the air. Mare turns back to check on Lirius with deep worry, frantically asking him if he is okay. Standing up safely behind her, Lirius catches his breath and offers his sincere thanks, stating that she saved his life. He then stares wide-eyed in sudden shock as he notices something. Smoke sizzles from the deep wound on the wolf monster's torso, but the damage does not last. With a strange bubbling sound, the flesh rapidly starts to mutate, growing heavily muscled and forming sharp claws as the beast's body undergoes a sudden transformation. The creature slams its massive, mutated paw hard against the ground. Drool drips from its mouth as its blank eyes glare intensely forward, completely unfazed by the previous attack. Lirius grits his teeth in frustration, cursing over their difficult situation. He reflects heavily on the immense strength required to face such a threat, wondering in disbelief how heroes can fight against these entities so easily and noting that Cry used to defeat them with absolute ease. A heavy rumbling sound echoes through the forest as the massive wolf monster looms closely over the pair. Lirius stands completely frozen alongside a panicked Mare, deeply realizing the true despair felt by common people who have absolutely no way to fight against azurite monsters. The massive wolf monster growls aggressively, snapping its sharp teeth with a heavy rumbling sound. Facing the imminent danger, Lirius draws back his right arm as a powerful crackle of energy buzzes around his fist. As Chapter 27 titled Crisis begins, Lirius leaps forward and delivers a heavy, direct punch right into the side of the wolf monster's face. The massive strike lands with a loud smack, causing the creature's jaw to crack violently under the immense pressure. The wolf monster stumbles from the blow as blood drips from its snout. However, it quickly stabilizes itself, and a dark smoke begins to sizzle away its injuries as its blank eye glares intensely back at the young blacksmith. Lirius groans in frustration, raising his clenched fist as he watches the creature. He reflects that the monster instantly regenerates all the damage they deal, realizing that there is simply no end to this relentless cycle. Our boy points out that there is still a little bit of time left before the beast finishes healing completely. Turning to his partner, Lirius urgently shouts to Mare that they need to run while they still have the chance. Mare perks her ears up tensely and replies that she understands the plan. A sudden shuffling sound echoes down the forest path as two more glowing wolf monsters rush out from the darkness. Mare watches in absolute dread, gasping in disbelief as she realizes that more enemies have arrived to ambush them. Lirius sweats nervously as they look at multiple wolves encircling them from all sides. He notes in a panic that they are completely surrounded and there is absolutely nowhere left to escape. Mare gasps in utter shock, standing completely paralyzed as she watches the approaching danger. Standing silently behind her, Relius watches as the ferocious wolf monsters snap their jaws and growl aggressively. Relius grits his teeth in deep frustration, frantically questioning if they are completely doomed. He forces himself to calm down, desperately telling himself to think because there absolutely has to be a way out of this crisis. He looks at Mare's panicked expression and considers that she runs fast. He reasons that she could safely make her way back to the town while he stays behind to fight off the monsters alone. Relius immediately realizes that his plan will not work, concluding that he cannot hold out long enough until help arrives. As a snarling wolf monster growls and charges straight toward him, he reminds himself that he is just a blacksmith, which is simply not a class designed for combat. Our boy acknowledges that he managed to make it this far only by leveling up. He considers with a heavy heart that this might be as far as he can go, unable to push any further. Relius suddenly remembers Lin shouting his name with a bright, encouraging smile. The memory causes his heart to thud heavily against his chest, instantly clearing his mind. He swings his sword in a wide arc, striking a charging wolf monster away with a powerful hit. He grips his weapon tightly while telling himself not to be stupid for even considering giving up. Mare watches him in utter shock, calling out his name as a sudden shift takes place. Relius declares loudly that he refuses to throw in the towel in a place like this or lose to something like these monsters. A bright magic circle suddenly materializes in the air. Relius glares forward aggressively as multiple swords suddenly manifest from the ground with a loud thud. He continues his determination, saying if he loses like this, then as a blacksmith, the most worthless class, he has no right to even think about trying to match a hero. Relius tells himself that he must live because he simply cannot afford to die right here. He reminds himself that he will definitely survive to fulfill his precious promise with Lin. Amidst the heavy, rumbling sound of the approaching wolves, Relius stands before the summoned swords and commands Mare to run away immediately. He declares that he will draw the monsters' attention and hold them off all by himself. Mare hesitates and tries to object, but Relius cuts her off directly. Gritting his teeth, Relius reminds Mare that she runs much faster than him and commands her to go back to town to find someone with a compatible sacred arm. Mare points her finger forward and stammeringly tells him to look at the monster, asking him what on earth he just did. Relius utters a confused sound in response to her reaction. The wolf monster groans and whimpers in pain as its massive body begins to twitch violently. Smoke pours from its heavy wounds while a sudden crackling sound fills the air. Geometric warning fragments flash wildly across a glitching digital display as the monster screams in agony while its skin cracks apart. Both Relius and Mare stand frozen in complete surprise. Down below, the creature lies totally motionless on the ground. Mare stares blankly and wonders how it could have died so suddenly. Relius reflects internally on the fact that he thought azurite monsters could only be defeated with compatible sacred arms. One of the nearby weapons vanishes into thin air with a clicking noise. Mare focuses entirely on the young blacksmith, saying his name out loud to draw his attention to the weapons. Mare continues her realization with a sharp gasp, declaring that the swords Relius made. Relius is shocked while thinking it can actually defeat azurite monsters. Relius looks down at the dead beast on the ground, questioning internally whether the swords he makes are actually capable of defeating azurite monsters. A tense silence fills the forest as he swallows hard, trying to process his sudden discovery. As Chapter 28 titled Chance of Victory begins, Relius throws one of his crafted swords forward and loudly commands Mare to use it. Mare leaps gracefully into the air with a sudden movement, stretching her hand out to catch the weapon as it flies past her. Another wolf monster sprints forward with a sharp shuffling sound. Gripping the crafted sword tightly, Mare dashes low to the ground and unleashes a swift strike, easily slicing through the charging beast and causing it to screech in pain. The struck wolf monster growls in confusion as smoke sizzles from its open wound. Its blank eye throb heavily as a glitched digital menu appears nearby, buzzing repeatedly while displaying red warning lines and stating that regeneration is prohibited and impossible. Watching the enemy struggle, Mare breaks into a breathless laugh, declaring in pure awe that she absolutely cannot believe it. Mare yells out excitedly to Relius that they are truly capable of defeating the monsters, noting that the enemy's wound is not regenerating at all. As the injured beast whines and stumbles on the path, Mare confidently announces that she will take care of this side of the battlefield completely. Lirius acknowledges the plan and confidently declares that he understands. Below him, the fierce azurite wolf monster growls loudly and charges through the forest path with immense speed. Our boy swings his sword upward to defend himself against the incoming attack. The weapon collides heavily with the leaping beast's face, creating a sharp clanging sound as the young blacksmith strains to deflect the monster's force. Lirius gasps in surprise as the impact shatters his weapon, sending the broken blade flying into the air. The wolf monster hits the ground heavily next to him, but Lirius manages to pull another fully intact sword from the air to continue the fight as the beast runs onward. The menacing wolf monster bares its rows of sharp teeth and growls fiercely. Facing down the threat, Lirius grits his teeth tightly as sweat drips from his face, remaining completely focused on the close combat. The wolf monster thuds heavily across the ground as it charges aggressively toward the young blacksmith. Lirius pants heavily and lets out a sudden, intense battle cry as a powerful surge of energy begins to manifest around him with a loud impact. Lirius moves with explosive power as digital labels for stamina enhancement and muscle enhancement flash repeatedly across his body. He executes a devastating, high-speed sword strike that slices cleanly through the leaping wolf monster, sending blood splattering wildly into the air as the heavy blow lands. Lirius stands panting heavily in the middle of the path, holding his sword as the massive wolf monster slumps to the ground behind him. He catches his breath, staring blankly ahead as he notes to himself that the beast is actually dead. Our boy smiles widely in amazement, realizing that he actually managed to defeat an azurite monster all on his own. Suddenly, Mare lets out a sharp gasp and lunges forward to pull him into an enthusiastic, emotional embrace, causing a startled cry of surprise from the young blacksmith. Mare clings tightly to his vest and cheers enthusiastically, declaring that they successfully did it, defeated the azurite monsters, and managed to survive the ordeal. Lirius blushes and breaks into a warm, gentle smile as he looks at her joyful reaction. He smiles gently and pats the emotional girl, confirming that everything is completely fine now. As Mare softly whines with relief, Lirius suggests that they finally prepare to head back. The young blacksmith points out that before they can leave, they first need to take care of business. Standing over the fallen beast, he materializes his large smithing hammer with a soft hum, explaining that they have to disassemble the corpse to bring it back as proof to the guild. Lirius gently taps the dead wolf monster on the head with his hammer. Suddenly, the creature's massive body dissolves into a cloud of glowing particles, catching Mare completely off guard as she watches in total shock. A collection of glowing, block-shaped materials clicks together right before his eyes. Our boy looks down intently at the object resting on the ground, wondering to himself if this is the blue magicite that was attached to the red wolf. A sudden shudder passes through his body as he stares wide-eyed at it. Lirius questions internally what the object could possibly be, feeling completely unable to identify anything about it. He reflects that he cannot tell if it is craftable, destroyable, or anything at all. The protagonist realizes that his appraisal eyes refuse to display any information about the object. The mysterious crystalline fragment suddenly dissolves completely into a dark cloud of smoke, disappearing from the forest path right before his eyes. Lirius stands in disbelief, questioning if the item truly just disappeared. He plunges into deep reflection, wondering what azurite monsters actually are and what exactly causes them to take on that terrifying form. He decides to himself that mulling over the mystery will not help right now. Looking up at the bright sun filtering through the forest trees, he determines that for the time being, he will simply be grateful that they are alive and can safely return to Carl's and the migrating bird inn while Mare continues to cling closely to his side. A ringing clang echoes through the air outside the large stone building as a new story chapter begins. Inside, the guild receptionist smiles warmly alongside her small fairy companion to welcome the returning adventurers back to the Carl's Guild. However, she breaks off mid-sentence with sudden surprise. The guild receptionist calls out in greeting, recognizing Mare and the new adventurer, whom she incorrectly addresses as Lariru. Lirius smiles brightly with a soft laugh as he carries a large, heavy sack over his shoulder, calmly correcting the receptionist by stating that his name is actually Lirius. The receptionist inquires about how their hunt went. Lirius drops the large white sack flat against the surface, explaining that these are the items harvested from the Red Wolf. A small, winged fairy companion hovers gracefully over the large sack on the wooden counter. The guild receptionist requests that the adventurers wait a brief moment while she thoroughly checks the items. Lirius lets out a relieved sigh with a gentle smile, noting that this finally completes their mission. Mare pumps her fist with pride and voices her agreement, while the nearby guild staff start examining the contents, murmuring in sudden confusion as they notice something unusual. As she observes the materials with a surprised look, instantly guessing that the Red Wolf was not disassembled by Mare. Mare jolts back in shock, loudly demanding to know how she could possibly tell, prompting the receptionist to explain that Mare never does such a clean job before wondering if Lilas was the one who did it. Hearing his name messed up once again, Lirius calmly repeats that his name is actually Lirius. The receptionist notes that this was Lirius's first time taking on an adventurer's request and questions if his family runs a butcher shop. Lirius raises his hand to clarify that they do not and explains that his family actually owns an inn. The guild receptionist praises him, declaring that he must be a natural because even first-rate adventurers cannot disassemble monsters this cleanly. Lirius laughs nervously while thinking that his sacred arm sure is handy. The cute receptionist holds her pen and clipboard, asking Lirius to sign the paperwork to finish the request. Lirius gives a polite confirmation while asking if he can inquire about something. Lirius asks if there have been any azurite monster sightings around the area recently. As the small fairies carry a heavy bag frantically, the receptionist replies that she is completely unaware of any such sightings. Mare suddenly stammered out that they actually fought them and revealed that the Red Wolf they encountered was also an azurite monster. The guild receptionist gasps in absolute shock, questioning in utter disbelief if that statement could truly be the case. The guild receptionist reacts with confusion, stating that the area should have been thoroughly checked before the request was ever posted on the board. Mare tries to speak up in response, but her words are suddenly cut off as an impatient adventurer waiting in line behind them shouts angrily, telling them to stop spewing lies and get a move on. Mare turns around fiercely to argue that it is not a lie, but the armored adventurer shuts her down by pointing out that they cannot even defeat azurite monsters and questioning how they could have possibly done it. Seeing the tension rise, the guild receptionist smiles nervously while stating that she will let the higher-ups know about the situation. Two small, winged fairy companions sit together quietly on top of the large bundle, sipping from small cups. The guild receptionist offers her sincere gratitude for the report and requests that the pair give her a brief moment so she can properly prepare their reward. Mare walks away from the counter alongside Lirius, her face twisted in pure anger as she fumes over the nerve of the other adventurers. She aggressively says that they really did defeat the monsters using his crafted swords. Lirius gazes downward thoughtfully, silently reflecting on Mare mentioning his swords. He ponders to himself why blacksmiths possess this unusual capability, noting that this is not the first time he has encountered something unexpected. Lirius continues his internal reflection, remembering how he had been under the impression that blacksmiths could only make weapons. Realizing that clearly isn't the case, because he can actually make a lot of different things as he continues to level up. Looking back on his journey, he recalls that he even has the power to defeat azurite monsters, leaving him to wonder if there is something truly special about his unique blacksmith job. As more fragmented memories flash by, Lirius questions to himself why the blacksmith is considered a low-class job right now if his assumptions are wrong. His train of thought is suddenly interrupted when Mare asks him with a worried look if everything is really okay. Mare looks downward with a hesitant expression as she tells Lirius that she feels bad taking all of the reward money when he has been helping her all day long. Lirius reassures her not to worry and tells her to take it to use for her living expenses. He adds that he only got to experience this because of her, which prompts her to ask if he is truly sure about the decision. Mare looks ahead with a somber face, stating that Lirius really saved her. She notes that if he had not looked at her gear, she would have failed the request and is certain that she would have died. Listening to her words, Lirius looks at her quietly and calls out her name while noting to himself that she must still be scared as her fist trembles with anxiety. She suddenly turns around, her entire body shaking with nervousness. She calls out to Lirius, asking him with wide eyes if they can hold hands on the way back to town. Lirius looks completely startled by her sudden request. He reaches out to hold her hand with a comforting pat, readily agreeing that they can certainly hold hands. Our mare brightens up instantly, a wide smile spreading across her face as she blushes with happiness. She enthusiastically offers her sincere thanks to Relius. She walks down the street holding hands with Relius, her tail wagging happily with excitement. She mentions that his hand sure is warm, prompting a slightly flustered and questioning response from Relius as they continue their stroll back. Relius reflects on their intense mission, feeling incredibly glad that they made it out of there safely. Looking back at their fierce battle with the wolves, he gains something truly valuable through the experience, which is the ability to fight azurite monsters. Our boy continues his internal thoughts as he gazes up at the sky, remembering that when it became Lin's job to fight things that could only be defeated with compatible sacred arms, there wasn't anything he could do to help her. Walking to the inn building where Mare eagerly waits and waves on the steps, he feels that he can now finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. A new story chapter titled Reporting Results begins in a quiet setting. Relius looks intensely wide-eyed and anxious, breaking into a light sweat. Mare sits nearby at a wooden table as she notices that someone is acting exceptionally restless. Pacing back and forth, Relius sweats nervously and questions if he really seems to be that unsettled. Relius reflects on his routine, noting that a few days have passed since his adventurer episode and he has returned to his normal life. While working diligently to help his foster father at the inn, he also focuses on raising his blacksmith level or trains with Bond during break. While his daily life is usually a repeating cycle of working and training, today is a little special for him. He waits as Kulua approaches holding a stack of papers, cheerfully apologizing for keeping him waiting. Relius looks toward the merchant as he prepares to receive the official sales report for his created products. Relius hesitantly breaks the silence to ask her how everything went. Kulua looks downward without speaking as heavy silence fills the entire room. This leaves Relius to nervously repeat her name in confusion. Our blacksmith lets out a nervous gulp, as he wonders to himself if Kulua is actually angry because the product sales turned out to be terrible. Down below, Kulua remains completely motionless. Kulua suddenly breaks into a massive, excited smile as a sparkling glint shines brightly in her eye. She loudly proclaims that his crafted items sold like hotcakes. Relius responds with absolute shock, stammering to ask if that is really true. Kulua enthusiastically confirms his question and presents the documents, noting the total amount of money earned while pointing out the specific products that are currently selling well for his reference. Relius holds the sales documents in his hands. He reviews the written report, noting that commoners are actively buying his potions, furniture, and raw ingredients, before looking down in complete amazement at a large circled total of 150,000. He reacts with complete shock at the staggering total of 150,000 area. Kulua beams with a wide, joyful smile and enthusiastically explains that adventurers are eagerly buying up his potions while the furniture and raw ingredients have become incredibly popular with local housewives. Relius undergoes a moment of quiet relief. He reflects happily to himself that this success is wonderful because the steady income means he will finally be fully capable of supporting the inn. Kulua asks if he has been able to create anything new lately so she can easily add it to their growing product selection. Relius calmly answers that he has not really made anything new. Relius looks up suddenly as an idea strikes him. He recalls the strange situation from his quest in the forest and mutters thoughtfully about monster tracks. Kulua reacts with confusion as Relius mentions the tracks. Relius says he gained the ability to create them without even knowing it. He manifests a small patch of earth containing a red wolf footprint, asking the merchant directly if she thinks such an item would sell. Kulua bursts into a loud, flatly declaring that there is absolutely no way those would sell. Relius laughs along with her with a wide smile, cheerfully admitting that he did not think they would either. The merchant girl pauses and asks Relius if he is able to make bronze statues of monsters. Relius looks at her with a bewildered expression, completely caught off guard by her sudden question. Against the backdrop of the town buildings, Kulua raises a finger to emphasize her point. She explains that the Lord of Karls likes to collect bronze statues, suggesting that they might be able to sell such creations directly to him for a good profit. Glowing magic circles suddenly manifest in the air as Relius tests his blacksmith skills. A solid statue of a snarling wolf and a stout goblin drop heavily onto the floor, while Kulua watches the sudden materialization in complete surprise from behind the young craftsman. Kulua examines the newly created figures in amazement, observing that the goblin and the red wolf are incredibly true to life. Lirius stands beside her and eagerly asks the merchant what she thinks of his craftsmanship. She considers the statues thoughtfully, noting that the Lord of Carls might be highly interested in them and promising to ask him the next time they meet. Lirius questions if she really intends to do so, while silently thinking to himself how completely amazing Kulua is. As Kulua confidently writes notes with her pen, Lirius reflects deeply on her impressive background as a merchant. He notes that she successfully runs her own store, trades various goods, and maintains direct connections to the Lord of Carls. Remembering that she was also the very first person to do business with him, he admires her proactive nature and sharp eye, concluding that she seems like an exceptionally cool and capable woman. Mare sets a large, foaming mug down on the wooden table, announcing that the alcohol is on the house. As Kulua looks at the drink in surprise, Lirius sits quietly, thinking to himself that he highly doubts a capable merchant like her has any real weaknesses. Lirius breaks into a nervous sweat and looks over in sudden confusion, while Kulua says never asks for beer. Lirius's foster father peeks out from around the wall with a wide grin, raising a thumb to silently cheer Lirius on. Kulua gives a violent jolt of panic as she looks at the drink, causing Lirius to question her and ask if something is wrong or if she is unable to consume alcohol. Kulua completely panics, shouting out in absolute denial that this is nothing and declaring that she can handle absolutely anything and everything. Determined to prove her strength, Kulua lifts the large mug and chugs the alcohol down with rapid gulps. She then violently hits the empty glass back down on the wooden counter. Mare stands up and announces with a dazed look that she will be going now, but Kulua watches her exit from the table. Suddenly, Mare's fluffy tail gets caught in a tight grip with a sharp grab, forcing a panicked yip from the young beast girl as she is firmly held back. Mare stares in absolute shock as the alcohol takes full effect. Kulua turns back around completely drunk, she hiccups loudly, slurping out a demand for a refill and shouting that it is officially party time. Lirius struggles to process the chaotic scene unfolding right before his eyes, thinking to himself in complete disbelief that Kulua absolutely cannot hold her liquor. A new story chapter titled Her Natural Self begins as Kulua downing multiple drinks one after another with loud gulps. She forcefully slams a glass down on the table. Her face turns deeply flushed and her eyes swirl with complete intoxication. Kulua loudly declares to the room that Lirius is a great guy. Lirius sits at the table with a nervous sweat drop and a strained smile, while Mare looks on from behind him with and completely startled. Lirius suggests that Kulua should drink some water and try to calm down. Kulua completely rejects his advice, while shouting back that she is perfectly calm. Kulua lunges forward and aggressively around Mare in a tight embrace, shouting loudly that Lirius is a great guy. Mare struggles under the sudden affection of the thoroughly intoxicated merchant. Kulua continues to hiccup and whine loudly, explaining that the world is full of craftsmen who try to take advantage of people, but repeating for the third time that Lirius is a great guy. She loudly demands to know if Mare is listening and asks if she agrees with her, while Lirius sighs quietly to himself over the dramatic display. Lirius watches her closely with a serious expression as a sudden realization begins to strike him. He ponders to himself why she drank so much when she didn't seem like a heavy drinker at all, gasping internally as he wonders what the true reason could possibly be. Our boy directly asks Kulua if she is bad with alcohol. Kulua frantically waves her hand in absolute denial while insisting that she is not bad with it at all. Lirius strains under the pressure, questioning if she has a competitive streak as Kulua suddenly lunges forward. She tightly squeezes his head in an aggressive embrace and fiercely shouts that she is entirely normal. As Kulua drunkenly rubs against him with a soft sound, she slurs out that Lirius is incredibly muscular. Lirius blushes and realizes in a panic that she got worked up simply because he insinuated she couldn't drink, making a firm mental note that he must be much more careful with his words from now on. Lirius's foster mother walks in with some more fresh round of mugs and announces that she has brought the extra drinks they asked for. She happily observes that they have an enthusiastic drinker at the table, prompting Lirius to tell his mom to stop bringing more alcohol. As Kulua continues to hiccup loudly in a daze, Lirius decides they need to have her rest in an unoccupied room. He frantically calls out to Mare, asking her to lend him a hand, and Mare readily complies as she runs forward to help with the situation. With a mischievous leer, a thoroughly drunk Kulua focuses her gaze entirely on Mare and sleazily remarks on what a nice butt she has. Kulua lunges forward to grab her, causing Mare to let out an embarrassed eek and yip in pure panic as the intoxicated merchant aggressively looms over her. Birds chirp outside the bright window as a new morning begins. Kulua opens her eyes wide and sits up in a wooden bed, looking around the unfamiliar room while wondering out loud where she is. The wooden door opens as Relius peeks into the room to offer a cheerful good morning and check if she is awake, while a distressed Mare clings closely right behind him. Kulua looks up in surprise to see him, as her internal thoughts flash back to yesterday when she was in the middle of presenting his product sales report, leaving her wondering why she suddenly fell asleep. While holding a whining Mare in his arms, Relius calmly explains that Kulua was drinking yesterday and got a little bit drunk, which forced them to carry her to an open room. Kulua shivers in complete horror, suddenly realizing the embarrassing reality of her actions. Kulua suddenly cries out in deep shame that she is incredibly sorry for her behavior. Relius tries to calm her down and reassures her that everything is perfectly fine and tells her not to worry about what happened while a quiet Mare stands right beside him. Mare directly addresses the merchant by her name. She tells Kulua that if she simply cannot handle alcohol, then she shouldn't try to drink it. Kulua tries to object by claiming she can handle it just fine, but she immediately breaks down as the hangover hits her hard. She admits that Mare is completely right about her limitation and apologizes once more by stating she only drank it out of sheer stubbornness. Relius laughs off the awkwardness and asks Kulua if she has any work to attend to today. Kulua gasps and realizes that she does, frantically declaring that she needs to hurry up and get changed. In her rushed panic, she starts disrobing right then and there with a swift movement, leaving both Relius and Mare completely shocked at her sudden actions. As Relius leaves, Mare shouts at Kulua telling her stupid and asking why she would just strip out of nowhere. Blushing deeply, Relius closes his eyes and steps out into the hallway while thinking that he originally thought Kulua was a much more grounded person, but it looks like she can be careless too. A bit later, a fully dressed Kulua happily returns a neatly folded set of clothes, offering her sincere thanks for being lent the pajamas. Mare calmly pointing out that the clothes actually are not hers. She says that Relius was actually the one who made the pajamas. Kulua looks on in absolute shock, as she processes the revelation and notes to herself that the clothes were an incredibly perfect fit. A sly grin spreads across Kulua's face, and she blushes slightly while teasingly whispering how naughty he is. She boldly accuses him of measuring every single inch of her body to make them, prompting an immediate, flat denial from a panicked Relius. Relius clarifies that the perfect sizing is probably just a unique blacksmith ability. He explains that he was simply curious to find out what would happen if he made clothes for someone else, leaving Kulua completely amazed that his test creation managed to turn out to be such a perfect fit. Relius remarks that he does not think his sizing ability will help much in actual combat. Kulua expresses her envy and says that it still sounds incredibly useful for everyday life. She then remembers business and asks Relius if he can drop by her store whenever it is convenient for him to handle another delivery request. Relius replies that he happens to have the day off and suggests that they all go together. Relius steps outside into the open air. As wind blows past him, the young blacksmith notes that the wind has gotten a bit chilly and reflects on the fact that it is already the end of November. A fading memory of a smiling Lin appears in his mind as he reflects that it has been more than half a year since she left, leaving him to wonder if she is doing well as a hero and silently hoping that she isn't crying somewhere. Away from the small town, announcements echo through the Grand Mountain Castle that the hero Lin has returned. With a firm step, Lin walks out into a crowded courtyard as roaring cheers erupt from the crowd. People eagerly shout their congratulations for defeating an S-rank monster, clearing an A-rank dungeon, and fighting great battles against Azurite monsters, while Lin calmly offers her quiet thanks in return. Lin raises a hand to wave back with a gentle smile, thanking them and expressing appreciation for all of their hard work as well. The massive crowd continues to chant for their hero as cheering echoes all around the castle walls. As Chapter 32 titled A Hero's Blues begins, Lin lets out a loud, stressed cry. She lies flat on her back across a large bed. Kairi calmly welcomes Lin back and praises her hard work on the expedition. She adds that everyone outside is currently singing her praises. Lin looked up with a worried expression. She hesitates over the praise, reminding Kairi that she basically did absolutely nothing during the mission. Hearing this, Kairi falls completely silent. Lin continues her internal reflection, remembering how she simply tagged along for the battle against the S-rank Minotaur monster without doing anything to help. In another memory, the exact same thing happened when they cleared the A-rank dungeon. Lin reflects that while she did help a little bit with the Azurite monsters, it was still not enough to be truly worthy of praise. Lin cries out in deep frustration about why this is happening to her. Kairi explains that the credit went to her because a hero strictly needs accomplishments. Lin pulls the blanket over herself and declares that she is completely tired and is going to sleep. Kairi accepts her choice but strictly reminds Lin to make an appearance at the celebratory party tonight. Hearing this, Lin groans with a deep sigh of exhaustion. Lin sweats slightly as she considers the upcoming party. She says that when she was little, she truly admired that kind of stuff. But now she thinks about how attending these parties now only serves to tire her out as people dance across a checkered floor. She notes with frustration that attendees constantly try to recommend marriage partners to her when she wants to at least be able to choose that for herself. Lin lets out an exhausted groan. Hearing the sigh, Kairi mentions that she forgot to tell Lin something, causing the hero to react with quiet confusion. Kairi looks over a large pile of documents and notes that a lot of letters from Lin's family have piled up. She asks Lin if she is going to read them, prompting Lin to jump out of bed and loudly declare that she will. Lin opens a letter as Kairi watches her from behind. Lin remembers that right after Relius mentioned he was going to Gleedrad, she was forced to leave on her long expedition. She frantically wonders how everything went for him as she reads the message addressed directly to her. The letter reveals updates from home, explaining that Relius was able to help a girl named Phyra using his unique blacksmith powers. The message notes that a few unexpected things came up, and it adds that he will be staying at her house for a while alongside memories of their interactions. Lin reacts suddenly, as she panics internally over the mention of a girl named Phyra, desperately reflecting that first there was Mare, and now there is already another girl around Relius. Lin reads further down the page as Kairi stands quietly behind her bench. Lin feels a small relief as she sees that Relius has already left Phyra and returned home. She continues reading aloud that the migrating bird inn is currently getting a lot of steady business. The message adds that all of the rooms at the inn are fully booked with guests. Reading these words, Lin notes that she truly wishes she could be there to see it for herself. The letter continues, explaining that a merchant lady named Kulua offered to sell the things Relius made. It notes that his crafted items are selling well, and now managing those sales has successfully become a regular part of his daily work too. Lin reacts with absolute horror that catches Kairi completely off guard. Lin panics over the shocking revelation that yet another woman has appeared in Relius's life. Lin bites her thumb nervously as she realizes that the situation is terrible, frantically panicking that at this rate, the next time she sees Relius will be at his own wedding while feeling like her heroine power is completely disappearing. With a determination in her eye, Lin declares that she must go back home immediately before that happens. Our Lin hesitatingly calls out to Kairi, nervously stating that she would really like to visit her home. Kairi answers her calmly, explaining that she is afraid such a visit would be incredibly difficult right now. Lin reacts with wide-eyed panic while saying that her love is going to end before it even begins. Kairi tells Lin that love is simply meant to end, advising her to just give up. This prompts a loud, crying protest from a defeated Lin. Putting the jokes aside, Kairi turns around and explains the serious situation, noting that the other heroes are simply not progressing nearly as fast as Lin is. She adds that because of her rapid progress, the country completely refuses to let go of her at the moment. Our desperate Lin begs Kairi to please do something about the restrictions. Looking at her with a slightly strained expression, Kairi sighs in defeat and promises that she will ask the higher-ups to see if anything can be done about her situation. Instantly Lin offers her sincere thanks to Kairi. Kairi steers the conversation back to their current schedule, mentioning the upcoming celebratory party. Lin eagerly announces that she is listening. So what is going on? Kairi then reveals that there are several high-ranking nobles who have specially come to greet her before the party even begins. Kairi acknowledges that she deeply understands Lin does not like dealing with such formal social obligations. Kairi continues her request, explaining that they would still highly appreciate it if Lin would meet the nobles, even if it is just for form's sake. Lin nervously stammering out her agreement. She reflects to herself that she genuinely owes Kairi a lot for all her help and cannot easily refuse. Lin continues reading the written report, which mentions that Relius is also meeting a lot of people lately. She notes that he is working hard to keep his promise to her, before adding with a slight touch of doubt that she only thinks that is the case. Our heroine turns away and sticks out her tongue with a playful blah as she tries to act tough. She proudly declares that she can easily get along with guys whenever she wants, confidently stating that if Relius ever cheats on her, she will simply move on. Lin instantly loses her confident front. Looking off to the side with closed eyes, she secretly worries to herself that she sincerely hopes a guy does not actually come on to her because her heart completely belongs to Relius. As Chapter 33 titled A New Request begins, Relius trains intently during a fast-paced duel against his teacher. Moving with calm precision, Bond defends against the incoming strike with his own weapon. Lirius's sword slashes past as Bond instantly moves with immense speed. He appears right behind the young blacksmith and flatly declares that he is too slow. Bond delivers a sudden thwack to the back of his head, causing a startled cry of pain from Relius. Bond analyzes the progress, noting that Lirius's overall control over magic has improved quite a bit. However, he points out that Relius still seems to be making too much of a conscious effort to manipulate it, leaving a bruised Relius to look back with a confused expression. Bond commands Relius to stand up, explaining that once he achieves full control, magic manipulation will become completely unconscious. He points out that all the young blacksmith can do right now is continue training, prompting an immediate confirmation from Relius. Later on, Relius arrives back at the inn. Kulua welcomes him back and apologizes for the interruption, prompting an excited call from Relius, who notices her presence alongside Mare. Relius remembers that today is officially the scheduled sales report day. Relius asks Kulua how the additional crafted goods did on the market. Kulua enthusiastically answers that they did swimmingly, noting that his potions remain highly popular due to their cheap price and good quality. However, she adds that the crafted swords still have not sold at all, causing Relius to feel disappointment while Kulua notices his sudden shift in mood. Kulua apologizes, explaining that she did actively advertise the items but they still failed to move. Relius laughs to reassure her, stating that it is absolutely not her fault. He reflects internally that in the end, he is simply a blacksmith. Relius continues his quiet reflection, thinking that he can be genuinely proud of them now and even a little stubborn about their high quality. He had Kulua put his absolute best swords up for sale. He remembers putting all of his focus and effort into crafting these specific weapons. The basket of crafted blades stands under a dark aura of absolute doom. Relius says that people can simply use their own sacred arms instead of buying normal weapons. Mare panics wildly behind him as Relius concludes that no one will ever believe his crafted swords are actually capable of defeating terrifying azurite monsters. Kulua suddenly shifts topics and excitedly announces that she has a new request for Relius. Relius responds with quiet curiosity. Kulua explains that she was invited to the Lord's mansion the other day and showed him the Red Wolf statue. The Lord praised the piece enthusiastically, stating that it looks completely alive. Relius looks back at the merchant in complete disbelief, as he processes the surprising news. Kulua adds that the Lord was so impressed by the craftsmanship that he specifically asked to see more of his other works of art. Our boy hesitates and explains a major limitation of his skill, noting that he can only make statues of monsters he has actually defeated. He points out that this local area only has wolves and goblins, which heavily limits his options. Hearing his dilemma, Kulua confidently suggests that they simply go out and look for new types of monsters together. Mare raises her hand high in the air with a bright smile and asks if he wants to go adventuring with her again. Relius reacts with surprise as he reflects to himself that she has a very good point, admitting that he has not actually fought any monsters recently. He notes internally that he has definitely improved at using magic in close combat through his regular training sessions with Bond, while his blacksmith level is slowly rising too. Lirius smiles and points out that it would be good to get some more experience fighting monsters. He enthusiastically agrees to go on the adventure. Behind him, Kulua proudly declares that in that case, she will show off her own skills too. Our boy reacts with sudden surprise, questioning Kulua if she is actually able to fight in combat. Kulua breaks into a confidence and tells him not to underestimate her abilities. Kulua explains the diverse nature of her job, noting that another path for a merchant is that of the peddler. She highlights the essential tasks of traveling to procure rare items and scoping out potential property. Kulua smiles confidently, declaring that as a first-rate merchant, she is genuinely good at fighting. She reveals that she is a rank D adventurer, shocking Lirius because that is higher than his own rank, while Mare quietly notes that it matches her own rank. Kulua concedes that Lirius is correct about the lack of new monsters nearby, noting that there are no creatures in this immediate area that he has not already encountered. Lirius points out that he cannot travel very far from here anyway because he strictly needs to work at the inn. But Kulua got a solution. She suggests taking on a dungeon entry built from stone bricks. She adds that they might be able to see some entirely different monsters inside that location. Lirius reacts with sudden surprise at the mention of dungeons. He knows that dungeon crawling is a quest that every single adventurer should try out at least once, so he might be able to find some highly valuable materials there too. Kulua explains that it turns out the exact monster the Lord wants as a statue can be found inside a dungeon. Lirius seeks confirmation about the target. Kulua confirms that the target is a monster called a poison snake. As she tries to remember the exact name of the dungeon, Mare frantically shouted to request absolutely anything but that specific location. An anxious voice calls out to Mare. Mare insists she is stating this completely for their own good. She firmly declares that it is the one specific dungeon they should absolutely give up on. Both Kulua and a wide-eyed Lirius stand completely frozen in surprise as the tense room trembles. Mare narrows her eyes with absolute anger as she reveals the name of the dangerous location, identifying it directly as the Spark Dungeon. The group walks down a stone path. As they pass a wooden signpost near the trees, Mare hesitatingly asks if they are truly going to that specific destination. Lirius reassures Mare that she does not have to come along if she doesn't want to and adds that there is absolutely no need to push herself. Mare blushes and loudly argues back that she is definitely not pushing herself. As Chapter 34 titled Spark Dungeon begins, Kulua calls out excitedly to the others, announcing that she can finally see the location. Just up ahead, the stone brick entrance to the Spark Dungeon comes fully into view. Two small fairies with detailed butterfly wings float gracefully directly in front of the dungeon's sealed entrance. Kulua addresses the tiny guardians, announcing that her group wants to go inside and politely asking if that is all right. Lirius looks on with a confused expression and questions why there are fairies stationed at a dungeon entrance in the first place. Kulua asks him if he does not know that dungeon entrances strictly need to remain sealed, adding that otherwise dangerous monsters will continuously appear in the outside world. Kulua continues her explanation as a glowing magical crest shines faintly over the wooden doors, noting that the fairies are specifically the ones who craft the doors and guard them. Realizing that the tiny gatekeeper is waiting for something, Kulua asks the fairy if she simply wants to see her official guild card. Kulua instructs Lirius and Mare to take out their guild cards as well. Hearing her request, both Lirius and Mare begin to rummage through their belongings to find their items. The two small fairies strike a lively pose together surrounded by floating stars. Magic panels materialize directly out of thin air all around them with a sudden glow effect as the gatekeepers verify the adventurer's credentials. Lirius stares down blankly at his guild card and questions what that check was all about. Kulua solves his mystery by calmly explaining that their group is officially registered together as an active party. The dungeon doors open up to let the group inside. Walking down the stone steps, Kulua, Lirius, and Mare move into a brick room with a bright flash of light. Kulua points out that right past the door is a glowing magic circle on the stone floor. Kulua explains that the glowing geometric array serves to transport them directly into the main part of the dungeon. She notes that if they are not properly registered as a single party, the circle will send them to completely different places, which makes Lirius feel curious. Kulua adds that while she does not know exactly how the magic works, a party can only hold up to 6 people max. She notes that even if 2 entirely separate parties enter at the exact same moment, they will never be able to work together inside. Standing directly on the circle, our nervous Lirius alongside Mare asks why it is built that way, prompting a calm reply from Kulua that fairies simply like their mischief. The party vanishes as the magic circle activates. Kulua notes that it is even said the fairies built these dungeons specifically to surprise humans. An intense rumble sound echoes as crackling lightning flashes across a dark sky. Lirius opens his eyes wide in shock as he takes in his surroundings, while Kulua announces that they have officially arrived. The party materializes inside a vast cavern. They step out from the glowing magic circle. Kulua loudly declares to Lirius and Mare that this is the Spark Dungeon. Lirius looks up at the lightning crackling across the ceiling in complete amazement, reflecting to himself that this place actually has its own sky. He realizes that this is a real dungeon. Lirius continues his deep internal thoughts, reflecting that dungeon crawling is something everyone who lives in this world dreams of doing at least once. He considers his own feelings, questioning how he could possibly not be excited by this grand experience. Our boy highly doubts Lin would be interested in this kind of thing anyway. Imagining Lin how she might tease Lirius leaves him with an irritated face. Lirius quickly snaps out of his confusion and loudly declares that they are going to do this. Our bewildered Kulua watches his sudden burst of energy from the background. A heavy rumbling sound echoes through the cavern as lightning strikes down. Mare lets out a panicked shriek of terror, as she frantically calls out to Lirius. Lirius reacts with surprise, quickly rushing closer to comfort her by stating that it is completely okay because he is right here by her side. Looking at her animal traits, he silently wonders to himself if having big ears makes the thunder sound much louder for her. Kulua breaks into a gentle smile, noting that a lot of hybrid races, especially dog types, naturally dislike loud places. Holding a tiny, whining Mare closely in his arms to keep her safe, Lirius turns to Kulua and seeks confirmation that she is entirely fine with this intense environment. Kulua confidently answers that she is of course completely fine. Kulua confidently tells the group to leave this to her. A magic circle manifests from a sudden magical flow as she explains that believe it or not, back when she was much younger, she used to do something impressive. She grips the handle of a curved blade decorated with detailed wavy patterns. Kulua breaks into a confident grin as she reveals that back in her active days, people widely called her Kulua the Swift. Lirius watches her with wide eyes and wonders in awe if she is truly that strong. Kulua reminds him that as she mentioned before, merchants can also walk the path of a peddler. She adds that they must protect themselves in this harsh environment and commands him to follow her closely. This prompts a bright smile from a reassured Lirius, who gladly declares that he will rely on her. Lirius suddenly stops as something catches his attention. Just ahead on the cavern path, a cloaked figure moves unsteadily under the lightning. Observing the strange shadow, Lirius notes that there is a person standing out there, before quickly correcting himself as he realizes something is wrong. The mysterious figure emerges from the shadows, revealing a terrifying skeleton face wrapped under a tattered white hood. It is identified as a ghost-type monster. Lirius turns back immediately to ask Kulua if she can take care of the threat, but he cuts his words short in sudden confusion when he notices she is not moving or responding. Kulua stands completely paralyzed, drool slowly dripping from the side of her mouth as her mind goes completely numb from fear. Watching her frozen expression, Lirius panics as he loudly realizes that she has completely passed out on the spot. The cloaked skeleton monster suddenly unhinges its jaw. Lirius gasps out in complete shock, sweating heavily as a sudden wave of pressure hits him, while a panicked Mare cowers tightly right beside him. Lirius quickly springs into action with a sudden dash, shouting Kulua's name in a panic as he carries a dazed Mare tucked under his right arm while firmly dragging an unconscious Kulua along by her collar. Behind them, the terrifying ghost monster chase after the escaping party. As multiple ghost monsters float forward as Lirius continues his frantic escape across the dungeon. He reflects on Kulua's weaknesses, noting that alcohol is clearly not the only thing she is unable to handle. She is also completely terrified of ghosts. Lirius slumps onto the stone floor of a safe cavern ledge. He looks around at the crackling lightning and notes with relief that they seem to have successfully escaped the chase. Next to him, Kulua sits hunched over while Mare remains resting nearby. Kulua slowly wakes up and snaps back into reality with a sudden sweat drop. She offers a sincere apology, admitting that she absolutely cannot stand ghosts. Lirius watches her recovery with wide-eyed surprise, calling out her name in a startled panic. As Chapter 35 titled Their Fighting Styles begins, Lirius turns back to Kulua, asking if ghosts are truly the only thing she is afraid of, prompting a quick confirmation from the merchant that they are the only exception as far as monsters are concerned. Lirius gently checks if Mare is feeling okay. Mare boldly declares that she is fully used to the thunder now and promises she will not hold him back anymore. Lirius calmly explains that even if this is not a high-rank dungeon, safety must always come first. He decides that if it ever looks like the group cannot handle a situation, they will immediately retreat. Hearing his sound strategy, both Kulua and Mare offer their slightly shaky agreements. Kulua steps forward with resolve, announcing that Mare and she will take on the approaching monsters. She instructs the terrified merchant to stand back and watch the fight as a group of cloaked skeletal ghosts steps forward with a menacing aura. Her display of false bravado leaves Lirius staring in absolute disbelief as he openly questions if she is actually going to be alright. Kulua forces a nervous laugh while trembling violently, explaining that trust is absolutely key for merchants. She argues that they cannot effectively work together unless they fully know each other's combat abilities, proudly declaring that she is going to redeem herself right here. As the cloaked ghost monsters continue to approach, she draws her blade. Lirius calmly assures her that he will step in to help if the situation actually gets too dangerous. Kulua playfully calls Lirius a total worrywart. Kulua stands with a fierce expression as large water bubbles manifest and burst around her. Lirius watches in absolute shock, sweating lightly as he realizes she possesses a sacred arm capable of manipulating water. With a massive slashing sound, a forceful wave of water slices cleanly through the enemy, causing the creature to cry out in pain as it is torn apart. Kulua desperately repeats to herself that she is absolutely not scared after that slash. Then she calls out to Mare, prompting her to spring forward with a fast dash and a focused look on her face. She loudly confirms she is on it, charging ahead to join the battle. In the background, Mare glares fiercely at the enemies as her weapon ignites with a roaring flame. She unleashes the power of her flamberge, creating a massive wave of fire that rips across the battlefield. She swings the blazing blade directly toward the cloaked ghost monsters ahead. The cloaked skeleton monster turns its head as the attack approaches. Mare slides into a low stance, swinging her burning blade. She drives her powerful strike straight into the cloaked target. A large sphere of water materializes right beside the cloaked ghost monster. The skeletal creature looks up in absolute surprise as the liquid magic flows right over its position. The water magic crashes down onto the stone floor, shattering the ground into rocky pieces. Kulua quickly leaps backward to safety, surrounded by small floating bubbles. Lirius watches the battlefield in complete awe. He notes to himself that combining two entirely conflicting elements like fire and water looks incredibly strong. Kulua and Mare celebrate their victory, declaring that they did it while asking Lirius how they performed. Lirius grins happily, complimenting them both on their strength and reflecting that they should be perfectly fine as a team. Mare boasts with a bright smile that she is totally fine now. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes nearby with a loud crack sound, causing a terrified Mare to leap into the air in a panic while Kulua watches her react. Mare red-facedly screams that she was simply startled by the sudden sound, while a smiling Lirius gently tells her that he understands. As another cloaked ghost monster slowly floats into view, Lirius steps forward with a magical array on his hand, confidently announcing that it is finally his turn to show off his skills. Lirius drops into a low, athletic stance and draws his blade back, executing a powerful slash that cuts the ghost monster. Kulua watches the battlefield with a sweating, wide-eyed expression, completely stunned by how it all happened in a single instant. Multiple magical circles materialize consecutively out of thin air and large swords rapidly launch forward from the glowing glyphs as Lirius throws his arm out to direct the projectile magic. The summoned swords fly straight toward the target. The blades strike the cloaked skeleton ghost with multiple heavy impacts, repeatedly piercing through the creature's spectral body. Kulua watches silently as Lirius directs his projectile weapons to strike another ghost monster down. Kulua notes that this is her first time seeing Lirius fight, adding that his combat method is certainly an unusual style. Lirius reacts with surprise, as he answers that compared to Bond, his style is really not anything special. A floating interface appears, confirming that Lirius has officially reached level 34. Looking over the status screen, Lirius reflects that his level has gone up quite a bit, but adds that since he is strictly aiming for hero class, he still needs to become much stronger. Lirius continues checking his status screen, noting that his skill ranks are increasing alongside his level. He considers his equipment, thinking that everything has successfully reached rank S. He realizes that this high-grade gear allows him to increase his physical capabilities several-fold. However, he reflects that getting too used to that power can be dangerous, noting that relying on his gear too much becomes a serious problem if his equipment breaks in battle. Lirius thinks that the danger of breaking gear is exactly why he usually does not activate his enhancement skills. He reflects that his weapons present another distinct problem. He notes that even though the swords are S rank, they are still fundamentally normal weapons. He reasons that against tough monsters, a sword holds for 2 hits at most, and if he happens to be unlucky, the weapon will break right away. Lirius feels deeply envious of Sacred Arms, remembering how Kulua and Mare fight. He reflects that Sacred Arms never break and can repeatedly perform powerful attacks that his own summoned sword simply cannot manage. Kulua asks what the matter is, while a smiling Lirius quickly answers that it is nothing at all. Then he calls for everyone to go because the poison snake should be just up ahead. He promises to himself that one day he will craft weapons as good as Kulua and Mare's Sacred Arms.